This is a problem. I
Okay,
have
that
like
might work.
9.
What's up? You have like 9 what?
I have like 9 soda cans, and only like maybe 2 have soda in them.
What a nightmare. I know that feeling, except
It is.
it's like 12 2 liters instead of 9 cans because I have a very serious problem.
But you can look into a 2 liter. You don't do what I do and literally pick up every can trying to figure out which one was the one you were drinking from.
Well, if it helps, I have like 15 cans here. They're all empty. Very sad.
Yep, hey, the stream's back.
Woo! Alright,
Like, proud of myself now then.
alright, we'll give Smurg a few minutes, see if like maybe he had a power outage or something, and if he doesn't show up, yeah, I suppose we could bring in somebody. I know Rask has a character, I think, right?
So after the second twin reaches into the sleeve,
Sure.
uh, can I reach into my sleeve and kind of mimic what they're doing?
Sure.
Okay. And when I pull out my fist, instead of opening it, I just flip them off.
That's where I expected that one to go.
They both look at you and they give a grin. They actually seem to have enjoyed that quite a lot. They're very entertained by this whole thing.
The most sarcastic expression as you give them the middle finger.
It's weird too, because Smurg has been here for like an hour, like actively talking and stuff.
Oh, active. There was a long period of just silence.
That's true. But like recently talking.
Yeah, he was pretty recent. Well, to pass time, since you seem to have a macro for it, roll stats?
I can do that.
Oh, it's not a macro. I legitimately just thought you had a macro set up. That sounds like
There
a
we go.
smurg.
It's Smurg. Welcome back.
Oh wait, no, that's not. Oh wait, yeah, it is. Yay! I didn't see that angry face looking at me for a moment, and I thought, oh wait, it's someone else. But then I saw the face, and yay, Smurg's back. Smurg, why you died? You don't get to die today.
I mean, he might, but
No, that's a Tuesday thing.
Silence.
I kill you?
I assume he's like resetting audio settings or something. I think he's dead. I think his dead body accidentally joined the channel.
Guess we gotta
Tell,
find somebody else.
roll the dice. Smurg, roll your ghost dice. Just tell us who the murderer was. We'll avenge you. And by that I mean I'm gonna keep eating pizza.
Possess the twins if possible.
Yes, because what we need are murder hobo twins. Oh no, wait, that was Cognate, not you, not Smurg.
What?
Or
Cognate
no,
is Smurg.
Covey. That was Covey, not Cognate.
Oh, right, yeah, back in town.
Covey was the murder. Covey was the one with the murder boner.
I mean, I feel like it's mostly Elizabeth at this point.
Yes.
I have my reasons.
No, you don't. You might think you do, but you're just spiteful. And like irritated you lost the game.
Spite is a
That's
reason.
part of it, but I do have more valid reason than that. Not just gonna murder every single person that looks at me wrong. Generally.
Also, Smirk died again.
Rip.
I think we get the. Oh wait, right? We're like 3 out of 5. Shit.
Should we keep going without him and he can catch up? Or
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, the second one, after a few moments of suspense and enjoying your little flipping the bird, he grins, he opens his fist, and there's nothing inside. But then he closes his fist again right in front of you, and this time when his hand opens, you see a small silver locket engraved with floral patterns. Both of the twins lean back against the wall, and they give you a grin.
can I close my hand and pull out a gun?
You can try. I don't think guns exist here just yet. Oh, well, I mean, you can pull out like a finger gun. It wouldn't really mean anything in the context of this game, though, because, you know, is there like a finger bow? Is that
There's, like fireballs?
Okay, yeah, you do like a finger fireball. So the one who has the locket, who you recognize as the one who doesn't really speak very often, opens it up, and he holds it in front of him. And he twists a dial on the side of the locket a few times, and you hear a soft melody begin to play, like a tiny music box. The melody is a little haunting, but honestly quite beautiful. And the twin closes his eyes, and he begins to sing, out loud, in a language that you don't recognize. His voice is surprisingly delicate, and you wonder if maybe he's a eunuch or something, and that's why he doesn't speak very much. One of the
So I have actually heard him speak, though.
You have actually heard him speak, yes. It's a language you don't really recognize, but he is singing. More singing than
A lot of
speaking.
languages.
That's true. You do speak a lot of languages. You don't speak this language, or at least you don't recognize whatever he's saying.
Damn. I haven't heard it anywhere else. So.
You have not heard this particular thing anywhere else.
Okay.
However, Ammon, you are down there, right?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
All right. Let's get my sheet up here.
Okay, yeah, you are immediately aware that this singing is actually some sort of casting ritual. Like, this is definitely magic and not just a song. One of the crew members stationed outside of the brig bangs against the iron bars when he sees the music box and hears it. He's like, "Oh, where'd you get that? You're not supposed to have anything inside of there." And the other twin looks at him and he sneers. Ooh, hang on, I got a message from Smurg. Are you dead? Yeah, he says power went out. Yes, if we can wait. He says half hour at the most. I'll tell him we'll do like some basic stuff and get things going, but we'll like wait if we get into any heavy stuff. Okay. So the other twin looks at the guard and he sneers, "Well, perhaps you missed it during your little search. Maybe we're not the only incompetent ones around here." And he gives him like a cutting glare. Clearly they don't get along. The crew member starts to approach the cell, and he starts to fidget with the key ring around his belt.
I tell him, no, stop, don't do that.
How big are the bars between us?
They're probably
Like, between them?
they're flat bars. They're probably maybe like an inch and a half wide, and I don't know, maybe a quarter-inch thick.
How much space is between them?
No more than like a foot, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, something in that ballpark.
So I couldn't throw the chamber pot through there.
You couldn't throw the entire chamber pot through there.
Damn it.
You could throw the contents.
I could try. There'd be a lot of splashback though, and these are my only clothes left, so I'm gonna hold off on that thought.
Air quotes on clothes.
Yeah.
They are actual clothes, though, right? I forget what you're wearing. I know it's
Yeah,
not great.
I think my room.
Okay, a robe. Yeah. Okay, they're clothes. So, yeah, as Ammon calls out, one of the other guards also is like, "Oh no, this is not a good idea." He puts a hand on the guard's shoulder and pulls him back, and he says, "Hey, let's not open this cell up." And the twin's like, "Yes, please. It's just a locket. He's not going to hurt anyone with it." They do appear visibly disgruntled, though, and they kind of watch carefully as the twin continues to sing for several minutes. And then he opens his eyes and peers into the locket momentarily. He closes the locket. Uh-huh.
I'd like to mage hand that from him if I can.
Sure, yeah, you can go for it. Let's
Making
see.
sure I have that actually. Hold on.
Yeah.
There's no way I could assist in this, right? He's sitting on the bench, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I could reach
I
through.
don't have mage hand. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, he sings for several minutes. He opens his eyes and peers into the locket for a moment. He closes the locket, nods at the other twin, and then looks at Elizabeth.
I've one other idea. It's a bad idea, but I might want to do it.
Sure, yeah.
Do I think I can shoot it out of his hand with an Eldritch Blast?
You could certainly try. He would definitely have probably maybe half cover from the bars and the guards, but you could absolutely try if you wanted. I mean, you might end up in the brig with him, but...
Yeah, I'm like, ugh.
This is the ship of bad ideas, and they can't fit all of us in here.
Yeah, I mean, I severely injured octopi with the spell, so I'm like, I'm not gonna go for that, but I will caution the guards that he's definitely casting magic with that, and Elizabeth as well.
Okay.
Like, I'm sorry, there's definitely some arcane shit going down here. It's not cool.
Sure.
Like, if you can get the captain to get this away from him, I'd go for it, because this is some pretty shady stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So when you tell him that, like, there's definitely magic going on, one of the crewmates runs up the stairs. And this is maybe, 45 seconds into the casting, so there's plenty of time. And he comes back down with a couple more crewmates, and also it looks like Professor Toady has joined. He wants to try to figure out what's going on, so let me pull them down. Alright, let's see what Toady can do about this. Okay, so yeah, this'll work. Toady looks and he sees, like, oh yeah, that's definitely magic, and he casts Identify as a spell over the next minute or so. Except that requires touch, and there's no way he's going to let him touch. What does he do? He's open to ideas, if you have any ideas.
I mean, if you happen to have a spell to see that from him, from afar, that'd be great. Otherwise, I don't know, threaten to shoot him with arrows until he does give it to you.
Am I allowed to come down from the aether that is me floating in the shadows? As soon as there was a call down for hey.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, when you notice the commotion, you came down as well. Alright, so yeah, Professor Toady does have a mage hand, so he pulls out the mage hand, and we need to figure out how exactly this is going to work. Because, I know the mage hand can't be used for, disarming.
This can. Give me a moment, I never got a chance to actually put in all the spells, so I was just doing that for the second level stuff.
Sure.
This can be annoying as fuck.
Ooh, good call. Okay, let's see, 18, I believe that's probably a hit. That is a hit, so you grab him. I assume you're going for the one holding the locket.
Yes, his wrist, and then I'm going to yank it 10 feet closer.
Okay, cool. So first of all, you do 2 piercing damage. Second of all, you slam him closer to the bars. Let's see, 2 damage. And then the next thing that happens is Professor Toady runs up, and he grabs the wrist, and he starts to cast Identify. And if you can keep him held there for a minute, he'll be able to tell what's going on. But if not, at least you've got his wrist over there. And then the next thing that happens is he needs to make a concentration save, which he does. So he is still pretty much just eyeing this locket for the time being. And then let's see what his friend does. We should probably do initiative at this point.
Damn it.
I mean, it doesn't have to go anywhere crazy.
I'm gonna have an Eldritch Blast aimed at this guy too, because I don't want. I mean, this is very bad.
I mean, I can just keep whipping this fucker if he doesn't stop. People debating, oh, how are we ever gonna get him to hold his hand close? I don't know, I'll fucking drag it over.
I mean, they could just remove the locket from his hand, just pry that from his grasp.
Yeah, he doesn't look particularly strong. I mean, he's like a average build, kind of like 5'11" dude. They both have very short black hair. They don't look like really athletic. You probably could just try to wrestle it out of his hands. But anyway, let's see, initiative. Okay, so he is up first. What does he do here?
He being the caster?
Yes, the first one to go is the silent one who is trying to cast. He's got the locket in one hand, yeah.
When you're casting a multi-turn spell, you have to devote your action to maintaining casting, or else the whole thing fails.
Gotcha, perfect. So yeah, in that case... Alright, so is he grappled right now by your whip?
No, that was purely fluff.
Okay, it is just...
I don't actually get anything like that. Like, you can say it, but
Sure.
the effects I have are what shows up.
Right, it's just a one-time pull towards him.
Isn't the professor holding him though?
The professor does have him by the wrist, so that would be a light grapple.
Yes.
So yeah, I think the very first thing that he does is he's going to try to get free of that grapple and stand back. So that is going to be athletics versus athletics. This might not actually be very good. Here's Toady.
You can do it.
Ooh, he might.
You can do it, buddy.
Toady did okay.
He does. Toady's holding on. Toady's working on it. Alright, so he has used his action. Does he have any bonus? I don't think he does. Yeah. Next up is his friend, however, who is going to turn and look at Toady. Oh, and he definitely does have this, yeah. Alright, so he reaches through the bars at Toady and grabs him by the wrist and... Pshoo, shocking grasps him. Which is a hit on Toady. Toady releases his grip and takes some damage.
That is disturbing.
Good news is probably no one objects that we start shooting these guys now.
Probably. The guards at this point are all kind of like, whoa, 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 settle down. Well, they've got their weapons drawn. Let's see, one of them has a light crossbow, the other three have scimitars. None of them have, like, opened fire at this point, just because, they're not really combat trained. But they probably wouldn't be terribly offended if you started combat, by the looks of it.
Jesus, no wonder those guys shit kicked me.
Okay, so yeah, Toady kind of yanks back and he's a little fried and startled a bit. And that makes it Elizabeth's turn.
Okay, I just look to Mulek and yell at him, like, get that one. And I point to the one holding a necklace.
Alright, anything else, or is that it?
Yeah, I'm using my mastermind thing, though, so Mulek, you have advantage on your next attack.
Cool, cool.
That's that guy.
We are going to need it.
Absolutely.
I don't think we can win this fight. Even
Probably
with them
can't.
caged.
Alright,
Oh, I plan on making it really annoying for them.
Me too.
That's something at least.
alright, Mulek, you're up.
Okay. What was the locket they're holding?
It is a silver locket. You can't see inside of it, but the outside of it has just some simple floral engravings. And a small dial on the side that he turned to make music.
Would you consider it a manufactured metal object?
Absolutely, it is a manufactured metal object. Also,
That's
nice
what I was
response.
I don't know exactly. I don't have it set up, but I'm going to go to my spell tab and just poke the button real quick.
Yeah, I assume there's some heat metal going on.
Yeah. But yeah, I have absolutely nothing set up yet. I was literally just working on the text right now.
Gotcha, gotcha. I think it's 3d8?
2d8. I'm
2d8?
looking at it right now, but it glows and they'll take 2d8 fire damage so long as they're in contact with it.
All right, and then it's a con save to hold on to it.
Actually, there's a save or drop the object if it can.
Yep.
Oh yeah, okay, there it is. I was only looking at the first half of it. Double paged or double columned. So yeah. Ignore that. There we go. Shit damage, but it'd be better to actually roll the correct odds.
Okay, so you can immediately see it starts to sear a little bit at his palm, and then he... First thing he has to do is make a concentration saving throw to maintain the spell, which he fails. The second thing he has to do is resist dropping it, and this he makes at advantage. But he still fails. I assume your DC is better than 7.
Yes.
So yeah, he drops the locket outside of the bars, and then it is Ammon's turn.
Okay. So I just saw this. I just saw that thing drop there. Like, is it like close for someone else to grasp from the bars, or would it require like some additional help for that?
Yeah, it's like a few inches outside of the bars, and there are several like guard members all there, so they could certainly try to grab it real quick.
But
Okay,
they're
yeah.
not.
Yeah, the closest person actually is Toady, who is stunned and can't make reactions, but by the time it gets to him, he might be unfazed enough to pick it up. Especially if you like call out for it or something.
It's
Yeah, I'm
red
gonna call
hot.
out to someone grab that and wear a glove, and then I'm aiming a Eldritch Blast at the dude holding Toady.
Alright.
And I failed miserably.
Oh, that's a 1d6.
God, I should have given you the advantage.
Strength save. Okay, so as you try to fling your first bolt, your spellcasting focus, though a wave basically rocks the side of the ship and knocks your spellcasting focus onto the ground, basically across from you right over here. Granted, I don't think you need your focus for Eldritch Blast, do you? I can't remember.
There's no components to a cantrip as far as I recall.
Perfect. So you're still able to get that second shot off. But yes, if you do have anything that requires a focus, your focus is on the ground over here.
I don't get 2 shots. That's what they want. I'm not sure why I clicked again.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So yeah, focus over there, shot misses, it flies past him and puts a sizable hole in the wall. But yeah,
All right.
not when I say sizable, I'm talking like 3 or 4 inches, not like going to bring the ship down or anything like that. But they've got a nice little window to peek through, I guess. And that makes it Toady's turn. Toady does look up and he scrambles and he grabs the locket and he pulls it towards him and then he tries to like pull back a little bit. And the twins sort of just let him have it. They realize that whatever they were doing has been interrupted, and they both just sort of step back when it gets to them. Perfect is actually their turn, so they are actually going to do that. So they sit back down on the bench. And Elizabeth, you're up to act if you want to maintain this combat. They look like completely unfazed by all of the commotion that has just gone on.
Yeah, given my knowledge and understanding of these guys, I just sit back down too. I'd probably like shove Cognate over to the side a little bit.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and drop initiative for a second, unless Eamon wants to continue firing. Or Mulek, for that matter. You two are up next.
Well, since it's my turn, I'll get this out of the way. To the both of you. I'm sorry, gotta get back into character. I was tabbing around. To the both of you. You start pulling shit like that again, I'll brand who's ever doing it. And you won't like it. Believe me.
Give me an intimidation roll.
So many buttons. So many buttons. Boop. Did it work? I think it worked. Damn.
They look at each other and to you, and they kind of just sit back down and seem to ignore it entirely.
I don't really care if they ignore it. They're gonna get brand if they do it again.
Yeah. But then they look over to Toady, who has their locket and is still kind of smoking a little bit from that shocking grasp. But he does make his way up. He's like climbing up onto that dresser over there. And he looks at it for a moment and starts to ritual cast Identify. Unless any of you would like to take a look at it first.
I want to like drag him away from those
Sure.
those people.
Yeah, he thinks that's probably a good idea. He is limping. He actually looks like he's in kind of bad shape. He's an old man, for God's sake. But, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Let's get him over to a cot.
That sounds good. If I had healing, I'd use it on him, but I don't.
And
I
meanwhile,
use my cot since I haven't
One's will
needed it
heal.
for some weeks.
so one of the crew members comes over with you and is watching the whole thing. The rest of them are all just lined up, and they are training their weapons on the twins in there.
I just go and retrieve my ring that I dropped, and I quickly make to sorry about the hole in the ship, and look for something to mend the little hole I made.
You mean you don't have mending?
Okay, there's a lot of good cantrips. I don't get many of them.
The crew member,
Oh, he doesn't actually get it. Okay.
yeah, the crew member looks at you and nods and is like, "It's okay. They were clearly up to something. I don't trust these two any farther than I can throw them. But do be careful next time." So about 10 minutes go by. The ritual goes through uneventfully, and Professor Toady says that, as far as he can tell, there is nothing magical about the locket. He doesn't detect any sort of magic on it. It doesn't appear to be, inherently, intrinsically magical.
I'm the wrong class to do this, but fuck it. I might know something where silver is a silver or something that looks like that might be a component to it. If I can find my goddamn skill tab.
You could also just roll an Arcana check, and I would tell you if your character
I know.
knows.
Right.
Oh, perfect.
I'm trying to find my skill tab so I can tap the Arcana button.
Okay, so yeah, you are aware that there are many, many spells that require silver as a component. And you also do notice, as Toady is inspecting this, that inside of the locket there is a mirror on the top side. And you are also aware that there are many spells that involve the use of a mirror. And actually, with a roll like that, you would probably immediately recognize that scrying and clairvoyance are both spells that require a mirror. I'm sure there are others, but those are the first two that kind of like come to mind.
God, the moment you said mirror, I already knew, but I roll back that up.
Yeah, your character knows too. Your character knows what's up.
Too busy fixing hole. Can't look.
Yeah, no. I need to just quickly tab over to my spell list because I saw that I accidentally peeked at the damage those guys dealt. It was scary.
Oh yeah, and honestly, that's barely metagaming. Like, you can tell he barely put any effort into it, and that was the strongest shocking grasp that you've ever seen in all of your years of magic use. Except maybe some of your, like, professors or something like that. Like, clearly, like, if it wasn't obvious before, it's very obvious now that that guy is a very proficient spellcaster.
Clairvoyance and scry. I'm just trying to figure out if they're even on my spell list. Other people can do other things right now.
I kind of want to go to the captain and ask him to strip these guys.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so you make your way upstairs. This is all, we're kind of like dipping back into time here, but this is all while dinner is still going on. He's drinking, he's sharing drinks with everybody. You sort of inform the captain of what has gone on, and he gives a somber nod and he comes downstairs, and he looks at the situation. What does he do? Surely he doesn't want to let them out of their cage, right?
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, so he's a little stumped, and he's open to ideas. He understands that clearly these two are more than they seem and somewhat dangerous, but he doesn't really want to open that cell.
I look around to the others. You all have any ideas?
You're
like 2
wasting
days
your
from
time. Leave them. If they wanted out, they would get out. It's perfectly clear at this point.
You don't even need to make an insight roll to know that they are both kind of giggling internally at that.
Did
All
I
right.
know Captain Salthammer's first name?
I believe he's told you at least once. It is Kafton, Kafton.
Cool. I'll write that down.
So after a minute or two, unless any of you have any ideas, he's like, well, just keep a closer eye on him. We're almost to land. If we can keep ourselves together for another day or two, we should make it to port all right. I'll make sure to leave some extra crew down here after dinner. And he starts heading back upstairs.
As he leaves, can I say, Captain, can I speak to you for a moment? Privately.
Privately.
You're in the goddamn brig.
I'm alive.
It's like, listen, I know this has been crazy, but I'm not too keen on letting you out either. You tried to assassinate some of my crew. If you have something to say, you can say it. And he comes closer to the bars. I mean, it's close enough to whisper, but there's a very good chance that somebody could overhear you.
I'm gonna say, I'm unarmed, and you're welcome to bring your guards if you wish. Just like to speak away from prying ears. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he looks back at the crew.
I've been quite well behaved down here.
That is true. And he looks at the other crew members to, like, get their verification that you haven't been a total nuisance, and so far you have not. So he calls the crew over, two of them, including the one with the key ring, and he asks for the key. And they're being very careful to stay over on this side. They're not stupid. So he gives them the key, he unlocks your door, lets you out. And then the captain, two crewmates, and you all head up into the captain's quarters.
What are you doing?
Cognate, he does not let you out. He
What?
closes the door and he locks it.
Get wrecked.
And you also notice that, like, 45 seconds after they go upstairs, a couple more crewmates have been sent down to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, I'll just remain silent.
Alright, so let's pull you up to the captain's quarters.
What happened? I need to know.
Twins tried to do something magical, and we stopped them with force.
Oh, okay.
They're still very much alive, and we are still very, very screwed if they decide to actually go hostile on us. But for right now, they're not doing anything shady.
Alright,
Good.
so he closes the doors behind you and is like, alright, what do you have to say?
I just wish to apologize for my behavior and for causing so much trouble on your ship. It was not my intention, and I shouldn't have let a family feud get so out of hand.
You lying motherfucker.
A family feud?
Of sorts, yes.
Okay, so definitely roll deception.
Roll deception. Better be a
I'm
fucking
not totally
one.
being deceptive.
So yeah, he believes you. You're not totally being deceptive. You're like a family feud. What do you mean?
It's been some time, but I think I have some history with those two. Took a while for me to realize it, but yes. Regardless, should not have brought it here. And for that, I apologize.
You're related to those two. You don't look anything like them. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter, but
Distant relations.
that's fair. So what's the feud? What's the bad blood between you?
They have some. Well, I prefer not to say, but they have some information on me that I prefer they didn't.
Yeah, give me an unskilled charisma check real quick, or persuasion, your choice. Yeah, you've probably got persuasion.
Oh yeah, persuasion with the ass.
I kind of figured that's like what you're made for. So yeah.
Amon sits, Mulek stands, and Cognate does nothing. No, it's Amon paints.
So
Of course.
the captain kind of looks at you sternly for a few seconds, but then you can see his entire face goes a little soft, and is like, "Yeah, I know how that goes. We've all got our family issues and things we'd rather keep private. But listen, you really can't be violent on my ship. We are not equipped for this sort of stuff. We're just trying to get from point A to point B."
Of course, it won't happen again. Thank you. And I give kind of a low bow and say, "Well, that's all I wish to say. We'll go back to the cell now."
He's like, "Very well. Shouldn't be too much longer. I'll make sure you at least get some proper food this time instead of just that disgusting old bread."
Thank you. I appreciate it, Captain. And while I'm here, can I search for anything valuable? Just at a glance.
Yeah, absolutely. I assume you're not like opening drawers or anything. You're just like eyeballing.
Yeah,
In
I'm
the words of-
I'm standing there passively and just kind of at a glance. Do I see anything like on the tables?
Sure, yeah. Give me an investigation.
Paintings?
In the words of John Tron, oh god damn it!
Investigation or perception?
Um,
That'd be perception.
I,
Isn't it?
yeah, I
Please
feel.
be perception.
Yeah, okay.
Investigation is like you're searching an area. This is just a quick glance.
Yeah, okay. So perception, first glance. You definitely do see a couple of like mostly empty bottles of alcohol that could potentially be expensive, but obviously they're not worth much when they're completely empty. You see his, he's got his, I believe it's an axe. Let me double check that before I commit to it, but I believe he's got a great axe that is leaning in the corner there. Yes, great axe leaning in the corner. Again, it doesn't look particularly valuable, but it does have some nice like inscriptions on the blade. So you get the feeling it's not just like your standard run-of-the-mill great axe. Like clearly this is important to him. It's probably an heirloom or something like that. Yeah, you see a trunk that might have some clothes in it. The bed linens look okay. They're not great. I mean, but yeah, you don't see anything like a painting or jewelry or yeah, no. He seems like
No
he's sort of a
gold
simple
fountain
guy.
Spewing liquid silver.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I obediently just like walk back to the cell with the guards.
All right. So yeah, as you're walking down, the crew members they go with you, but the captain kind of gives you a glance back and heads back into the stern castle to pick up drinking and eating.
I want to drag Toady up to where I was and the whole getting drunk on good wine shit.
All right. So let's pull you two back over there.
For
I
that,
keep calling him Toady. Is Toti.
Toti. I say Toti.
Toady, it's all good.
I
But
didn't
he
know
spelled,
that when I first
he
met him,
spelled
so
it Toady. This is irking me to an unfathomable degree.
So yeah, he's like not in good shape. He's kind of hobbling up the stairs. He's very visibly shaken, and actually says he might need to lay down for a bit, or at least heal up a tiny bit.
I'll help up the stairs if he lets me. I don't have any healing potions, but I'll do what I can for him.
Sure, yeah. So with the two of you helping, you're both able to hobble up into the stern castle, sit down. He finally does relax, starts to eat a little bit. He's not looking good. Let me see if he hasn't. Surely he has something to take care of himself real quick.
If he's a wizard, they don't have healing spells.
Yeah, he does not have anything for this. But the crew members do, like one of them as he's hobbling up, he hands you guys a healing kit from off of the shelf over here. He's not really aware of the game mechanics of a healing kit. It's certainly not going to give him an immediate help, but he thinks he's being helpful, so that's nice. So yeah, Elizabeth, it is all pretty quiet down here for a little while longer. There are 4 crew members that are guarding the cell. One of them now, the quiet one, is sort of just peeking through this hole that has been left by Ammon, and the other one is sitting on the bench watching you guys. And yeah, actually, you are able to patch him up a little bit, at least get him, stable enough to eat and relax and enjoy himself. Yeah, he doesn't get any health back mechanically, but he's at least unshaken a bit.
Oh, damn.
Alright, so let's see. What happens now?
Gods
Shenanigan?
descend down from the heavens. And then things happen.
Okay, so about this time is where we left off last week. You guys hear a bell coming from the deck behind you, or outside of you. Along with the voice of Sissa, saying that she has spotted land and possibly a ship. The captain the captain stands up and walks outside. There's still a few crew members in here eating and drinking and whatnot. And Kobe's still in here. Do you guys join? You guys stay and eat?
This stuff doesn't sit well with my stomach anyway. I'll go out and take a look.
Alright. So, go ahead.
I'm gonna start chatting up. That's the Wait, where's the navigator?
Where is the navigator? Navigator's totally in there. Yeah, she's drinking. The first mate goes out with the captain. Let's see, Cook is still in here. Yeah, that looks about right.
I'm totally just chatting her up.
Perfect. She's very friendly. You said flirting?
Basically, I'm drunk.
Sure.
I drank like 2 glasses of that stuff. I'm thinking that's like 10 of everything else.
Alright. Yeah, give me a persuasion check, but she's into it for the most part, as far as you can tell.
Persuasion, you say? I can't find buttons for shit. There it is.
Oh, okay, maybe she's not too into it. At first she seems like, open and receptive, but then after a while you can tell that like you're fumbling the conversation a little bit. And she actually makes up some excuse to get up and walks outside.
Totally acceptable.
Very, very, very disgruntled with that conversation. So as you guys step out, and by you guys I do mean just Ammon, you see Sissa nimbly swing down from the crow's nest. She lands gracefully next to the captain. She tells him plainly that she spotted land, and then she leans in and whispers something to him, but you can overhear it pretty easily. She's telling him that she has seen a ship, but she doesn't recognize the sails. They look like they might just be plain, or even unmarked. And his drunken grin gives way to sort of a frustrated scowl as he marches onto the forecastle and pulls out his telescope.
I will step up there with him and ask, what do you think, Captain? What do you think it might be?
He's like, well, let's just have a look-see and we'll go from there. So the first thing that you notice, way off on the eastern distance, is a wall of storm clouds that is rising high above the horizon. There's like a coat of rain and darkness that hangs below the clouds, drowning out most of the light from the sunset behind you. The second thing you notice is a much more welcome sight, though. There is a strip of land that is buried in the shadow of the storm clouds. And give me a perception check, actually. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all you see. The last thing that you do notice, though, is a ship with plain white sails that is moving in your direction. The ship appears to be much larger than the ship that you're on. And the captain starts getting, visibly distraught as he takes a closer look through the telescope. And then he turns and he addresses the first mate and the navigator. And he's like, Copper, Genevieve, and Armac with me. Real taut, join the others at the brig. Nobody comes and nobody goes. The rest of you tie off your stations and head to the armory. It could be nothing, but given our luck so far, I wouldn't count on it. Nothing usually doesn't fly unmarked sails on a ship that big. And all at once, the crew starts to scramble and tie off their stations, and they work their way into the armory, and they come out drawing scimitars and light crossbows, and again, they don't have very heavy armaments, but it's enough to maybe put up a little bit of a fight. And one by one, they return, and they start to line up on the side of the ship. You can see that a lot of them are very nervous as they start to line up. Again, they're not trained for this sort of thing. And those of you still inside the stern castle, you definitely do notice all of this commotion going on. Somebody comes in and sort of barks out those orders. And you can tell that, clearly something is going on above deck. Meanwhile, Kobe's boyfriend. Where's Kobe's boyfriend? There he is. He starts to come down the stairs, but then we need to cut back downstairs for a second.
I will ask the captain or whatever crew member is there that if there's a way I can get to the crow's nest there.
Yeah.
Climb up that.
Yeah, he seems a little distracted, but it's like, yeah, suit yourself, just don't interfere with anything. So you are able to, the water's pretty nice. Yeah, Yeah, give me an athletics check just to make sure you don't like fumble off and fall off the ship or anything crazy, but you should be able to make it up there.
Crit fail.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'm solid.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're. I don't know if you have any actual boating experience, but you know how rope ladders work, so you're able to make your way up to the crow's nest pretty easily.
Rope ladders are the
All right.
worst goddamn enemy.
All right.
Because I got some range in these blasts. I can definitely do some good up there.
So as you're climbing up, you notice that the first mate, the captain, the navigator, all march up onto the forecastle to look towards the land and the ship that are coming. And we're going to cut back below deck. So a few more minutes have passed since Toady went upstairs with everyone, and then both of the twins stand up and they face the guards. And the bell has rung at this point, and that did seem to like trigger them standing up. They did seem to react to the bell. The guards immediately raise their weapons, and the twin looks at them, this talkative one, and is like, "Oh, come now, do you really want to do this the hard way?" And the guard very nervously says, "Nobody comes, nobody goes, it's the captain's orders." And the speaking twin looks at the silent twin and he says, "Do be gentle, they're just following orders." And they both extend their hands toward the guards, and a barrage of magic missiles burst towards them, unless anybody would like to interfere, Elizabeth or Cognate.
I was gonna say that I would tell the guards just stand down.
Yeah, give me a persuasion roll. One of them kind of...
Loyal and stupid.
Yeah, they are pretty loyal and stupid. The one with the crossbow looks at you and kind of steps back a little bit, lowers their bow, or their the crossbow, but the other three just keep their weapons drawn, and they are trained on these twins. And just for the sake of doing this properly, we'll do initiative real quick, but I get the feeling this won't last long.
Come on, you can do a crit guard. You know, do something awesome in your life.
So how long have me and Cognate been in these cells?
It's been like a day and a half, I think, right? Maybe 2 or 3?
It's
Nah,
been a few.
I think it...
A couple weeks, hasn't it?
I
Yeah.
think...
No.
No.
A couple weeks.
I think it is something in the
Like, there's been,
bar.
like,
3 or 4 days? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Only? Okay.
Like we
During that time, I would
said-
be like,
You said we had like
committing
4 days
their
left.
faces.
Oh
so
no,
we
it
had-
it might have been a week ish, cause like there was the ghost ship, and then there was the rowboat, and that was them in the brig. So
That's true. It might be like a week, like 6 days or so.
yeah.
during that time, I was just committing their appearances to memory, just like studying every little detail of their face
Sure, yeah.
for all the good it'll do.
Yeah. I mean, you can definitely give me an investigation roll if you'd like, just to like memorize their faces. Okay, yeah, you've got a pretty good picture of them, and I might actually like get a picture at some point if they become important later, because clearly they're not important.
Clearly.
Definitely. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and give me initiative just to see how things go, but...
These shall go poorly.
Yeah, and then Cognate.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Oh, I forgot.
Click your token.
I know how it works. I just forgot.
Alright, so they definitely get the jump on this. They each cast this at level 5, so this should be fun.
Oh, GG guards.
They're terrifying.
Lol, bye.
It's if they're both casting magic missile, they aren't dead.
Magic missile. Magic missile.
Yeah, those are some pretty KO'd guards. I just gotta make sure that splits up, but that should be enough for all of them.
21 and 28, yeah, I'll probably do.
Yeah, that definitely does. So yeah, these missiles fan out, and they knock all 4 of them back, and none of them appear to be, like, instantly killed. You can almost get the sense that they pulled their punches a little bit, but every single one of them is unconscious, kind of coughing and sputtering on the ground here. And as soon as they go down, it is their turn, but they can't react, and that makes it Elizabeth's turn. If you'd like to do anything.
I just look at the guards and I'm like, I did warn you. And then I just sit down on the bench.
Alright, Cognate, doing anything crazy?
I will actually.
What the fuck would I do?
I
There's
will
nothing
give
for me to do.
Cognate some motivation. Just like slap him on the back. So if you want to attack one of them, you have advantage.
Alright,
How the hell am I going to attack one of them through? Are these doors unlocked?
they are not unlocked.
Oh.
You definitely couldn't swing a weapon through if you had a weapon, and you definitely don't have a weapon.
Yeah. So, yeah, if daggers coated with paralysis stuff don't work on them, yeah, I'm not gonna bother try punching them.
Alright, so as suspected, that went quickly enough. And right after the guards hit the floor, you see two magical hands form above their bodies that are very obviously being controlled by the twins. Let's see, what do they do? One of them starts to lift the keyring off the body of one of the guards, while the other one fetches a sack from the nearby shelf and brings it closer.
If Elizabeth has something she can throw at them at least, just to piss them off, that'd be fun.
I mean, there's a chamber pot, and that's about it.
Pretty much, I think that's the only
Probably
throwable in
gonna
range.
Do that, I bet.
We've already gone through this. The splash pack potential is too great.
So the twins,
Yeah, through this.
they bring the keys back over to themselves, and they reach around and they start to unlock their cell. They step out and start to gather their belongings. And then the silent one approaches your cell and begins to unlock it. Behind him, the other twin encourages you. Well, come on then. You don't want to miss the show.
Fine. That's fine.
I follow.
Alright, yeah, your door pops open.
Yeah.
And rather than follow, both of the twins immediately vanish in front of your eyes. Yeah. Alright, so back up on top. I believe Ammon is the only one close enough to hear this right now. Actually, Mulek, where are you at right now?
In the middle of the horde.
You're in the middle of the horde, yeah.
How conked out are the guards?
They are coughing and sputtering and like they're in and out of consciousness at this point. They might need medical attention or they might die, but they are not currently dead.
Well then, if I could, I'd try to help them.
Sure, yeah, there are still a couple of healing kits over on the shelf here, so you could certainly run around and try to, sustain or get them all up and not dead.
So, can I grab one and then help them?
Sure, yeah. So it takes you like maybe 20 seconds or so, 26 seconds, 24, whatever the math is there. But yeah, you grab the healing kit and you're able to sort of stabilize all of them, get them propped up against walls and whatnot.
I was expecting a medicine check, but okay.
Yeah, with the healing kit, no medicine check required.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, you guys can hear the captain and the navigator sort of speaking up on the forecastle in hushed tones, but you aren't able to make out anything exactly what they said. Actually, give me a perception check, Mulek. You could potentially hear it if you do really well.
I've been really spiky lately. We'll see. Oh.
Yeah, you don't catch a whole lot, but you do hear sort of...
Wait. What? Why did I do persuasion?
I don't know. Okay, so yeah, you're able to pick up a little bit more, especially... let's see, you hear the first mate pounding his fist on the railing, and he shouts very loudly, actually. And even though he's kind of far away, you do make it out. They aren't flying flags, Captain, and you know goddamn well they're not traitors. And then you hear nothing for a few more seconds. And then you hear the captain start to speak again, and it's quieter. You can't make out exactly what he's saying. But then you notice a subtle flash of light from the forecastle. And two additional familiar figures have joined them on the forecastle. And these speak loudly and clearly, and you're able to hear it very, very obviously. And the speaking twin says, "You'll greet them as guest, Captain." And you do notice at this point... Yeah, are you making your way up there?
I'm gonna be there.
Okay, cool. So yeah, as you're walking up, you see the captain furiously storming towards the twins with his great axe in hand. But before he can say a word, one of the twins intercepts and thrusts a hand into his chest. And let's see how this goes again. So the captain stops in his tracks. He drops his great axe, and he is staring, stunned, for a few moments. And when he comes to, his face is absolutely red with fury, and he reaches down to grab his axe again, but the other twin places a foot on it and holds his hand at the ready. And the speaking one says, "Don't make a fool of yourself again, Captain. With your cooperation, this exchange can be painless, and then you'll never see us again." With a little bit of coaxing.
Can I hear this too?
Roll me perception. Oh yeah, you noticed pretty much as soon as they teleported up there, you noticed that there were new voices coming from up there.
Yeah, good to know.
All right, let's see. Responding to this.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's almost like a hostage situation at this point. All three of these people are armed, but they are kind of just obeying the twins because they've seen what they're capable of, and they walk down with the twins just beside them. And the twins start telling everybody to line up over on this side of the ship, which, let's see, who else is here? At this point, Covey would have stepped out. These crewmates would have stepped out. As Toady starts to hobble out, they give him sort of a very keen look. And then Rock comes out, stands behind. Let's see, Elizabeth downstairs right about the time that all this happened, as Smurg is starting to, help get these guards to not die. Real Top, which is the catfolk brother, makes his way down the stairs. And he's like, "Whoa, what's going on down here? Where are the twins?"
Twins hit him with a magic missile. That's what they did, right?
I'm pretty sure. Regardless, twins escaped. We need to get ready. Don't know what's coming. And I just drop the robe and I'm like putting on my leather armor.
Sure.
Aimlessly.
Yeah, I think that's, what is that, a minute to don leather?
Yeah.
Something like that? Okay, cool. So you'll be able to get it ready pretty soon.
Well, I ought to grab my weapons if I can.
Yeah.
Are they just in my foot locker stuff?
They're kind of over by these shelves. They've basically taken all your
Oh.
possessions and put them over there. So you're able to retrieve those pretty quickly. Maybe 20, 30 seconds to pick it all up. And your armor... What kind of armor do you wear?
I'm fairly sure it was chain.
Okay, so that might take, I believe it's...
Yeah, it's not. I don't think there's enough time to put that on if stuff is currently happening.
Yeah, kind of. It depends on if you want to do that or if you want to just rush upstairs.
I'd rather just rush upstairs. I have enough HP to take a few hits.
You
Alright.
also might not want to wear heavy armor on a boat.
What? Nothing
Yeah,
bad ever
that's
happens on boats. Okay.
We and Elizabeth are proof of the adverse proof of that.
Hey man, you guys got yourselves thrown in that brig.
Yeah, but that's still bad things happening on the ocean.
Let's see, responding to this. Alright, so as you guys make your way upstairs, you see it's sort of a weird sight as you pop out of the stern castle. The twins are here, holding basically the first mate, the navigator, and the captain sort of hostage, at least, keeping a very close eye on them in the center of the ship, while the rest of the crew, minus Sissa and Ammon, who is up in the crow's nest, are all lined up at the edge of the ship here. So let's see, this and this. And as you pop through the door of the stern castle, the twins look at you, and the talkative one's like, "Against the wall over there." Or not really wall, against the railing. And he motions over where the rest of the crew is lined up. And a few minutes later, after they've gotten things settled, you notice two rowboats starting to approach from the other ship, which is getting a lot closer. And you notice that each of these rowboats is carrying a collection of clearly armed men in heavy trench coats. And right behind them, the storm clouds are growing closer and closer. and a little bit of a misty drizzle starts to shower the deck as the boarders hoist their way up. The waves are starting to rock the boat a little bit. Not really, violently, but more in slow heaves, and you can feel the wind carrying the storm closer very quickly. Okay, so let's see what's going on over here. Are you, I should respond in whisper. Are you trying to be stealthy about that at all?
Fuck yes!
Okay, so give me a stealth check.
Please, please. Why?
Okay. So the twins notice that Mulek has gotten a little bit of rope and is trying to tie it to one of the fishing baskets. It's like, just what exactly do you think you're doing over there?
I don't have to respond, do I?
You don't have to respond.
No, I mean, that was out of character. Like, I don't intend on actually saying anything to him.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, you don't respond. Are you already off the ship at this point?
I hopped off and I was trying to do this without them noticing I had disappeared.
Okay, so yeah, they've noticed that you like jumped the ship and then started to like tie things over on the side of the ship. So yeah, they're keen to your plan, but they don't really even seem to do anything about it. They look at each other and they give themselves a weird look. They're like, "What in the hell is he doing over there?" And they both step a little closer to the edge and just look at you. And then they step back, and they keep a closer eye on the captain and the navigator and the first mate. They seem a little preoccupied at this point. But as you're sort of, hanging off the side of the ship, you do notice that this is the side of the ship where the rowboats are approaching very quickly. They're like maybe 60 or 70 feet off from you, and they're being carried by like wind and the current. So they are approaching quickly. And you notice that each one is holding 5 people. They are wearing, looks like maybe leather armor under heavy trench coats. They look well armed. Scimitars, crossbows, the standard fare. And at the head of one of these rowboats is a massive knoll. Probably the largest knoll that you've ever seen. He's actually like making the front of the rowboat like tip down into the water a bit. And he looks at you and he gives just a quizzical look, like there's this strange green man hanging over the side of this ship with a rope for some reason. So do you do anything as they get close, or what?
I make the shush gesture, like I'm being sneaky.
Okay. Well, every single one of them has obviously seen you, but they don't really like just shoot you outright or anything like that. But they do pull up right next to you, and they throw some grappling hooks up onto the side and start to climb their way onto the deck. And let's see.
Oh god.
They're pirates, damn it.
They might be.
Maybe.
It's possible. It's possible that they might maybe be pirates.
Why does it look like there's little cutlasses? Oh no, wait, those are oars. I was about to say, why are their ships adorned with cutlasses?
Because they're pirates. Shut up.
Yeah, man, they do what they want. So they
They do what
also.
they want because pirates are free.
Has a minute passed? Am I dressed?
Yes, it's been about a minute, so you're able to make your way upstairs if you'd like.
Okay. I just want to go up to the second floor here.
Okay, so yeah, you are in the cargo deck. I
I should
assume,
probably go there too.
kind of just listening to find. I believe. Oh yeah, you've been helping them with the medical stuff. So yeah, you make your way up to the second. You see that Elizabeth is kind of just like waiting here for a second.
Are there portholes that I can see through?
There are, I believe, there was like one aligned with each of the masts. So you probably have to like climb on top of this little bit of cargo, but you could totally see that like people are climbing up the side of the ship.
All right. This ship was not equipped with cannons, was it?
The one that you're currently on, or the one that is approaching the pirates came from?
The one I'm currently on.
It does not. It does not have any sort of like ballista or any defensive capabilities like that.
God, what a shitty ship.
Yeah, even trader ships usually have some of those.
Yeah.
So So there's no barrels of gunpowder I can blow up.
No, and as far as you know, gunpowder doesn't really even exist yet. It hasn't been discovered.
Yeah.
Oh
Really?
yeah, that.
We don't have cannon technology yet?
No cannon technology yet.
Damn it.
Come on.
God, these primitive fucks. Okay, then I just start filling my pockets.
All right, sure. Yeah, give me. Are you cracking things open, or are you just like trying to find bags that you can open carefully?
I'll crack whatever open at this point.
Are you
Okay,
kidding
We're
me?
probably all dead.
sure.
Could I roll a persuasion check to her to not do that?
You can't really do like persuasion checks against each other. You have to like actually persuade the player to act. If you have like a mind control spell, that's slightly different. Otherwise, you just have to reason with Elizabeth, and that might be difficult. But you're welcome to try.
Come on. You do not need to crack those open. Just go for sacks or open boxes. Don't break anything. That's
It's like a
stupid.
snapping sound as when the box It's like, what are you talking about? We're all going to die. I might as well die
And
rich.
if we don't die, we are going to rot in jail.
Says you.
Yeah, says me. And I'm right.
Okay, give me first of all an athletics check to try to like crack open these boxes.
Oh, goody. Cognate, help me with this.
No.
Okay, give me 7d20.
Me?
No, Elizabeth.
Sure.
Ooh, okay. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So most of the things that you start cracking open at first are things like grain and chalk and cheap beer and stuff like
Why
that.
didn't you go for the valuables room anyway?
Just trade goods.
Mostly trade goods, but you do find a small chest that you pop open, and it has marbles, glass marbles. And again, you don't think that they're going to be like worth a fortune, but at least they're something. Yeah, if nothing else, you have marbles. It looks like there's maybe, I don't know, probably like 200, maybe 300 tiny marbles. Each one's maybe a couple centimeters in diameter.
Fucking
Cool.
marbles.
Can I get like a sack or something and start pouring them in?
Sure, yeah, you're able to find a sack. It's actually like fairly large for this, thing of marbles, but it's certainly going to be enough to like contain it. So yeah, you've got like a burlap sack, like a potato sack full of marbles.
Jingle, 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 jingle.
Yeah. Then I'm going to right over here. Is this door open?
It is locked.
Okay. I guess I will start picking that if I
Alright.
can.
Yeah,
while
sure.
everybody else does their stuff.
Yeah, give me thieves' tools. Cognate, I assume you're okay with this?
I'm not okay with this, but I clearly can't stop them. They've already done enough damage.
Okay, so yeah, with a little bit of work, you're able to pop the back open. Inside, you see more barrels, some boxes. Yeah, if you want to start ransacking this, let's
Yeah.
see. Sure.
I figured there's a lot of stuff going on upstairs first, though.
There is a lot of stuff
That
going
probably
on.
Took some time.
Yeah, you've still got a little bit of time left. So yeah, let's see. Give me give me an investigation roll, actually.
Can I go upstairs to see, just the stealth check to try to see what's happening?
Sure. Yeah. So you make your way up the stairs pretty easily and peek through the doors of the Stern Castle, and give me a stealth check to see if you get spotted. Okay, so yeah, you are able to basically like peek through the window of the Stern Castle doors, and you see what you see here. It's like very, very odd. All of your crew is lined up on one side of the ship. There's a bunch of new people you've never seen before lined up on the other side of the ship. The twins are standing in the middle with the captain and the first mate. They're still like climbing up and getting situated. They haven't started talking to each other yet.
Okay. I'll probably just stay here then.
Yep. Okay, let's see, you got a 6 on that investigation. Give me a d20. Ooh.
Bam.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. All right, let's see what you got here.
Magic sword, magic sword.
Yes, please. Sword,
Please no. Please no.
Yes,
Or
please.
rapier.
Rapier,
Please,
yes,
no.
please.
How does a purple rapier even work?
I don't know.
It's a purple rapier.
Elizabeth,
so
come
shut
on.
up.
You're thinking small. Necklace of fireballs.
Yeah, there you go. You got to think big. You got to think big. Okay, So let's see. You find most of
An
this stuff.
explosion.
Yeah, most of this stuff is like too big or heavy to carry, but you are able to pocket some very, very neat things. You find a couple of golden goblets that you think would sell for a decent amount, and I will just write this here so that you know out of character. Da, 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 da. You also find a potion of healing in a small chest that seems to have a bunch of like magical components, but nothing intrinsically valuable to anyone other than a magician. But yeah, you could probably like take it and sell it as a component pouch later on if you wanted.
Awesome.
All right. Yeah. Let's see. You guys. I assume you're trying to do that stealthily, Mulek.
Yes,
Okay, go and roll me stealth.
please.
Okay, so yeah, as far as you can tell, nobody really notices you. Yeah, even at disadvantage because they're like aware of your presence. So yeah, as far as you can tell, nobody really noticed what you just did.
Yay! Oh, these. This is gonna be so good
Thank
if it
God.
works. This is gonna be so good if it works. You're gonna get so much
I
happiness,
summoned the
Elizabeth.
octopus.
No,
I look forward to
no.
it.
Ow.
So yes, you totally did see that. Elizabeth, I don't know if you want to, if you're following up on that.
I will later.
Okay,
It's a little more stuff happens.
cool. All right, so after everybody gets onto the deck and Elizabeth has thoroughly ransacked the cargo deck, the boarders don't appear to have any sort of standard uniform, but a few of them, 3 warg folk, are all clad in heavy black robes instead of the trench coats that everybody else seems to be wearing. Finally, one of the crew members, the large gnoll that Mulek saw earlier, steps forward from the crowd and approaches the twins. He says in a gruff voice, "It's all there," and he motions back to the other ship. And the twin says, "So I saw. You've done well, pup." And the gnoll gets a little angry. He lets a bit of a guttural cough and he says, "Fish stick." And the twin rolls his eyes a little bit and he groans, "Oh yes, fish stick. First mate fish stick." And the gnoll gets, like, visibly upset. He's like, "That's Captain Fish Stick." And the twin glares back. "Not yet, it isn't. You have the anchor." And the gnoll, frustrated, reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a small copper bell and he shoves it into the twin's hand a little angrily. He then glares over towards you and the crew and he mutters at the twin, "Why are they all here? You said they'd be too sick to fight." And the twin says, "There was a change of plan. What, you don't think you can handle the big scary merchants? Now show me the fire." The gnoll humps under his breath, and he glances back at one of the workfolk in the black robes. And the workfolk reaches under their cloak and draws out a silvery object about the size of a candle. Mulek, you aren't quite able to do what you're trying to do. It's anchored pretty well. Let's see.
I was just testing. I would genuinely forgot what the roll was. Like, but yeah, if we're accepting that roll, it's not much higher. It's 1 higher.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's see. So he hands over a silvery object that is about the size of a candle. The object appears to be a thick metal tube that has a bulb at the bottom of it. The twin takes the object, and he looks it over, and then he starts to unscrew the bulb at the bottom. And when he does this, the gnoll takes a bit of a nervous step back, as the bulb pops off with a click. The twin looks at it for a little bit, and then he starts to screw the bulb back on. And he looks at the gnoll, and he's like, "Well, does it work?" The gnoll, at first he's a little angry, but then he kind of sobers up quickly. He's like, that's not my job." The twin nods silently as he starts to tighten the bulb, and then he holds it up and inspects it momentarily. And he speaks a command word, and there's a sharp crack and a flash of smoke from the device. And I need to make some rolls.
By new fire, do you mean gunpowder?
Hit his brother.
Fail, crit, fail, crit, fail.
That'd be
Crit,
hilarious.
fail,
Like,
crit,
he just
fail, crit, fail,
actually
crit, fail,
blows
crit,
his
fail.
brother's head off with that thing.
Yeah, they both blow up, they both die, game over.
Yay!
Like, that was easy. So, Captain Knoll, need a new first mate?
Oh, fuck, Jesus. Alright, so there's that. Okay then. Alright, that went differently than expected. So, after the sharp crack and the flash of smoke, the very first thing that you see is that in front of you, the captain falls forward, blood trickling across the deck of the ship.
They invented hand grenades, didn't they?
The second thing you notice is that the knoll starts to howl loudly, and he's grabbing at the side of his head, and there's blood dripping down his arm. And as he lifts his hand off, you notice that his ear is entirely missing. The last thing that you notice, let me find out if he is dead. Yeah, the next thing that you notice is that Professor Toady is also slumped onto the ground, coughing up blood, and appears to be dead, as far as you can tell, or dying very quickly, unless he gets stabilized immediately.
Bad time to not have a healer.
Right. So everyone on the crew draws
Kobe,
their
here,
weapons.
Oh wait, Kobe's not here.
Kofi is on deck, actually. And
Kobe
yeah,
has healed.
Kobe does have heals. It seems reasonable that Kobe would run over and start to heal up Toady, because, you know, he's aware that that's part of what's going on. So yeah, let's see, what's he got? Kobe, where's your spells?
He should have healing word or healing or cure wounds, one of the two, if not both.
He might not, actually. I think he
What?
picked up all offensive spells. He has Speak with Animals, Thunderwave, Featherfall, and Hideous Laughter. And Heat Metal. Wait, is Heat Metal a level 2 spell?
Yeah.
Jesus. So yeah, Kofi does not have any sort of healing.
Do I still have the medical package?
You do still have the medical kit, and it still has 6 charges, so if you want to, you can like burst through the doors and go start to stabilize him.
I have no idea what the hell's happening out there. Can I make a perception check to try to figure out what's going on?
Sure, yeah. Okay, yeah, through the porthole, you've been able to stealthily see basically everything that just happened. You saw all these people boarding the ship. You saw the Knoll have a conversation with the twins, gives him a weird object. He looks at the object, he speaks some sort of command word, which you're not like magically trained, but you're pretty sure it was magic. And then a bunch of people took a shit. Yeah, there was a flash of light and a little bit of smoke, and 3 people took massive damage, and 2 of them are dead or dying.
Massive damage. Oh shit. So Toadie's gonna bleed out the next turn of basically now if I don't do anything.
From the looks of it, as far as you can tell, he's not in good shape.
Yeah, this character probably wouldn't want to see anybody innocent die, so I will just jump. I will run out just towards Toadie to try to heal him.
Alright, so yeah, you run out, and you are able to get in there and start stabilizing him. He looks like he's in bad shape, but you do have a healing kit, so you do what you can to, try to take care of him.
Does any of the crew try and save the captain?
Yes, the first mate and the navigator both kneel down next to the captain and do what they can to try to stabilize him, but does he... He's not immediately dead, is he? No, he is not immediately dead, but he is certainly KO'd. So let's see how this goes. She's not particularly good at it. Let's see how this goes.
Well, that would be at the same moment you are doing yours.
And that's a crit fail.
So that's a fail on his part.
Yeah, so neither of them are able to get him up right away, and I'll make death saves just to be sure. But, yeah, so we'll just do his death save real quick. Okay, fails his first one. All of the crew, they draw their weapons, but they all appear completely terrified. The twins glare back at everyone and then glances down at the captain. He's like, oh, relax. He turns to the Knoll, and he places a hand on his shoulder as he's still, like, howling and yelping in pain. He's like, very well, then. You've done your job, and it appears we're in need of a captain. Captain Fishstick. Yes, it does have sort of a certain ring to it. He then glares at the coated figures behind the Knoll and says, well, just be careful now. If they'll conspire with you, they'll soon enough conspire against you. Then they step back and they turn and they look at the group of you. The talkative one looks at Ammon.
I'm not, like, visible.
You're right, you are up there. You are totally right. Let's see, he looks around and let's see what happens here. Give me a stealth roll, Ammon.
Oh, snap.
No, I think you probably got away with it.
There we go.
Oh, thank God. I thought that was your stealth roll.
Okay, yes, I got you, Mulek. All right, so yeah, he looks around for a bit, and then he looks a little confused, and he just kind of looks. But the other twin, looks at Elizabeth, and then you see them start to.
But Elizabeth's below
I'm
the.
still downstairs.
You are still downstairs, man. They can't find either of the people they're interested in, so they look around, and
Thank
that's
God.
yeah. They are actually a little perplexed, and they look at each other, and they lean in and whisper something to each other for the first time in quite some time. And Cognate, give me perception to see if you can hear that, and I guess Kobe should too.
Yeah.
I mean, they should be kind of disappointed if they saw us that quickly, because, I mean, come on, we should be smart enough to not be caught like that.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper something to Smurg. Let's see.
I wonder what it is.
And then you see both of them nod at each other.
Hmm.
And then. Okay, duly noted, Mulek. Where are you at right now? Okay, I see you. You're over there. All right, perfect.
In the depths, waiting.
You are in the depths waiting.
What's with the tiny token on the bottom right?
What?
There's a tiny on the bottom right of the whole map.
Oh, that's my hangover from before.
That's
Oh.
Mulek's rat form.
Oh.
All right. By the way, Mulek, there aren't like penalties for casting other or underwater, right? I assume there would be to verbal, but not to somatic or material.
I don't even know if there would be a penalty for me to casting underwater.
That's true.
Like,
You are
I'm
like a
looking-
water genasi, yeah.
I can breathe. I can breathe it just fine. That doesn't mention anything. Looking at spell casting, or actually underwater combat might be the better thing to look at.
Yeah, no,
Spell casting doesn't say anything. I'll get back to you in like 2 moments.
Sure, that's fine. If it becomes an issue, we'll rule on it. But for right now, I think it's probably safe to say that a water genasi would be comfortable casting underwater. Okay, so yeah. They both look at each other, they whisper, Smurg overhears them, they nod at each other, and then they both turn and they stand shoulder to shoulder, and they start to cast a spell. And I believe this should be initiative time.
God damn it.
Boy, these consistent initiative rolls. I'm glad it's going this way.
Why does this keep happening?
Fuck.
The rat, yes, truly the most important fighter on our team.
Remove the rat from the initiative, please.
And kebab.
Just a second, I have like a million pirates that I forgot to color ahead of time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, do you really need all of them in this fight?
Probably not, but most of them aren't going to be here in a second anyway, so, you know.
Plus, shouldn't half of them like died from the blast? Like, if
That's-
Toti and the dwarf were caught in it, so should that wargfolk, the Null, and that cultist.
Yeah, actually, give me perception if you want, Cognate.
I don't
Okay.
think it was a blast.
Yeah, even with that, you do notice it was not like a blast. You don't see char marks or burn marks. You didn't notice like an area of this effect. It was just sort of a pop and a flash of smoke, and then 3 of them went down. It seemed very odd, especially because like there were much closer people, including both of the twins, who were completely unharmed by all of this.
It's magic grenades, clearly.
Totally. Okay, so I need to add these
What is
custom.
this, Shadowrun?
So Shadowrun would be fine. We just have a way off the ship in no time.
All right, they are 1 each.
Am I done stabilizing this guy? Or has there not been enough time?
We'll
It's
find
a
out.
it's a one action thing. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
Toady is stabilized. And then we
Okay.
need one for this. Okay, I believe that should be good to go. So first up is this. All right. So the silent one, who doesn't speak very much, does say something
Wow, really?
in his very sort of soft, delicate voice.
Effeminate, you mean?
Omelette de fromage.
And all at once, you actually don't see anything, but you certainly see the effects of it. All of
Wow, text bomb.
that is a text bomb, and it also pushes every single one of these crew members overboard. But not only that, you notice that almost immediately after casting whatever this is, a line of damage starts to just crack through the ship. Like as a wave brings it up into this wall of force, it just starts to absolutely devastate the side of the ship, and it causes the entire ship to wreck, and I need a dex save from each of you.
Okay.
So wait, what's happening?
Stuff and things and oh my god.
The
No,
silent, the silent twin cast a spell, and whatever the spell was, which out of character was Wall of Force, pushed a lot of the crew overboard, and then as the ship came back up into it, because it is a ship that is moving, it caught the ship and started to tear out a little bit and rocked the ship.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So the
I was
ship,
confused. I was confused how it was damaging the ship.
I
Yeah.
like
Like
that
the ship's
consistent-
crashing. The ship's crashing into it.
right, the ship is effectively crashing into the Wall of Force.
I like that because you're not giving the magic excuses for it's because magic that doesn't happen. No. The magic clearly is gonna hurt the ship too.
Okay,
No, I just know that any of these appear things can't actively be made to appear into something. So I was wondering like how it was digging into the ship, but that makes perfect sense.
So yeah, Ammon and Elizabeth, you guys are fine. Cognate, you are knocked prone. I'm just gonna do, what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
I just need to spend 15 movement.
Literally every single one of the pirates is now prone, and I'm just going to remember that for the next turn. For these folks. Yep, prone. Twins, let's see.
Wait, are you meaning to roll d20?
I totally am. I'm so glad you're paying attention. Okay, that's a little more reasonable.
Why do we only have 3 people? Aren't there supposed to be 5? Like,
Huh?
Yeah, actually, Mulek, if you have not rolled initiative... Oh, no, wait, you did.
Oh,
Who's
yeah.
not here? No, we're all here.
Take my rat off.
yeah, I was wondering.
Oh,
I was
yeah, there it
wondering
is.
where Mulek was. But he's up there. He was just off screen for me.
Oh, Mike Token, yeah.
Okay, we're going to make this easy and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 1, 2, it's easy to count the fails. The back 4 over here, these 4 right here are prone.
But I thought you said all the pirates were.
That's
Well,
because
that
I
was when
rolled...
he was rolling d10s.
That's because I was rolling d10s like an idiot.
Oh.
But let's see, the first mate navigator prone, twins,
Are dead?
That actually does knock him prone. But
Yay.
let's see, and that makes it somebody's turn.
Decapitating him would probably help.
Alright, Ammon, the ship has just been rocked violently. You've noticed that most of the crew has been knocked off by something, and there's something invisible digging into the side of the ship below you. What do you do?
Not panic for one.
Don't panic! Please, for the
Yeah,
love
this
of
is like
God,
it's like
don't
XCOM when
panic!
it's like XCOM when a squad mate dies. Oh god!
Yeah. This is a really good question. I can't blast anything. I got no spells for that. I do have an idea though. I might use it later on actually, so I'm gonna hold on to that spell because it could be used later on. I'm just kind of hold position, just like stay ready for whatever they
Help
got
would
next
be
for
nice.
us, and
Sure.
try to be ready for it.
Okay, effectively a dodge action.
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool. All right. Let's see. The other twin casts this.
Smirky or slow?
This one will be Smirky. I've been using the
Oh.
same sheet for both of them, but yes,
But the
this one.
Smirky one was knocked down.
Silent is the one that is knocked down.
Oh. But look at the saving throws. You just did both Smirky. Nah.
Yeah, I'm using the same sheet for both of them because whatever they are, they're the same thing. Out of character. Let's see. So now Smirky casts this. Oh, do I not have that set up? Okay. Well, I know that I need to do this real quick.
Well, that means he doesn't know the spell, so he doesn't get to cast it. So shut up.
Okay, yeah, he's fine. So yeah, there's a flash, and both of the twins disappear, and you see a little flash of light from the other ship that all these pirates came from, which is off in the distance, maybe like 300, 400 feet or so, and kind of coming your way, but not approaching too quickly. And that makes it Mulek's turn.
I accidentally stumbled across a very humorous thread because I was seeing if there was any sort of errata on underwater spellcasting.
Is it the
Anyways,
one? Is it the one about drinking a potion underwater?
no, it was specifically what I was laughing at is there's lightning bolt.
Perfect. All right, so it is your turn, Mulek.
Yeah. Shit. Okay, so the boat like moved.
Oh yeah, you notice you actually can't see from your vantage point what exactly
no.
happened to it, but this entire boat, I mean, it's like it ran into a wall. It like reared up and tilted down to the side, and it just shook violently. And the waves are picking up, and there's a little bit of rain, but like this was not just normal storm behavior for a ship. It was something clearly out of the ordinary.
Well, fuck. I'm a hold for now.
All right, there's a defend action effectively, unless you're prepping an attack or anything.
Am I the only one who wants to?
I'll just continue my usual. I'll just continue what I was already doing.
All right. Let's see, Cognate. It's up to you.
So, those four of those pirates are knocked down, right?
Yeah, the four in the back are all knocked down. Like the top left back.
I honestly don't think the pirates are necessarily our enemies, seeing as how the twins just so readily chopped one of their ears off.
I think we're gonna need them pretty quickly, actually. Unless any of you guys know how to sail a ship.
Yeah, we're gonna need them. So why don't we I'll just try to go for persuasion and say, we don't have anything against you.
Okay, yeah, give me a persuasion roll. Okay, so yeah, you tell them that you don't have anything against them, and let's see. So yeah, actually, the cultists especially, who are all warg folk, they look at you, and then they look at the captain, and like, go, what about them, sir? Surely we don't need to interfere with them. But then the gnoll looks at them and he says, I'm not in the slaving business. He looks very upset. Take care of them.
I'm assuming that persuasion thing counts as my action.
Oh no, that was kind of just a free thing going on.
Oh, okay. So they just told the cultists to take care of me?
Yes, and it's pretty...
I'm assuming that means violent hurting.
Yes, it's pretty implied from the tone that that is, like, violent take care of.
Then I'm just gonna go straight for the captain.
Alright.
I certainly do love that action surge, too.
Sure.
I can make 2 attacks. So I'm gonna two-handed trident attack, because, fuck yeah, I'm gonna.
Alright. Go for it. Ooh-hoo-hoo. So yeah, that's a hit. It strikes him basically right in the same spot where his ear was blown off, and because there's not a whole lot going on there, you don't do a ton of damage, but he lets out a howl, and it's very clear that you have hurt him.
Okay. Well, can that time, all the time I spent in a jail cell count as the long rest for being able to prepare spell slots?
I mean, yeah, you're rested up at this point. It wasn't particularly good rest, but you've had a night's worth of sleep, so you should have all of your spells at this point.
Spellbook, okay. I just want to... Oh, this is going to be great because, well, Thunderwave.
Oh, Jesus.
It's an action.
Like, please, someone tell me I have Thunderwave.
Yeah, it's an action, but I have I have
You have action
action surge.
Oh, cool.
Eldritch Knight, baby.
Okay, so yeah,
I'm so glad you took that class.
That's the one with knockback, isn't it?
It
Yes.
is.
Yes, it is. This could end this fight very quickly for Lucky.
It could.
Yes, spell.
Did he get in the right position?
So yeah, that is what, a 10 by 10 cube, is that right?
15 foot.
FYI, there is friendly fire in this thing, so be careful with that.
But didn't somebody use it? Basically, have pushing it like they had it so it wasn't centered on them.
Yeah, it's formed at your side, like sort of how it is now. So is
I
that...
just want to like, could you move that up just so it encapsulates? I'd actually don't. I'll just go with the soap gets the 2 gnolls and the one of the war cultists. I don't have anything against the cultists. They seem nice.
Okay, cool. So you're going to bring it right about there-ish, so it just hits those 3?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, let's see how this goes. They need to make... well, first of all, they take... what is it? Reduced by half. Save success, they take half damage, and they aren't pushed. So let's see if they save this.
But of course, they got terrible damage on it.
Just a tiny bit. And that is Dex. No, that's Con. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Pirate makes it.
Wait,
But
what
the
is your
save,
DC?
no, save is intelligence. Wait, what? How did that get like that? What? Huh?
Your
What did
save
they-
is 10, but
I
they have to
fucked
make a
this up.
con check.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is your save really
Okay.
10, though? That
No,
seems
it's-
low.
That means you. Do you have a 10 intelligence?
No.
What's
I
your
have,
intelligence?
My intelligence is. How did it get to 10? Oh, in fact, I know what happened. Remember, we switched my stats. I think
Oh,
somehow
yeah.
they went back.
Yeah, that's fine. You can switch them back to whatever you had them at. So yeah, let me
I
know what
had
your
it,
actual save is supposed to be.
Well, if it's just intelligence, it would be 15.
Is it just
have
as...
a
Eight,
you have a
8 plus
20?
2 plus your modifier.
Okay, so that would be 12.
What? Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Oh, your int is a 15. Yeah.
yeah.
My
Well,
intelligence.
that's a save.
I was going to say, there's no way your save... Like, I didn't know if Eldritch Knight, it was just literally your raw int score. That would be crazy.
No, I thought he was saying.
Okay.
No, it's not
I
that
thought
good.
he,
Like, that's what I thought you were saying. I was confused.
I thought you were saying your save total was a 15, and therefore that your int was a 20. That's what I heard.
Oh.
Okay, so I did it as a private whisper on accident, but that is totally a 3, and I'll flash it over here just to like make sure stream sees it.
No, I saw that though. I see it. I see the 2 saving throws.
There was a third one.
Also,
Yeah, there was a third one for the pirate captain, and he rolled a 3 and failed miserably. So yeah, the pirate
okay.
and the cultist both resist
that's
this,
the
and
one I
they,
wanted to hurt.
exactly. So they each take 3, and then the captain takes the full 6 and is knocked back 10 feet.
Oh, it's off the ship!
That is indeed off the ship. So he rolls back here, and we're gonna roll to see. They're
Actually,
probably.
like, wouldn't that be an angle? So wouldn't he actually land like a space below that?
I mean, either way, yeah. Either way, he is like stumbling off the edge of this and falls down onto the rowboat. And let's see, that'll be
Actually, seeing himself on the edge of it, he probably smashed his head on it.
yeah. It's 1d6 per 10 feet of fall damage, right?
Correct.
All right, so there's some additional fall damage, and he kind of slumps down into the rowboat there. And you hear a thud and scrambling as he's like cursing and yelling. So yeah, anything else on your turn?
There's nothing else I could do, but that was great.
Perfect. That was pretty great. All right, Elizabeth, you've heard a lot of commotion going on. Not to mention, there is now a gaping hole in the ceiling above you. So yeah, what would you like to do?
I bet you could.
I see this like
there's
gaping hole like slowly coming towards me. I'm like, fuck, 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 fuck.
Actually, you could probably climb. You could probably climb up onto the top half of the ship, just getting through the hole.
Well, except I mean, you could try. The character doesn't know, but like, there's a wall of force there.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
when I get over here,
Wait, but in fact,
How-
the ship has moved a bit by now.
how far away is that bag of flour?
We'll say the bag of flour. Let me just roll. What is this? This is 6 wide by about 6 tall.
Which one's the bag of flour?
That's what we're about to find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So it is right here. Bag of flour over here.
Shit. how big was the bag? Like, was it a small bag or was it like a heavy duty?
It's like a Morton salt bag.
No idea what that is.
Like 40
Molten salt,
pounds.
those salt containers.
40 pounds?
40?
Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
it's-
you meant one of those salt
Okay.
containers.
Yeah, Elizabeth isn't gonna pick that up.
Yeah, it's a big old thing of flour.
Amon, when it's your turn, please get that pirate captain. Actually, let's leave the captain alone. We probably need him.
I'm gonna look out the window. I just see this body drop past me.
Yep. And a
That
loud
looks
thunk
like-
and a lot of yelling and nullish or whatever they speak.
Yeah, I just kind of like look over to him and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?"
So there's like a thin pane of glass, but it comes through a little bit muffled, and he
Oh,
looks at.
It doesn't open.
Yeah, it probably opens. So yeah, you open it up and yell through. All right, so he looks at you and he is just cursing in
Hello.
infernal or whatever it is that gnolls speak.
Nullish.
Nullish, perfect.
Gay.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, I ask him, "Are you here to attack us?"
I don't think he is anymore.
Well, conveniently, it is his initiative next, and he spends half of his action to like stand up on the rocking ship, and then he turns and he looks at the porthole and lifts a. Let's see. Oh, he totally doesn't have that. Okay, so yeah, he's like, "You're goddamn right, we are. This is my ship." And he starts to climb up onto the side. He's already used half, so that gets him 15. So he is basically like right here climbing over the side of the ship.
Okay. Can I just cut the rope?
Through the porthole, you could try that. That would be, how do I want to do that? Yeah. Give me sleight of
Dexterity.
hand or just an unskilled dex.
Contortionism.
Yeah, we'll do sleight of hand so you can get your bonus for it if you have that.
Fuck.
So yeah, it's just a little bit out of reach. Tiny bit out of reach.
Needs contortionism
Damn
skill,
it.
0 out of 10.
Then,
Actually, that would be acrobatic, wouldn't it? Would. Actually, no, acrobatics. Yeah, that's more of just a.
it's a shame.
That's like athletics after something's gone wrong.
Alright, anything
I just
else?
kind of like shrug and close the window.
Perfect.
That's great.
Alright, do you have any movement left?
Yeah.
Uh,
Moved at all.
yeah, I am gonna move over here and try and start dragging
But
this
it's not-
bag.
Not her turn.
Alright.
Not her turn.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, it was. I basically her turn and the pirate's turn are going at the same time to see how that resolved. So yeah,
Well, yeah, they did both get 14s.
give me athletics. I believe you certainly can like slide this thing. You might not be able to lift it, but you can certainly slide it. So yeah, you're able to grab it pretty handily. It's got like a rope handle at one end, so you can sort of drag it by that.
Awesome.
All right, above deck.
Are you trying to make like a flower smoke screen?
I'm actually a little curious about the flower too. Well, I guess we'll find out. All right, above deck, the cultist closest to the first mate runs up and takes a swing at the first mate, who is slightly distracted by the trying to help the captain up, but he's clearly ready for combat. 13 against. So that is a miss. He is able to parry that pretty easily. The other two stand up.
But the cultists aren't knocked down. Oh, yeah, these are pirates.
Yeah, pirates. So
Wait, why did the pirate? Why do you have P, R, and Y?
because they share decks. It's for the colors. P for pink, R for red.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
They're moving in teams to
Yeah.
make initiative easier.
exactly. Instead of doing every single monster, I do them in groups.
That makes sense.
All right. So let's see. Pirate's going to take on the first mate. That is a miss, and then this one is going for the navigator. That is a critical miss. He is still a little woozy from the ship being knocked over.
Try it without a period.
I mean, I guess that. Fails the save, and Cognate, you may take a free attack on that pirate if you'd like.
Well, they're a pirate and they're attacking us, so yeah, I would love to.
That seems pretty reasonable.
I mean, the cultists seem nice, they weren't attacking us, but now they're decided to be next.
Ooh, that is a hit. So yeah, he seems to lose balance as he rushes over, and he kind of like smacks into the mast
Oh,
there.
This is like this. He just does like this, like I accidentally dropped my trident, and he just does like that cartoon thing where he steps on the end and it flips up and smacks him in the face.
Perfect. So yeah, smacks him in the face, and he's looking real banged up. So then Red is joining this action. They are going to run over here. One is going to go here, one is going to go here, and the other one is kind of just like scrambling trying to get in, but he can't quite. And they are both going to swing at Rock, the cook.
Yeah, good luck. Just
And well,
The first one, like, hits him right in the shoulder, but it just bounces off of, like, this bony, rocky plate.
and like it literally bounces. He's so hard that the metal turns into liquid. It turns into rubber. Boing!
The other
Goes
one,
back and smacks him in the face. Crit fail.
the other one, though, catches him, like, right in the crease of the elbow, and it seems that, like, even though his skin is sort of stony, he does appear to have some sort of fleshy weakness going on under there, and it does do a little damage, and he sort of howls out in pain. And then it is Yellow's turn. The Knoll here is going to stand up, and he's actually going to step back and take a shot at the Catfolk crew, Mr. Tallet over there. And look at that.
That's like a double failure. You are a failure in every way, Mr. Knoll.
Pulls a muscle, so you can see he like misses the shot, and then he's like wincing and holding his arm, and it's very clear that
His
he's
arm just falls off.
very prone to attack right now. This guy right over here. But then the two cultists next to you, they're like, sorry about this, just following orders, and they both surround Cognate. And one of them hits for 5 slashing damage. Assuming, what is your AC?
Let me check.
I think 18 hits on you, but I can't remember.
My AC with no armor is 13.
Okay, so yeah. You're able to dodge one of the blows, but then the other one grabs you right in the arm for 5 slashing damage.
5. But
Yep.
I have 34 HP, so I don't care.
Yep. Alright, let's see. He is off doing his own thing, but you do notice that the other ship is drawing closer to you. It's probably maybe 250 feet away at this point. And as it approaches, it is turning sort of into broadside position. Again, there are no cannons yet, but as they get closer, you do see that there are some ballista set up on this. Like, this is clearly something that is equipped for naval combat. And they aren't actively firing on you, but you can see the two twins standing on the edge of the ship, watching all of this unfold from a distance for the time being. And that makes it Ammon's turn.
Okay, so you said one of these guys.
Could
What?
you just help me? Just attack the rat folk or the captain, please.
Well, the captain's a little incapacitated. He's like climbing up the edge. So yeah, Ammon, up to you.
But it'd be
Yes,
easy to
do you
hit
think-
him then, because he can't dodge if he's doing that.
Yeah, we'll let Ammon do what he wants to do.
Isn't one of these guys like hunched over? Like obviously a good
No.
target. Would
Yes.
I get like would I get like advantage on most of them because none of them know I'm there?
Yeah, as far as you can tell, nobody has really
Only
noticed
high
you yet.
ground.
You're very well hidden right now. You feel like nobody has noticed you, and you have also seen the yellow knoll over here miss his shot, and then it's very clear that he like pulled an arm and is prone to attack right now.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely trained to know that magic is a bad thing in the wrong hands. So I'm gonna. And these guys like they're casters. I guess the wargs folk, right?
You haven't seen them cast any sort of magic yet, but they certainly do have like robes that would imply they're
arrow.
not particularly good at just melee combat. Like they're not as
Yeah.
well armed as the others.
They're Eldritch Knights.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling these guys are casters. I haven't seen spells yet, but they got robes and wizard hats on. That means caster to me. So I'm shooting at them.
How dare you assume that?
It's usually right.
do you
You'd be
have
surprised at how often players like, my guy wears a robe, his wizard hat, no weapons, no armor. I'm like, you're the caster, you die first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
do you have any AoE spells?
I like how
Uh,
in Shadow when
no.
the casters barely look any different outside of
Why
portraits.
not?
And they're
I get,
just like slightly
3
skinnier, and that's the
spells,
big
period.
difference.
Okay, fair enough.
So 20. Oh, damn, that damage. Hell yeah.
Good lord. Good lord.
How do you get that much damage on a basic attack?
It's Elder Splash, which is D10. I swapped out my Beguiling Influence last level for the thing that adds your modifier to the damage.
Okay, so yeah, which one of these were you attacking?
Whichever one looks more threatening.
Okay, this one looks slightly This
I mean,
one
he
has
has
been.
badass anime villain eye scars.
Yeah, this one looks slightly less threatening because he is already injured. So yeah, you shoot an Eldritch Blast at this other one, and he just goes flying back and slumps down. He's quite toast.
Awesome.
Nice.
No bonus
Thanks,
actions.
man.
That's my turn.
All right.
I just like to. I'm just gonna have Kage yell, "Thanks, man."
Okay, so right next to you, Eamon, you see Sissa lean over the edge, and I believe she has got something for this. Oh, she totally does. She takes a pot shot down at the knoll there, who is incapacitated. And that is a hit. So let's see. Yeah, he's not looking good at all. Shoulders sticking out basically straight out of his chest. The first mate, who was helping the captain, stands up and he looks over in this direction and unleashes one of these.
I can't wait till it's my turn because I have Ice Shard, well, Ice Knife, and that skill, it kind of seems overpowered to me, I'm not gonna lie.
Mini fireball.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, this line of acid just lays out into these pirates, and it doesn't knock any of them out, but they are all coughing and spewing and kind of sizzling a bit. It smells a little bit like bacon, but like gross, rancid bacon.
For Aemon to do that, he would have to become visible, so I could have seen it was him, Elizabeth.
The navigator
You
is...
also would have had to have been looking up and not at your opponent.
Well, I was I was attacked by one of the let's just say the upper warg folk, so I would have been looking in. Oh yeah, you're right. I get confused because of the layout. But
Suffice
I'm
to say,
proficient in
if
perception.
it
I'll just say I
kills one
saw
of
it.
your combatants, you're happy about it. Enough said.
Yeah, if it kills off my enemies, I'm happy.
So yeah, navigator lays into this rat folk who tried to come at her and ran into the pole, and he goes down. And the rest of the crew, one of them actually like tries to run back because he's a little bit terrified, and he smacks into this wall and just like fumbles. This one, what does he have?
The one that just ran into the wall, he has no balls. That's what.
Yeah, this one is going to take a shot over there. That's a miss. And then, last but not least, the cook, Mr. Rock himself, is going to swing at this catfolk pirate right next to him.
If he's made of rock, I should have knocked back on it.
Oh, jeez. Ooh, okay.
Oh.
I mean, if it didn't before, it does now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he basically
Straight to the fucking wall.
sends this pirate just railing into the stairwell, and he's coughing and not quite out, but that looks like it hurt quite a bit.
His head just gets jammed in between the stairs.
All right, Mulek, it's back to you. Again, you've heard... You're kind of underwater, right? But you're a water genasi. You've got good senses.
Water carry sounds well, though.
Yeah. Well, not from above the water. It's only through the water.
Water sound carries well. Out of water sound does not.
Yeah.
Also, are you gonna do anything with the 6 overboards?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. They should probably just all roll athletics real quick and see what they're doing.
I mean, my action's totally not gonna be implicit with them, but I feel like they should at least be trying to not drown.
Okay, so yes, one of them is actually keeping her head above water. Again, the storm is approaching, the waves are getting pretty rough. The others are kind of just like getting dragged away with the current. It looks like they are not particularly well suited for this. Again, they've spent their whole lives at sea, but most of them probably don't regularly go swimming in the sea. They prefer to stay on the ship. But a couple of them seem to be at least treading water pretty suitably right here.
Oh, I'm not paying attention to them. Don't worry.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll...
Plus, you don't know if
Fuck.
they're there.
I'm underwater. I might have seen them. I can't see through the ship, but I might be able to see under it.
Yeah, give me perception.
Don't bother. I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
gonna-
Fair enough.
I have other focuses, like, and I would have. So the other ship is turning in. And then I see the twins up there.
Yes,
Up
you
on
are.
the bow.
Yeah,
Why is Professor Toti dead?
he's not.
Stabilized.
Yeah, that's his
KO.
stabilized, his KO. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a really bad symbol. Why not just a KO?
Because the red
Like a
X
literal-
is dead.
There we go. We'll do
There.
that. That looks a little
Red
more
X is
KO-ish.
knocked out too.
No, the
Beck
red
can't
X is
tell what's
dead.
what.
Red X is
No.
dead.
Anyway,
No, Toti was marked with a red X though, and those guards are marked with red X's, but they're not dead.
Whatever.
Beck,
Anyways.
have consistent symbols. Damn it.
all right. So what you doing, Mulek?
I don't know where the ship is.
Yeah, it is approaching from the northeast-ish, which is to the up and left. So it's it's sort of coming from this away.
Then I go that way.
All right, perfect.
I have to obviously stop my ready, but I'm at this point my plan is somewhat fucked. But I have contingencies.
Perfect. You're,
I was fully prepared to take these fuckers on.
yeah, these naval contingencies are working out well for you and the whole water genasi thing. All right, so you swim 30 feet closer. Well, probably 60 because you're dashing. So
60,
yeah,
yep.
you are about 90 feet away from the ship. Cognate, it is your turn.
That thing's probably gonna come crashing a lot closer to me. I want to be in sort of the intercepting point.
Sure, yeah. No, I assume you're not going to, like, let it run into you head first.
Would. Oh yeah, I have ice shard. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna read up on ice shard's effects a bit.
Here, let me help you out.
No, I have it here. I'm just reading it to make sure. I hit the target.
I have quick cast if you want it.
I'm trying to think who the best person to hit with this would be.
Theoretically, that one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, so that the red human, I'm gonna attack him with ice knife.
All right, go for it.
I have enough spell slots to do that, right?
Yeah, for
You
sure.
have it. Only cast one spell, right?
No, I get like 2.
But you've
Really?
only cast one
Oh
spell.
yeah, I've only
right?
cast one. I've only cast
Then
one.
you have enough.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
Yeah.
12 on him is a hit, just barely. So yeah, the ice knife sinks in, does 5 damage, and then you
And
need
then-
to roll for
2d6.
You need 3 saves.
3 saves. Perfect.
yeah.
They're all pirates. That's
3
convenient.
No, or 2d6.
Well, you roll that. You roll
got
the
confused.
2d6.
I believe
Okay.
I believe all 3 of them made their saves.
They did.
Okay.
So they're gonna take. They don't take any damage.
Yeah, it's no extra. Yeah, no like half damage or anything. Okay, so yeah, there's your ice knife. Anything else?
Well, that was underwhelming, but no, not really.
Can't win them all.
Having
All right.
Yeah, nothing can be as great as that thunder wave.
That thunderwave was pretty fantastic. All right, Elizabeth.
All right, I start just take a dagger and cut open the bag of flour,
All right.
and I start walking back, just dragging it and letting flour spew all
Oh,
over the.
Are
Sure,
you
yeah.
trying to use it as like gasoline?
Pretty much. And then I get
Excellent idea. I approve of this.
here, I light a torch and I throw it into the
Oh my
flour, and I run
god,
upstairs.
this is fantastic.
Does it actually work that way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I love.
Oh yeah,
I love
flour.
this.
Flour is
extremely-
very flammable. Yep.
Yeah.
It's made of plants. It's made of plants. If it's made of plants, it's generally flammable.
Yeah, I mean it's dried out, powdery, high surface area. It goes
is
up.
It is edible sawdust.
Yeah.
Okay,
What I
so
wanted to do was like throw it out of the porthole into the little rowboat.
Yeah.
Have it like explode and just light the air on fire, but couldn't do that because it's like 40 pounds and I'm a scrawny little girl. So this will have to do.
okay, so
Then I
yeah,
up here, and I look at Covey and I'm like, actually I look at Cognate and I just kind of point to the work folk in front of him, like, kill that one. And
I'm busy killing other people.
So, by the way, Elizabeth, I was totally the reason why spellcasting underwater came up. I, for like the past minute and a half, had flaming sphere ready to hit one of the boats at one of the rowboats as it went away.
oh, nice.
yeah, the coordination would have been great. Would have been a thing of beauty. Okay, so yeah, you run up. The entire cargo deck is up in flames. And yeah, there's actually some smoke starting to billow out of this crack, which has like pushed a little farther in. The ship has kind of.
I need to grab. Can you have Covey grab Toady next turn then? Just
Yeah,
to get him away from the.
yeah, I'll put him on the
hole.
crew turn next time. And actually, we'll say with Covey's action, at a bare minimum, he threw Bardic Inspiration on somebody. Who's in range? We'll do
Me.
Cognate. Yeah, there you go, Cognate. You've got Bardic
Cognate
Inspiration.
was the one in the right.
Yep. All right, so yeah, there is now smoke billowing out of this crack, which is starting to, widen and tear off more bits of the ship. The ship is not moving a whole lot on its own, but as the waves push it up and down, it seems to press more and more into this wall of force as it goes. All right, the pirate captain makes his way up onto the deck, and he looks absolutely furious, and he stomps over to Cognate and takes a swing. I believe he's got some fun stuff going on. Oh, yeah.
Nicht gern.
Ooh, okay.
What?
Well then.
What?
So the...
What?
Jesus. Okay,
That's 19 damage. What?
that
How do
is...
you do that much damage at once?
Well, the dagger attack does miss you, but he basically swings twice with a scimitar, and then out of nowhere, he pulls this dagger from his side and tries to take a swipe at you. The dagger attack misses, but both of the scimitar swipes land, and actually you need another 1d6 because that one critted. So that is 18 total
I
damage.
thought it was. I thought it was if attack hits a 20 and it's a crit.
Yeah, the middle scimitar attack, the 25 there, that's a crit.
Oh.
Yeah. So
But
yeah.
Its damage was a 4 though.
Yeah, but then we add another
Wow.
1d6 from the crit. So yes, that is a total of 18 damage. And now it
I
is
better have that freaking healing potion.
Pink's turn. Both of the pinks are kind of ganging up on the first mate over here. So we got one here and one here. Both miss. They actually both like smack into his scaly arms and slide right off.
Buff boys.
Red over here. One of them steps back and he reaches for a light crossbow at his side and he takes a shot. Again, going for the first mate. Very intimidated because he's covered in acid at this point. That is a hit for 9 damage on the first mate.
And a crit. Oh wait, it's not a crit now. That's the attack. Now I'm confused. Damn it.
Yep, and then the catfolk is going to swipe at the first mate. That is a miss. And then the last catfolk, who just got absolutely laid out by the cook, is going to run up and try that again. And
Yeah,
just
feel
misses
that go.
entirely. He's still just dizzy.
He
And
cannot hit a rock. He is that
yeah,
bad.
he's basically swinging at little cartoon birdies spinning around his head. Let's see. That cultist is dead. This one, okay, so the cultist next to you, Cognate, is, very regrettably taking a swing at a fellow workfolk for 4 slashing
Did you
damage.
put him at disadvantage then?
Uh,
Did you put him at 4 disadvantage?
he doesn't regret it that much.
Oh.
Let's see, the pirate up here, the yellow one with the crossbow.
That's 4 damage on me.
4 damage on you. The gnoll over here, he saw that Eldritch Blast coming down, and he doesn't think he has a good shot, but he feels obligated to try. So you've got full, 3/4 cover. Actually, I don't even think that. I think you're, completely exposed. So that's just not going to work.
Full cover.
Yeah, it's full cover. He can't even see from there. So yeah,
But he does it anyway because he's a moron.
No, he actually is going to run. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Puts him over here, and he is going to ready an action. And let's see. All right, cutting over to Milik. The boat is pretty much pulling up right alongside you.
Cool. How high is it?
It's probably a good 25, 30 feet in stormy water.
In fact, can I have the healing
I did not
potion
mean to
from
push
the?
that button. One moment.
Hey, what's up, Smirk?
I was wondering if I could have the healing potion from the party loot.
I believe it's still in the chest, right?
Yep.
Come on.
It's
thought
in the
we-
chest.
I thought you
Where is that?
said I could have it.
I assume the chest is down by all the hammocks and stuff.
Come
Yes.
on.
Better grab it fast, because, fire.
Yeah, yeah, you might have some trouble getting down to that chest.
Oh wait, Elizabeth got one. She can. Elizabeth.
She hasn't told you have one. That's
I
up to
know.
Elizabeth. All right, so Milik, what
But
you
she
doing?
could. Wait, I was the one who went along with her plan.
Cog. Just calm down.
It's
Calm
up to
the
her.
hell down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you tell me. Am I able to get to a point within 30 feet if I like finesse do something swimming?
Okay, yeah, if you do some, like, crazy dolphin shit and, like, leap out of the water and do a thorn whip,
That's an amazing. That's just
so
Hail
yeah,
Cog.
give me...
Am I inspired? Have I gotten inspiration at any point in this?
Not yet, not yet. But yeah, give me an athletics check and we'll see if you do a crazy athletics thing. Okay,
Come
yeah.
on. Thank you.
You do a crazy dolphin athletics thing. You leap out of the water like 5 to 8 feet, just barely close enough. And as you do, like the twin looks down and realizes what's going on, but it is too late.
Am I inspired?
Not yet. Inspiration will almost certainly be awarded at the... Oh no!
Why? Why? You could have just said yes. You could have just said yes.
Oh, that's a pity. Alright, 1d6. You're
Dick.
almost certainly getting inspiration at the end of combat for this, but I can't give it to you like literally in the
Yeah,
middle
you
of your
can.
action.
Yeah, you can. You're allowed to hand it out flippantly.
I-
That's what inspiration is for.
I am, but I do have a personal rule that I save it for the end of combat.
Oh, come on, that was just so cool. He should have inspiration on it.
Alright, that is a
Yeah.
deck save. Alright, you make your deck save. So you basically take a shot, and you go right between his legs, and you kind of like nick him on the way back and draw just a tiny bit of blood, but you certainly don't get a good hit on him. And then you splash back into the water very gracefully. The entire thing was amazing to look at. They're both very impressed, but they do kind of like step back from the edge a little bit.
Motherfucker, if I could get one of them in here, I could lasso them and I could let them drown. God damn it.
I do love that plan, by the way. That was wonderful from start to finish.
Pretty nice plan. Yeah.
Also, give me a perception roll real quick. Okay, you do notice that as soon as your vine misses, let's see, how many is it? You see like a little bit of a blur and a quick flash as they wave their hands, and suddenly there are like 8 of these twins, and they all step back from the edge.
You son of a bitch.
Nope.
What is
not
this,
again.
Pokemans? Are they using like a double time move?
Alright.
Smurg, calm down, dude.
Yeah,
No.
chill a little bit. Alright, Ammon, you're up.
Out of character, I do know what that guy's preparing probably, but Ammon doesn't know that, so he's gonna take another shot.
Alright, so yeah, out of character, you are absolutely correct. He does have this lined up, so he's going to try. You do certainly have half cover on this, so let's see how it goes. Oh yeah, that's still a miss. So you basically poke your head up for a second, and you see this bolt go flying past, and then you are free to take your action.
Well,
You go
I know
for
who
the
I'm
war
shooting at
bolt.
now.
Uh-huh.
The captain just.
Oh, but I'd probably do just as well, really.
Yeah, he basically does a fancy roll out of the way and then steps back up, which is
Okay,
impressive given how injured he is.
Yeah, as he's doing that, though, the smoke is pretty clear at this point, right? Is there any, like, flames blowing out the ship, or just the smoke?
It is just a little bit of smoke at this point. It's not like a raging inferno or everything. Like, it's very clear there is a fire somewhere, but you'd probably need to roll perception to even determine where it's coming from.
I mean, it'll take a while to like fully
I
go
have no
up,
idea.
right?
Yeah, so you see some smoke, but like you're like, what the hell? I don't see any fire around.
Yeah, he is genuinely worried, but not enough to make him panic yet.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Sissa is going to join your attempt to take out that pirate up there. So, that is a miss. Crew, first mate is going to swing.
Just so you guys know, the plan's not dead.
Okay,
The plan never dies.
so the first mate basically lunges at the catfolk next to him and bites down on the shoulder and basically just pins him to the ground as he starts tearing out a chunk of flesh.
Ooh, pinky.
Meanwhile, the cook, who is super enraged by all of this, but also sort of proud of himself for fending so well, takes another punch And I am never doing large-scale combat with this many NPCs ever again. Or at least not this many of different kinds of NPCs.
Yeah, there's a lot of macros need for this kind of thing.
Oh,
I know,
yeah.
trust me.
Yeah, I almost feel like I'd be better just working from paper instead of opening up a ton of character sheets. So yeah, this
I
catfolk
feel like the
goes...
UI could really be optimized. Is your UI basically the same as the players?
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty much.
And then it could definitely use some modification.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
little cleaner
they
because
should
it
really
puts
just
all their actions on one page instead of having to go through tabs, but yeah. So yeah,
It really should just be like all of the extremely basic stuff on like this one, like something the size of the initiative page, the
Yeah.
turn order.
alright, Fekri goes down. Da. Or not Fekri. That weird other catfolk who's totally
I was
not
like, wait,
Fekri.
what? The DM dies?
No, catfolk over there goes down. Let's see, this crewmate takes a swing. Or actually, no, he's the one with the crossbow because he's in the back. That is a hit. So this pirate also goes down, so both of the catfolk pirates are down. Toady is still unconscious. Salthammer needs a save.
Oh, fuck.
Natalia, she is going to step over here and swing at the cultist.
If I had a way to get health back, I would probably go for Salt Hammer.
And
But I don't.
Alright, this crew, realizing he can't run through the wall of force, runs over here, and he bravely tries to take on the pirate captain. I'm sure this is not going to end well for him, but we'll see what happens.
I congratulate him.
Oh yeah, doesn't go particularly well. He basically just swats it out of his hand. The wall pushes farther down into the ship, and this just raging bit of fire starts to pour out. Again, it's very obvious at this point that there is a fire below deck. The smoke is getting a lot thicker and blacker. The rest of the crew is failing their athletics, floating away. These two are swimming, kind of keeping up a little bit. There's not really any rope or anything on this side, but they're at least like trying to get around the ship to where they know those rowboats are. So they're kind of heading over this way. And that makes it... Covey gives Bardic Inspiration to Elizabeth and then runs over to the captain and tries to stabilize.
Let's be honest.
Would he not?
You should give it to Emmon.
Does he need line of sight for that?
No,
No.
Perfect.
just
Then,
need hearing.
then yeah, Bardic Inspiration for Ammon.
Yeah.
Woo!
Can you please give me the health potion?
So that's his bonus action, and then he is going to try his very best to get the captain up because there isn't a lot of time left on that.
I'd love to give. I'd love to just throw the medical kit over to him, but I don't think we can.
Yeah, so he does stabilize Salthammer.
This is really late game. Elizabeth, what was the thing that gave me advantage on an attack roll against them way earlier?
It's my mastermind thing. I can basically take the help action as a bonus action and from 30 feet away.
Oh, so but it only applies that turn. Okay.
Yeah, it only
Gotcha.
applies to melee attacks. So
It's-
All right, Mulek, you are up.
I need some way to scale this ship.
Well, couldn't you use Thorn Whip as a grappling hook?
I'm willing to if GM allows it.
You can certainly try, yeah.
Okay. Do I have anything?
I mean,
I can't. As much as I want to, I can't use the pile of rope I have right now. It's serving another purpose. I cannot afford to have this be damaged. Fuck. Am I totally out of shit?
I'd say bail.
No, the plan's not dead.
Plants
you might be soon if you
never
don't.
die.
Alright, here it goes. I'm gonna get up on this goddamn ship. I am going to get those fuckers in the water and I'm gonna drown them.
Okay, so you try to latch up onto it, and let's see, normally static objects are like a 10, with the storm we'll do +2, but yeah, that's still totally a hit. So you were able to basically latch onto the side, and it's almost kind of Spider-Man-ish. You're able to pull yourself at least up a little bit. So yeah, you're kind of just barely hanging on to the edge of the ship right now, and the Thorn Whip fades away into nothing.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, It's storming. You're hanging barely onto the edge of a ship, which is known to be inhabited by pirates and two extremely powerful casters who have pre-casted some defensive buffs. And it
Ignore all the
is
GM's warnings.
Cognate's turn.
We and Elizabeth have the same
No,
number.
actually, I'm pretty excited to see if he goes for it. I was not expecting this at all. It's pretty nice.
I have one last trick up my sleeve, okay?
I can't
One
wait.
last trick.
If it's half as cool as the Dolphin Thorn Whip.
I'm really debating what to do right now. Elizabeth and me have the same initiative. Could I just let her go before me?
Yeah, actually, the players are able to determine their initiative ahead of time if there's a tie.
Elizabeth, could you give me the health potion, please? I need it. I'm on 6 health.
Frustratedly, I yell at you, say, "Stop being such a bitch, you're a big man. Use your second wind." And then I shoot the guy in front of him.
Perfect. All right.
Well said.
Great. Oh yeah, I forgot I have that.
You dumbass.
Thanks. Well, sorry, I'm still new to
Yeah,
D&D.
he is new. It's okay.
Yeah, I know.
Then I run over here and I give the potion to Toady.
Ooh.
Good point.
Okay, so I assume you're actually
Actually-
administering it.
God, I
I don't
give
think
it
it's
to
worth it.
Captain.
Okay. All right, the captain comes up. What is it? 2? Yeah, there we go. All right, captain looks angry and confused, but he is up with 6 health.
Yeah, I slap him across the cheek a couple times. I'm like, "We have to go."
Go. Whoa, jeez, there's shit going on. And he stumbles to his feet and tries to grab at his
Yeah.
great axe.
Yeah, protect me. I'm a helpless little girl.
Oh, what?
All right, so that's Elizabeth. Cognate.
Yeah.
So you see this arrow fly
I'm
past
gonna
and just nail this cultist in front of you.
Oh, thanks. So, I'm gonna second wind.
All right,
That's 1d10, right?
I
Does that-
believe
doesn't
so.
that-
D10
does
plus
that
your fire
increase-
level.
Yeah, D10 plus 3.
Plus 3.
Oh,
Only
jeez.
4,
That
of
bot.
course.
Rip.
That bug.
That's because you forgot about it. It's mad at you.
Okay, so you do come back with 4 health.
Yeah,
Yeah, 10
I'm at
at least.
11 now.
Is that your action or is that just a free thing?
That's a bonus
Bonus.
action.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna see if I have anything. Let's just go to the classic as a spell book, see if either of my cantrips will be useful right now.
Okay. I actually need to be tracking their spell slots if this is going to be a thing.
He does, and I'm keeping track of it for him. He's cast 2 spells. He can't cast a spell anymore.
Yeah, I'm going for cantrips.
No, sorry, I was totally talking about the twins.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, you're probably better off stabbing it like that. Because
The pirate captain is still looking pretty okay. He's looking banged up. You've clearly knocked some sense into this guy, but he's still in a fighting spirit.
I'm debating whether to disengage and run, or go for a shocking grasp because
Fair call.
is he wearing metal armor? That's probably gonna be the
He
deciding
is
factor.
wearing some studded leather armor under a leather trench coat, so no
So-
metal.
I'm gonna disengage and then run back inside.
Okay, so yeah, you disengage and run back inside. Because you're a new player, I feel obligated to remind you that Shocking Grasp, if it hits, does remove their ability to use reactions, which means you would
Oh.
effectively disengage after doing it.
Oh.
So you can do that if you
Oh.
want.
It's a,
Oh
but
my
it's a
lord!
but it's a risk because if you miss, then you
I
are
know.
stuck in melee.
I know, but I still have 10 of health. At least.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally up to you. It is risky, but you could try that if you'd like.
Well, risk isn't my middle name, but even if I go down, I'm not gonna die instantly.
As far as you know.
The same can't be said for me.
Who is that?
That's the person going on suicide commando mission right now.
He's
Oh,
pulling a
I-
Feckery.
Yeah, the person who is just has both the best and the worst ideas.
All right.
I've had these are great ideas.
They
Twins
have
keep
been.
fucking with
Plus-
them.
He does not want to let these twins get away. I like it.
If leather is studded, that means there's metal in it.
It's not enough to really give you the advantage on shocking grasp, but you can just do your normal shocking grasp if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
All right,
Shoot.
do it. Do it. That's a
Yeah.
hit. All right, so yeah, you shock at him. There's been a lot of shocking grasps today. Yeah, and he just kind of like sits there and sizzles for a bit, and you are free to run.
It's a good spell.
Yeah, it is. Because it lets you, that's basically lets you run up and bitch slap someone and run away without any consequences.
Well, there's the consequences of the person you bitch slap wants to kill you.
I can make it there, right?
Oh, seven. Oh, right, because it moved across there. Yes, you can get there. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
Okay.
That
when
floor is
you
burning, by the
when
way.
you get downstairs, you immediately
Oh,
notice.
wait, why did I do that?
Well, okay. I mean, to be fair, as you're running down the stairs, you notice that there's fire everywhere, and it is like
Can I
hot
just
to
back
approach.
up a bit?
Get the box.
Yeah.
Get
You
the
would
box.
you would notice this somewhere right about like at the top of the stairs here.
Yeah, so I would probably just go. Can I go? Does that count as a spot I can go?
Yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to do like half spots or whatever, as long as you're not like leaving your
Okay.
movement range.
I
Yeah,
drew fire.
So I'll go there. Thank you. That's very helpful. But it would be a bit more spread out in the line, and
I don't know how the flame's going. Feck can describe it to me. I just drew
but
two
you
giant
just
plumes.
you laid it out like gasoline.
I just drew two giant plumes because I assume if the flour bag was there, the cargo's caught on fire by now.
I think it's a lovely fire. Okay, let's see. It is
Here,
now.
I'm drawing the flower line for you.
It is now the pirate captain's turn. Okay, so he noticed right away that the pirate or the captain is now awake and not dead, and that upset him greatly. Let's see what he's going to do about that. He is
Flour
going to.
doesn't burn for all that long. You know that, right, Smurg?
Yeah, but it would have set everything where it
Oh
was
yeah.
on fire.
At
so-
this point, right? At this point, it has caught most of the other cargo on fire. So yeah, let's see. He is going to run over this way, and he is going to take swings at Natalia to try to get her out of the way. And every single one of them misses, which is amusing. Let's see. Pink though. Pink.
She just like Neo's out of the way.
Noticing that the Captain Null is like raging towards the captain, the cultist understands what's up and is going to swing for the captain.
What? But aren't there like all those dead? Oh. Oh
There's
yeah.
more.
All right.
There's one more.
That is a hit. And then.
Dick, I just healed that.
You healed a little bit more.
Yeah, but he's
than
not
that.
dead. Yeah, he healed like 6 health.
Yeah, I know.
He's on 1 right now.
I'm trying to think if this cultist is like tactically aware enough to move away and leave an opening, but I don't. Well, let's just do this.
Perception.
Nah, not really. He doesn't know. Catfolk over here is going to back away from the first mate, which draws an attack of opportunity. Which does hit for 3 slashing. And then he is going to take a shot at the captain.
I just hit.
That's a miss.
That is a miss.
Yeah.
Alright, that is pink.
Then it's red.
It
Yeah,
sure
that's
is.
the one human.
Yellow.
He's
Human.
eliminated yellow.
Yeah,
There's just one yellow.
human knows what up. That is a hit. Captain goes back down. Not dead, but down.
Come on.
For sure. He's not.
There's a yellow.
Asshole.
He's having a rough day. Is there any more red? I think that's it for red. You guys have killed most of red. And that means
And
yellow is mostly dead. There's just this one guy left up at the top. Does he have a line of sight? Yeah, he would actually run forward to look for the captain, but then he sees that the job has already been done. And let's roll some dice to see who he attacks.
Wait, why is the crew at 0 initiative, but there's 2 before them?
I just dragged him under Ammon when I realized that I forgot to put any sort of initiative on the crew. So that is a shot at Covey, actually. Let's see. Miss on Covey and boat
Wait, I
turn.
have inspiration.
Okay. Boat turn and Mulek turn have kind of merged, so I'm just going to put it on Mulek's initiative for now. All right, Ammon, it is back to you.
Okay, so now I'm seeing this fire like for real, right?
Yes, now the fire is very, very obvious.
Okay, he is very distressed at this, and he looks at Sissa and says, "Should we be trying to get out of here by now?"
She looks at you and she's like, yeah, but I don't know what we can do. I mean, we don't have a captain. We barely have a ship. I don't even know if we can move this thing. Whatever they did is I don't know how we're going to get out of this. We have the rowboat still, at least.
Robots, right? That's something. Cut her back to robots then. Sounds good. So he will. The captain seems like the biggest threat right now, so I'm kind of going for him.
All right.
I gotta admit, I usually play with no regrets. Having a
No.
couple right now.
Now,
Elizabeth,
I
you
think
go.
You go.
Knocked up, Mega.
Bardic Inspiration is plus how much this level?
I think it's
D8 or
1d4, 6? Yeah, d6.
Okay, so if I would need that, I'll keep you.
You're, yeah, you get to roll it after. Remember.
Yeah, so I will definitely roll. Well, D6, I have to roll pretty high for that, but damage is good. Let's go for it. Why not?
Roll that crit.
Oh, 11, is that enough?
That is not enough on the captain, unfortunately. It goes
yeah.
flying past him.
Yep, alright.
Inspiration, you
The
is
damage
not.
of the night.
All right, crew, let's see. At this point, yeah, Navigator really, really wants to get the dwarf up, but he can't with the captain right there. So yeah, Navigator swinging at the captain.
I've always found it funny in like fantasy stuff where, like, or just turn-based things in general. Like, there are two super destructive melee enemies next to you, but you lean down and heal a person that's unconscious because you know you can take enough of the damage to where so you can get it back up. And
All right, first mate is going to town on that cultist. Let's see. The cook is feeling sort of inspired at this point. I don't know if he's ever been in the fight before, but now he realizes it's a lot of fun. So he's running over to these crossbow people, or crossbow folks.
oh
and,
no, keep him away from the video games. They've been corrupting him.
let's see, that's a 13, and I believe that hits a pirate. That sure does.
Clock him overboard. Clock him
Yeah.
overboard.
He clocks him overboard.
Yeah.
Yay.
And who else is here? He's here. He's gonna take a shot, because he can do that, at the other crossbow dude. That is a miss. Toadie's still unconscious. These people are probably drowning at this point. These people are swimming around to the backside trying to get to the ships. This one is chasing down the captain.
Why are they swimming around the ship when they could grab onto the side and climb along it? That makes much.
Oh, there aren't any like ropes or anything like that. It's kind of just a ship.
Sheer wooden barnacles.
Alright, so this brave crew member, who was smacking his head on the invisible wall earlier, is now slashing and hitting the pirate captain. Feeling pretty good about
Nice.
himself. And that makes it Mulek's turn.
I feel like Ammon should have advantage on the people below him because he just has like this direct look down. He doesn't even have to have depth perception or anything.
And I think Covey actually has one more charge of Bardic Inspiration, right? At least one.
Possibly.
You
I don't
should.
know.
Yeah, so we'll give...
Right?
Yep. We'll do that on Ammon again, because Covey and Elizabeth don't get along.
Shit.
Really?
How high up am I on this boat?
Well, you just did the dolphin thing and then fell back into the water, right? Or did
No,
you...
I-
Oh, you thorn whipped. Yeah, that's right.
Turn before. Now I'm there.
Okay, you basically have one hand up on the edge of the ship.
Oh shit! I got a lot higher up than I expected.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Okay. I'm gonna need a lot. I'm gonna need a couple moments to make sure I do this properly. So I need a distraction. I have a distraction.
A grenade!
You're not wrong.
Prestidigitation or something? Oh.
I mean, it's a
yeah.
smoke grenade.
Yeah.
Alright, 20 foot...
Hey, hey, this time you cast that as a good time.
Oh yeah, you were a part of that fight. Yeah, basically, as I come over, just center it right on where I'm coming over, and
Okay.
then I have nothing to work with to look at. Oh, you're drawing a boat.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Oh shit, is that them?
Excellent boat. High quality boat.
So I was like right here when I was climbing up.
Yep.
Dick.
And then I should probably get a whole bunch of these.
Mm,
It's gonna be important to me, so could we maybe translate this however far to the right we need to see the other side of the ship? Wow, this is a really wide ship.
It is. This ship is much bigger than your ship.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Bail. The plan is dead. Accept it.
Run! Run! Run, it Gojira. Run, press.
The plan isn't dead. I have, and I
But it's
definitely have an out.
unconscious.
I have an out if this goes wrong. It will go wrong.
Gone wrong, gone sexual.
All right, so
in the islands.
you climb up and you cast Fog Cloud. Anything else, or is that it?
So are all these pirates, are they pirates or clones?
They are pirates. These appear to be like not clones of the twins. There are like 8 of these twins at this point, and you're not entirely sure which ones are the real ones. Mechanically, it's mirror image.
But they are kind of in this area then.
Yes, they are in roughly that area.
Oh my god, this could work. Oh my god, this could work.
All right, is that it,
Then you hear me like screaming, Allah Akbar!
or is that
Okay,
it?
I see that, and then I'm gonna get into the depths of that cover.
Yep.
For definitely just want to please. I do not need a third failure of this.
Well, let's see here. These will all be at disadvantage because, let's see, Fog Cloud, and they actually aren't very good at it. So let's see.
25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25!
That would be people really good at it. 14. Okay. All right.
Plus some of them.
That's a significant number of people not seeing me.
All right, so yeah, you think that maybe some of them really didn't see you come through the fog cloud, but some of them definitely did, like at least notice you going in, even if they can't track exactly where you are.
Yep. Okay. That's my turn.
All right, Elizabeth.
All right.
Wait, is fog cloud a bonus action?
No.
Okay, technically you can't really be sneaky and do an action at the same turn, but
I meant I thought it was just trying to.
that's fine. It's fine. We'll roll with it. All right, yeah, Elizabeth.
All right. I'm pretty pissed because I kind of needed him alive,
Okay.
and I have no way to heal him now. So I'm gonna take my grappling hook off the edge of my belt,
Okay.
run up to this guy, stick it in his chest, and then I run, disengage, and jump off while holding the rope.
How do you disengage that though?
He's
Wow.
got roguish bonus action. You have to
Yeah.
make an attack roll, but you
Yeah.
you
Oh.
essentially have the idea I have.
Yeah, I am gonna need a bonus or an attack roll from you.
With Dex,
Yeah, we'll do Dex. You're a rogue.
then
It's got a pointy end.
we'll just assume that this is
Stabby.
it's kind of dagger-like, anyways.
Sure. Yeah, piercing works. The damage is yeah, actually, sneak attack totally applies for this. So yeah, you do 8 piercing damage, and he has a grappling hook stuck in him.
Just
Yeah.
slam him onto the.
Then I run
slam
out,
him onto the
jump
boat.
off, and jump into this boat. Well,
All right.
that's the rope.
Okay, how much rope, like how much slack is there? Or is that enough to pull?
I'm holding it like relatively closely, like
Taut.
probably like 20 feet at most.
Okay, cool. So it is like going to be taut once you hit the boat?
Yeah, definitely.
Alright.
Ideally, I want to like kind of pull him back a little bit and then just use his body to kind of slow my descent a little bit.
Perfect. Okay. So yeah, you being a little light, you're not like going to send him flying over the rails, but he definitely does get pulled back at least a tiny bit, and that doesn't trigger opportunity because he was moved by something outside of his will. But yeah, he is pulled back to the edge, and he's like grabbing at the grappling hook, trying to like remove it from his flesh. And he's also not looking too hot. Yeah, and that's Cognate's turn, unless you got something else.
Yeah, can I just like kind of tug on it a little bit and yell up, "I need this one alive!" And I just try and like pull him into the boat with me.
All right, cool.
Why do you need him alive?
He's the only one that knows how to get to the twins later.
Uh,
He's also the only captain that is currently like conscious.
All right, Cognate, your turn.
can I do that?
Do what? What you doing?
Just the movement. Does it show for you?
I've not seen any movement yet. I still see you at the top or the top of the stairs in the stern castle.
The yellow movement doesn't show. I've tried it before.
Oh yeah, you have to like actually do the movement, and then we'll see it.
Oh.
Or you can just like ping where you're trying to go. Yeah.
Actually, no, I wouldn't go there. That's a stupid idea. Like, it's two people attacks on me. I'd love to go where that human is, but, oh, there's a human there. I was wondering if I could just cross over the stairs. Actually, I could probably make a long jump action for that.
Yeah.
Unless that's a wall.
It's not a wall. It's kind of just railing. You could certainly try to like do a fancy parkour sort of deal if you want. That would be. You could do it with your choice of athletics or acrobatics. Your call.
I'm proficient in athletics. But, like, I'm not sure what I want. Actually, I could just walk around and then hand axe one of the pinks.
Yep, you could certainly do that.
Or my good old friend, the throwing trident. Throwing trident time!
All right, which one are you shooting?
The closer one.
All right, cool. That is a hit for 7, and he drops.
Yeah. But, hey, I have still have some movement left, so I can...
Yep, you got 10 feet of
I
movement.
can go back in.
All right, perfect.
There.
Okay, the
I'm
captain,
today.
realizing that he's probably not going to get this hook out of him, does the next best thing. He turns and he jumps down onto the boat. And first, the crew member is going to get an opportunity attack, which might do the trick. So let's see how this goes for him. Okay, it is a miss. So, and then we're going to need one of these to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid on the way down. He fumbles a lot, actually, because, the water is kind of annoying. And he is now prone. So he does take an attack while prone, and I believe that's disadvantage, right?
Yes. If it's melee.
Yeah, it'll be a melee swing with disadvantage.
For jumping.
Ooh.
Yeah, he jumped, and he
It's a
landed
move
poorly.
action. It's a move action to get down to you.
Yeah, he's using his move action to jump down here, and he fucked up the jump, landed prone,
He's trying to attack.
and now he's trying to attack while prone. So all of these are at disadvantage.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the attack opportunity.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, so these are all at disadvantage. Welp. One of those is going to hit if he doesn't end up dead before we get to it. So let's do that first. Okay, so yeah, he fucks up the first one, but doesn't kill himself. Second one hits for 9 slashing damage. And third one with the dagger. Does the 13 hit you?
13 just misses.
Okay, so yeah, he gets one good swipe at your ankle for 9 slashing.
Bastard. Side note, did him or me take fall damage?
I just realized you're not a thief, you're a normal rogue. You give me an athletics check just to make sure.
Oh boy.
Or acrobatics, your
I
choice.
acrobatics.
Yeah, either one.
Thank God.
Okay, yep, you nimbly land it.
Okay.
Alright, Pink. Is anybody Pink not dead? There is one not dead Pink.
Wait, where'd I go?
Where did you
Why
go?
does this always happen to me?
Why does it always happen to you? I don't see your token anywhere, so I'll just put it back over there.
Okay.
Yeah, Cog gone.
I was...
Okay, Pink is looking for... God, I don't know, he can't do it with Rock there. Yeah, Pink really, really wants to shoot the captain, but he knows better than to try to shoot the captain.
Pink should just surrender.
Yeah, and Pink is also not smart enough to, like, put away his crossbow, so he's going to attack the cook with disadvantage.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
He does actually hit with disadvantage, though. Basically hits him right where his neck would be, and it looks painful because it's a neck shot. But the cook is doing okay. He doesn't seem like he's like dead or anything like that. That's it for Pink. Red is all gone. There's one yellow left. Yellow actually is going to take a shot at the captain, and then I think he's going to bail. So he has disadvantage because the captain is prone. What is the captain's AC? So yeah, it basically sticks
No
him
matter what.
right through his armor, but like misses flesh. So yeah, seeing that he missed a shot, and seeing as he's probably not going to fare well on the ship, even if he does somehow miraculously win this fight, he does the next best thing and jumps over the railing. And let's see if he's any good at swimming.
Then he drowns.
You're not entirely sure, but you get the feeling he's probably not a good swimmer. So yeah, Mulek, it's all... Actually, no, you are not. Yeah, it's the twins. Okay, what are they doing in this point? Let's see.
I don't know, participating in binary fission.
Oh, yeah, that'll work. So yeah, they reach out. Can wait, does that... Wow, that's really not concentration, Jesus. Okay, they reach out and touch each other, and all 8 of them go invisible. And also, you notice the ship, like, rocking back into position as if something has done something to get rid of that wall of force. And actually, even more fire is now pouring through that crack. And then, let's see, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? I'm trying to... They probably don't actually know what you're going to do. Let me do int just to make sure they don't have a spark of brilliance here.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, they know you're going to do something, but they don't have, like, an exact idea of what you're going to do. So we're going to do this. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, roll me perception, actually.
Hip, 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 hip. Okay, I'm really... I am looking for anything at this point. Oh, okay, that's helpful. That's helpful.
You actually noticed several, like, invisible man shapes in the fog cloud all around you.
Oh.
And
Oh.
it is,
Oh.
it is Ammon's turn.
This is bad. That's bad choice, boys. This is bad
Alright,
choice.
I looked at Sissa and asked, how about now? Is this safe to go down now?
She looks down, and, I mean, she says the ship looks like it's on fire, but she doesn't see many of the pirates left. It might be safe. There's still one down on the port side.
I'll take a shot at him, then start climbing down the rope.
All right. That is a hit, and I believe that is enough. Yes, that is enough. All right. Yeah, he goes flying over the edge and joins his friend down on that rowboat.
Like, come on, we can't stay on the flaming ship. We have to go.
All right. So yeah, you start climbing down the nets, and she is happy to join. Let's see. It is the crew's turn, so we can do that. Let's see. The navigator and the first mate both run over and try to help. Actually, yeah, how would this work? Just help action. Which one of them has better medicine? I believe it'll be her. Jesus, neither one of them are particularly good at this. Alright, yeah, so she tries to do it with his help, This will be advantage. Okay, yeah, Captain is stable.
Success.
Yeah, Rock is basically running over here and peeking over the edge to make sure that those pirates are actually dead after he decked him in the face. Let's
It's
see.
storming. We don't have to worry about the fire all that much.
Let's see.
It's
About
not raining yet.
Cognate, you hear some sort of yelling coming from below decks below you. It sounds sort of like the catfolk
Oh.
that Covey was flirting with before. He's yelling for help. And this crew member is peeking over the edge, and he's going to try to finish the job. He feels like a hero taking down this goddamn Null Captain. He misses miserably.
Don't worry, Elizabeth will stab him in the cheek, neck.
All right,
Whatever.
Mulek, do what you got to do.
All right.
Disengage and run.
No. First off, I'm surrounded. That's not going to work. Second off, Feck, I need you to right now figure out where they are around me.
Yeah, I have them on the GM layer. I have them positioned.
Good. I gave you a hint as to what's happening,
Yep.
but I didn't give you the whole detail.
Yep.
So, we're going to start this off with gust of wind.
Okay.
And I see shapes over here.
You see shapes kind of all around you, actually. They appear to be surrounding you from every side except
Yeah.
up. So they're to your left, down, and right.
Can you make popcorn?
So, over here.
Yep, all in that area. It's basically all in
Okay.
that cloud around you.
Okay. And I want to try and catch as many people in like a 10-foot wide line as I can.
Okay.
Do I need to make a check to position that optimally? And preferably when I catch them, I want to catch them in a line heading towards one side. So, like, are they all kind of more or less in a line right now?
It's kind of like an arc all around you. It's almost like Fight Clubbish. I'm going to move this down so you can just like aim it wherever you want to aim it.
Yeah. And, okay, so like kind of like that-ish?
Yep, sort of that area. Like, you see them basically all around you in this area. Just none past you up on the upper half.
If you indicated an area, I couldn't see it.
Really?
Bandbox
weird.
doesn't show.
Weird. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you see some over here, you see some over here, and you...
Maybe on the GM layer.
I probably am.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would do it.
We're still not seeing.
Hey, there we
There
go.
you go.
Okay, yep. So yeah, you see him down in this arc around you.
Using a blue arrow, or is he? Or
That was
He's
Mulek.
red. Yeah, he's red. I'm blue. Okay, so then we're gonna start with. I know you don't have an effect for it, but it is a. I gotta find the right tab. Where to go? Why am I on H's? I need to be on G's. Gust. Okay, there we go. So it's a 60-foot by 10-foot square or rectangle. So 60-foot wide, long, and then 10 feet wide. And then it's centered on me. So stop it. Stop fucking with it, people.
That's all you.
Yep. Okay. I. Do. Alright, I'm going to. Yep. Fuck. Alright. Step about here because I see a few. Fuck. Okay, this fog is.
That's fine. You're in fog. We got it. We get it.
This fog is not gonna last long through all this shenanigans. I'm trying to get it set up perfectly. Okay, anything I caught in that needs to make a strength save.
Okay. So the very first thing that happens is the fog dissipates, right? At least that half of the fog?
That whatever got caught in that gust, yes.
Okay. So you notice that a couple of the invisible things seem to just like fizzle out of existence, like they clearly were not real. One of the invisible things, though, does seem to go flying off, as best as you can tell. It's much harder to...
It needs to make a strength save.
Gotcha. Let's do that then.
It sticks.
Ooh, that's a shame. And actually, that would have been an advantage, so yeah. Okay, so yeah. Gust of Wind, does it do anything else, or is it just movement?
Uh, I'm reading through it real quick. Saving throw or be pushed 15 feet in the direction following the line. It counts as difficult terrain. If they're trying to move closer to me through it, and that would be all it does. But that's not my turn. That was a bit of movement and my action.
Okay, cool. And
So,
also, you do notice that like one of the pirates just goes flying off into the sea.
yeah, whatever works. Um, we're
Fly, you fool.
hell yeah. We're gonna do that. Do you
Oh.
have? I need a large token, preferably a wolf.
I believe I can do that.
Large. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Give me control, please.
What did you become?
A dire wolf.
Oh, nothing.
Oh.
Oh, actually, yeah.
You became a god.
All right, should be all you.
Yeah. I'll fix this up in a moment.
Yep.
And then I'm going to. So all this sticks to me. So I'm gonna rush towards where I saw the staggering invisible, and essentially I'm attempting to bull rush him off the goddamn ship.
All right, sure. Yeah. So give me perception because, like, as the fog fades, it does get a little harder to see where he's at.
Yep.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. Between the smell and like your keen vision, you do see exactly where he's at.
I probably can't
Shit.
get a shove after all this bullshit I've been pulling, but
Yeah, that would be an attack action, but you
yeah,
can
no.
certainly like run up and.
I want to save that moment, or well, yeah, I want to save this momentum like for when my turn starts to just absolutely wail into him
All right.
and just get him off the ship. Anyways, that's my turn. I'm gonna fix up this token.
All right.
You
Elizabeth.
want to sleep yourself like that around the twins?
Alright, so this fucking douchebag just stabbed me. I'm not a fan. So I'm gonna stick him in his chest.
But I thought
Well,
you said you
I
wanted
mean-
him non-lethal.
Yeah, I'm non-lethally sticking him in the chest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right,
Can't
go
just
for
go
it.
for his legs.
You non-lethally miss.
I have advantage.
Yeah.
You most certainly do. So you non-lethally hit, and he is non-lethally non-lethaled.
Thank God. Asshole. And then I yell up at Rock and I'm like, we're leaving! Get down here!
All right. Let's see. He's very knocked out. We need to let's see how this
Are
goes.
you planning on going to the other ship?
So from this fog, a whole bunch of pirates just noticed a giant direwolf emerge, and they are all going to fire. That's what, 7 shots minus, yeah, so 8 minus the one that went flying
If I
overboard.
recall correctly, there would still be a bit of fog in between him and them.
The gust of wind blows, it like disperses that fog
No,
cloud pretty
you
much.
see where that fog
It-
was? There was like a circle, like the circle and
Mechanically, the entire cloud disappears.
oh, okay.
Okay, so this time 7. Good luck. Godspeed, Black Emperor.
Okay, I'm gonna go through it. Botch hit for 4. Miss hit for a total of 8. Where the fuck? Okay, miss hit for a total of 14 damage. Gotcha.
And red on the left pulls a muscle.
Cool.
All right.
Right.
So yeah, let's see. Next thing that happens. Okay. What are
Oh,
these
yeah.
two doing? This is not good.
You fucked with the wrong person.
Mulek's nowhere near within like 30 feet of me right now.
No. The ship, it basically lined up around broadside range, so maybe like 100 feet or so.
Yeah, so I figured.
Something in that ballpark.
Too bad.
Okay, so the first one, the one who is still invisible, but like you're sort of aware of his spell or of his position, you hear him cast something, and then he disappears 30 feet away, and I need to mark a spell slate off. And you do notice that he leaves behind like a misty shape of himself, where he was once standing.
Okay. So that's the one I'm bum rushing?
That was the one you were bum rushing. Yep, he has misty stepped somewhere else, and he is still invisible, so you're not entirely sure where he went.
Gotcha.
The other one behind you. Actually, no, he does become invisible after he casts that spell, so you see him reappear over here.
Can you indicate where? Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Never mind.
Let's see, this other one, what does he want to do here? Yeah, I believe he is going to do one of these at level 3. Yeah, that should be plenty. So I'm going to need a dex save.
Give me a moment while I figure out what the fuck I use.
That's a lot of damage.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Why did you think this was a good idea?
There. It,
Yeah, he's the
okay.
wolf stack.
I have a lot more HP than you think right now.
Really?
Yeah, like if the wolf
Yes.
dies, he just comes back with his normal health, but then like
Oh.
then he's almost out of wild shapes. Like
No, but if the wolf dies, then he goes to 1 health.
No, I don't.
It depends on how much damage you take.
Yep.
It's a separate health bar.
Okay. Let's start with. Oh, I need a deck save. I'm trying to solve that. I'm getting distracted. God damn. This is a bum rush. This is not gonna. Oh, it's the same either way. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take that.
28 lightning damage, so I assume you're back in Mulek form.
No, give me a moment here. I need to solve one last problem.
Okay.
It might take me a moment. I'm gonna try and solve it as quick as I can. Please. I know I didn't write this down, and I'm so dumb for not. But.
While you're
Oh my
doing
gosh!
that,
I can actually do this. I can't believe I can do this, but I can.
okay, what are you doing?
Oh, go on.
Oh,
Oh,
Did it
I
go?
think I know what you're gonna do.
did it go?
Did not. Whatever you were doing did not go.
I got it.
There it is. Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, you've gained resistance to lightning damage,
Yep.
and
still a wolf?
Yep. Bringing that down to 4.
yep, and your next melee attack deals that much lightning damage,
A D6.
a
yeah.
D6 of
Are
extra
you
lightning
still
damage.
a wolf? He cast that though.
Yep. That's what I was checking. It's only somatic, and I just can't do the verbal.
Yeah.
In
is
beast form?
100% allowed. That is amazing.
Wait.
At least, when I did a quick cursory read.
Isn't there like a 20th level spell that allows you to
double
use
check.
spells? Yeah, I thought spellcasting in beast form.
I read beast. I accidentally read beast spell. Fuck.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say that would be very clever, but I'm pretty sure that's like a super high level spell or,
Can't
or
cast
class
spells,
ability.
period.
I read beast. I saw a beast spell. I was like, ooh, that's exactly what I'm looking
Yeah,
for.
you
And
can't
was
cast spells.
Yeah,
Your ability to speak,
yep.
take any action by chance, then
Okay,
reveal
well,
the beast form, doesn't break your concentration,
okay.
cast
Well, I
protect
take
you
another.
from the
Shut
spell
up!
block.
Shut up! I take another minus.
Yeah, so that should be enough to knock you out a wolf, right? Oh yeah, it is.
We're gonna hold on to that.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be back because if you're stuck here in Mulek form, you're in a little bit of trouble. So seeing you're out of wolf, the Silent Twin, who is still surrounded by
Fucking wolf.
several mirror images, sort of just like stands over you and grabs you by the scruff. Except not an actual grapple, because that would be a grapple mechanic. And he doesn't say anything because he's silent, but he gives you just a dirty, entertained look. Like he has clearly got you right where he wants you. And that makes it Ammon's turn.
Okay, so how I went 30
Stick
feet
over
down
the
last
flat
turn, or
sniping.
as much as I could go last turn. Like, how much more do I have to go to get to the deck of the ship?
You're like maybe 10 feet above the deck of the ship right now. It's safe to
Okay.
jump.
Okay, so you said I heard the catfolk dude calling for help inside the ship?
Smirk definitely heard it. Let me get a perception check from you.
Well, I can always just shout.
Probably not.
Yeah, you probably didn't notice. There's a lot going on out here.
Yeah, and plus I'm not a fan of fire, so I think Elizabeth had the right idea. Anyone else here I can maybe grab that looks like they're stable, like any like former crewmates that are still hanging on to life?
Toady is definitely unconscious over there. There's a handful of knocked out crewmates. A lot of them went overboard, but they're kind of like floundering out, possibly drowning in the water far behind you guys.
Okay, if I can do this, I'd like to cast Spare the Dying on Toady, unless he's already been stabilized.
He has already been
Yeah.
stabilized, yeah.
Okay, then I will Spare the Dying on the next nearest crewman I can see, then try and grab Toady and haul him towards the life raft.
All right, cool. Yeah, he's pretty light. He's sort of an older dude, so you're able to bring him over towards the edge pretty easily.
Feck, would you say this fire would actually spread much? Because if it's like that, like I don't think I've actually tried. I'm actually gonna be honest here. If you try to set sawdust on fire by itself, it does not catch fire easily.
I mean, there's like canvas bags and flour and
if
wine and alcohol
think
down
about
there.
it,
It's gonna
but
explode.
if you look where it could catch on fire, you can't. Where the stairs are, as long as they could jump over that, those parts wouldn't have caught on fire.
You've got a little bit of time, but the ship is on fire and it will spread.
I'm going to. I'm feeling crazy. So when it's my turn, I'm going to try and save the catfolk.
That is totally your prerogative.
Debate physics after the game, not early game.
Yeah, mid game, the ship is on fire, and you can certainly try to run through it, but it might be a little difficult.
But if you think about this, as long as I can jump over that railing, I can help them out using like I can just I can jump over those two railings for only 10 feet of movement.
Yeah, you might be able to like. I mean, the fire was started leading up to the stairs, but if you jump this, I assume you're talking about this railing.
Yeah, and then when I get down there, I can basically boost him up, have him help me up, and then
Yeah.
we're both out.
It's not going to be comfortable, but you can try it when it gets to your turn. But let's do the crew. So the crew at this point, they are making their way down into these boats. They don't like the idea of staying on this ship, so they hop in here. They hop in here. They're not all the way down, but they're in the process of getting down.
Does Rock like just break a hole right in the middle of the ship when he jumps down?
He
That
doesn't jump down.
actually is a good question. How is Rock getting down onto that ship? I assume,
Probably
To climb up,
fine.
right?
yeah, there are ropes, so he can sort of make his way down. Let's just do like an,
So I mean, like, if he has
Probably
like
not graceful.
cannonballs onto that ship, he's a literal cannonball.
yeah,
He's
he's not the
a
brightest
sailor.
tool in the shed, but he knows that if he jumps onto this thing, he's going to break it. So he's at least going to try to climb down somewhat gracefully, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, he makes it down. I mean, it's a little clumsy. He might like damage one of the
His
benches,
profession
but
is
he
a
makes it on
sailor,
there.
So I would have given. So it would have made sense to give him an advantage.
Right.
On that or
He's
something.
he's clever enough to get into a boat pretty easily. Let's see the rest of the crew. Natalia is like dragging the captain over a little bit. They're waiting to get into that one. Actually, they'll bring it down to this one because that one's almost full. Covey is coming over here. Crew is getting down in there. Starts working on throwing the pirate overboard, or are you keeping the pirate?
I'm keeping the pirate.
Okay, so he gives you a weird look, but he's like, okay, you can have him, and he takes a seat over here and starts grabbing well, I guess he would take a seat over here and start rowing when he gets to that. Sissa gets in with... Wait, Sissa at this point realizes that her brother is not here, and she is going to run this way. So yeah, runs in with
Well, she's
Smurg.
right there. I think somebody runs like that towards fire, I think I can tell what's going on, and I'll just say later. I got him.
Okay, so yeah.
I'll save him.
Yeah. You try to convince her that you've got it under control, and we
Should I
are.
roll persuasion for that?
She trusts you enough at this point. But go ahead and yeah, Mulek, it's to you.
All right. Okay, so thankfully,
The single man suicide squad.
this is the last turn of this, but
Really should be.
all right. Thankfully, my gust of wind is still aimed relatively in the right direction.
Are you going to bird out?
I
Oh,
can't.
shit.
I can't. Fly speed's even more restricted.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, that would have been cool if
um,
you used, like, basically glided out on your own gust of wind.
no. Um,
There
so
are other, like... No, never mind. I'll let the players be creative. Go on.
I mean, I still have my lasso, right?
You do still have your lasso. It doesn't have something
And
tied to the end of it, though.
I lost the cages.
Wait,
Damn.
wait. Where? Okay, hang on. That was all done in whispers, and I think we lost track. You made the lasso, you tied it to the cages, you jumped down holding one
No,
end of the rope, right?
no. I tied one end to to like a bunch of cages, and then I made the other end into
The
a
lasso.
lasso.
I gotcha. So yeah, you don't have enough rope to like make it all the way over here, and if you tried to bring those cages with you as you were
Oh,
swimming,
no,
they
no,
would
no.
sink.
Oh, no. You think I'm aiming at this guy? I mean,
I guess what I'm saying is if one end of that rope is tied to the fishing cages back on your ship, there's no way you're holding the rope because it's only like 60 feet of rope, right?
oh, I thought they were. I thought they were like 50 or like 20 or 30 pound, not like 200, 300 pound things.
Oh no! You asked for something heavy, so I gave you like the fishing cages are like metal bins. It's basically what you guys pushed over to like feed to the octopi.
What I pushed over.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I wouldn't have done that. I was looking for something like anchorish enough that I could lug around.
Okay, I got well, lug and anchor. Anchors are pretty heavy.
So it just has to be heavy enough to make it awkward for someone to try and stay above water.
Okay. Let me. Okay,
But
since
if I couldn't have found anything quick, I won't do it. So I just have a lasso. That's
okay,
fine.
yeah, just the lasso.
Okay.
I can't think of
And
anything else that would really fit that role.
yep. Okay, so that was miscommunication. Either way, I still have the lasso. Um, so we're gonna start by so he's got me by the scruff.
Yes.
So
Again, it's not like an actual grapple mechanic. It's more of just like clearly trying to intimidate.
Bitch slap him.
eh, how about I just how about I just tighten the noose around his neck?
You could certainly try. That would be an attack roll.
Oh, what kind of attack roll?
Probably dexterity.
Actually,
Reroll.
I need to make sure. Let me see how this mechanic works because I'm not sure how that would play with mirror images. If he can actually put a hand on your shoulder.
I mean, if he's got me, I know which one's real.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm making sure. He's smart enough to not do that if it's going to give away which one is him.
Here, just a description of the topic.
Well, if you're in the heat of battle, you can do stupid things.
So yeah, they all walk up to you and they all place their hand in the same spot on your shoulder. So like, it's extremely obvious that most of them are not real, but you're not sure which is which.
Mm. All right, I still need a ruling on what the attack roll is for a lasso.
We will go with Dex just because it's not really like it's more of a finesse thing than a...
Hail County full of grace.
Alright, there's your Dex roll. Let's see how this plays with the mirror.
Mirror image has its own roll.
Yeah, roll a d20 to determine whether the attack instead targets one of your duplicates. So you are going for a 11 or higher. That is most certainly not 11 or higher. So yeah.
Can't hear a word you're saying.
Wow.
Okay, so yes, you lasso the wrong thing and it falls straight through him, and that duplicate fades away.
Okay, like you told me roll a d20 and then you broke up like nobody's business.
Gotcha. Sorry, I think it is still storming a little bit, so my internet might be like flickering a bit. But yes, with the lasso, it goes straight through him. It was a good lasso though. It looked great. You looked great doing it.
All right, 5.
So how about you run?
I'm working on it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oop.
All right.
And then I would have bonus action back into the wolf,
All right.
as I did after I threw the lasso. I was hoping I could just get it and then bite into it and then drag that fucker along with me.
Yeah. Okay. So as you're running away, he is going to try to swing with his staff, but like he knows that you're probably going to wolf. But let's see what happens anyway, just so we can put a little bit of a dent on you. Strength of 0, so yeah. Oh, he misses. That's fine. Alright, so you turn into a wolf, and I assume you're jumping? What are you doing here?
No, that's all my movement I have right now. I
Okay.
did, however, catch that
Why
fucker
would
in.
you-
No, you're a wolf. You have extra movement.
Oh, you're right. So
You probably have
still-
decent
I still-
athletics.
I still want to throw one of these fuckers overboard, and
You have very used your action at this point.
yeah, but the gust of
Come
wind's
on,
still
man.
going.
Does that move with you?
Yeah, it's centered on me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we need 4 more saves.
Yeah, it's when they start their turn in it. So,
Oh, they have to start their turn in that? Okay, gotcha.
but it will happen to them.
Alright, so are you jumping over the edge or are you staying there?
Oh, I'm right there for now.
Alright,
I
that makes it Elizabeth's turn.
Alright, can I see this happening?
Give me perception. You are on the top deck.
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah, you're
my
in the
turn,
rowboat.
My turn.
I'm in the
My
rowboat.
turn. It's my turn. Remember, I'm not on the initiative list because we had to replace my token.
Oh, yes. You did let Elizabeth go first, but you guys can swap if you want. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, Cognate can go first.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to jump here, which is equivalent of going here, and I'm just going to try to offer. I'm just going to go here and just basically yell to the check it, whatever his last name is, like,
Real talk. Yep.
and I'm just gonna basically just offer a hand for him. Just got my hand.
Okay, cool. Give me athletics real quick. That should be pretty easy for you, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah, let's watch this crit fail.
This is not so much to jump over the railing, but to jump over the railing without, like,
No, this
burning
is a
yourself.
Oh,
And then hoist him up.
At this point, I'm pulling him up. I'm like offering a grip from here.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yep.
But the fire isn't here.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's
Yep.
Start at the bottom of the stairs. I'm still on the stairs. I'm close to it, but I'm not in it.
Yep, you're fine. Okay, cool. So you are offering a hand up. We'll just do that on your turn. It's easy enough. So yeah, he grabs your hand and starts to work his way up, and you are able to hoist him over pretty easily. So yeah, he climbs up over the railing.
And that was only like 5 feet of movement, so I can get back.
I love how this person in chat assumes the boat is on fire because of Elizabeth, and I love even more that they're right. Alright, so you run back up the stairs, he follows alongside.
I will say bullshit that he's been gone for 10 minutes because that boat's been on fire for like the past hour.
It has been on fire for quite some time.
Well, remember, hardwood doesn't catch on fire as easily as like baked goods.
And Elizabeth. It's hard.
Alrighty. So I assume I don't see what's going on over there.
You can tell that there's like some sort of commotion because there was like a bolt of lightning and a fog cloud and a gust of wind, but like you can't really see all the details of it. You can just tell that like clearly something is going on over there.
Yeah. And because I can't really make out all the details, I'm like, I'm bored now. And I take the grappling hook off the rope and I start tying the captain up.
All right. Yeah. Anything else?
There's no more hostiles near us, are there?
No, there are plenty over on a Mulek ship, but you don't see anything still going around here.
All right. Then, yeah, other than that, I'm just going to be kind of yelling to everybody on the main ship, like, come on, get off. Like, we got to go. Because I'm a lady. I'm not going to row this boat myself.
So
course not.
I might have regrets on some of the things I said I did while I was in the water.
You're gonna have to like explain that to them because again, it was all in whispers. But if I remember correctly,
So-
every single one of those robots is tied up, right?
No, I threw away all but 2 of the oars.
That's right.
You bastard.
That's right. So there are 2 oars, and I'm gonna roll it.
Between both ships.
Is it? Yeah. Is it?
Yep.
So the bottom one, fortunately,
Well, I
has
have
2
a
oars.
trident at least. It's something.
I start looking around for oars, and I realize they're not there. I'm like, fuck.
Hey,
So I have
Let's
some
hit the 1v2.
regrets.
so
I continue to tie this guy up.
it was not Elizabeth's fault for once. Okay, so yeah, I mean he's unconscious. You're able to get him secured pretty well. Okay, so let's see. Pink does have one that gets caught in here, fails, goes flying over the side. Red is... Yeah, red's got one in there.
Yep, right there.
DC what?
Not that high, or not that low.
Okay, he goes flying. How far?
15.
So yeah, he's like here-ish. Let's see, and then yellow are all the unmarked ones down there, and then we need to do the Smirky Twin.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, you bastard, get down in the water.
He has advantage on this.
Make sure we can see this roll. Yes!
He has advantage on this.
No!
He does. He has magic resistance. Copy paste.
Wait, this is magic resistance?
Yeah, it counts.
Against spells and magic. Fuck!
Yeah, that is very unfortunate, but he is able to like put his hand out, and the wind almost like parts around him a little bit. So yeah, that was a very good idea, but unfortunately, you only got a couple of the pirates with it, and more importantly, all of these pirates are now going to take more shots at you.
I can tank it.
You can, for the time being. So here comes 7 shots.
6. We're down one more.
You're correct. And is he prone? Actually, is red prone?
I don't remember. Each character starts their turn in the line must succeed on a strength saving throw or be put 15 feet away in a direction following the line. That's it. No.
Cool. Not prone. Okay, so that looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 if your AC is 13 or lower.
Nope, just 3 hits. I'll total up the damage. 5, 9, 13.
Alright, so there's 13 to you, and then both of the twins now are looking very upset. They are clearly not interested in pulling punches for very much longer. I mean, I hope you enjoyed this character. Let's see how this goes. Okay, this is a 100-foot line from yourself, 5 feet wide. He would hit the own pirate. He honestly doesn't care. So yeah, the one that is in your gust of wind is sending a lightning bolt headed your way. That's level 3. Take one more of those slots.
Lightning bolt.
So I need dex from you and dex from Pink Pirate.
It's not too bad damage roll.
Pink Pirate makes it.
I saved.
Okay, so you take 29, and I think even after the save, Pink Pirate is dead. Yes, Pink Pirate is just toast. Even nimbly dodging out of the way of it, he is pink paste. It smells like burnt bacon. And there is one more twin. Geez, I mean, they were pretty lenient before, but you've given them a lot of reason to not let you out of here. Yeah. Good luck. Godspeed, Black Emperor. Oh, that you actually got pretty lucky on that
lucky as
damage.
shit with that.
Yeah.
How much health does he have, though?
It might still not be enough.
Yeah.
It won't kill him outright.
Oh, he can do that, though.
Oh, he can actually do that. Nice. So there's your resistance, and you still need to make the dex save, too.
Nice.
Okay, so you fail the dex save, but you do resist, so you take 9 lightning damage.
Nice, man, nice.
Alright,
Man, that was the
I'm
worst
still
roll
up,
for him. Wow.
you are still up. And it is now Ammon's turn.
This is why druids draw aggro.
Well, that's so much. Like, this is where you might want to just throw in the towel because I mean,
Oh no,
They
I'm
could say-
totally out of this. There's
Okay.
a reason why I stopped at the edge.
Like, you very well could have lost your character right there.
all right, I'm just saying they probably have more than a lightning bolt at a disposal. You might want to put your hands up, but whatever.
Or I can just dive.
I know,
get
but
under
they
the-
might
also
have
just
shit that
die.
says "I hit you," period, like they did to those guards.
If I get under the ship, there's no way they're finding me. They will have to come into my territory to try and catch me, and I can live in the water for indefinitely.
Alright, so Ammon, you are kind
Alright.
of helping Toady over.
Yeah, I'm just gonna haul him into the boat with Elizabeth.
Alright.
I'm as much as I want to hang around and see if we can make it back, or that Cog makes it back. I'm like, no, fire out. So I'm in the boat, and do I recognize the immediate lack of oars, or does that take me a second to realize that?
Elizabeth would, like, point it out pretty clearly, I assume, right?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, so we're not actually going anywhere. It turns out.
There's two
I've tried.
for a 4 or a
Is there 2 on this boat or 2 on the other boat?
It
there's
is.
2 on Elizabeth boat.
Yeah, it is the lower boat.
Okay. Okay, then I
Then
will
I point to
sing.
them and I say, "Get rowing."
No.
jump.
First, I'm gonna take a rope. I'm gonna tie the keel of this ship to the bow of the ship next to us.
Nice, nice. Yeah, give me a sleight of hand real quick, just because it's kind of wavy, but
Oh.
you should be able to do that. I assume you'll have advantage because the first mate is going to help with this. He likes this plan.
Sleight of hand. Okay, I can try.
So yeah,
Pretty good.
yep. So you toss the rope over, the first mate grabs it and starts helping to tie things down. So you've got yourself a nice little tow situation going on.
All right, then. First mate probably looks a lot stronger than me, but I mean, I'll take one oar if I'll take the other one. Probably can't do it this turn, but it's a start.
All right, cool. So yeah, you start getting situated to row away. Let's see, crew. He would see you like sitting down. He might want to get over there and help. Yeah, actually, the boats are close enough that he's going to try to get over. He's going to have advantage on this because he's been working on a boat for his entire life. But you know, let's see how it goes. Oh no, he's doing just fine. So the first mate does step over onto the ship, and he takes a seat with the oars. You can like each do one, and he'll have to like compensate for the fact that actually him and the human crew member can probably take care of it. So they motion you to just grab a seat.
Sit down, nerd.
Basically, yeah, in nicer terms. So then let's see, Sheket
Oh,
and
so
Sissa.
move, bitch.
Sheket and Sissa both run out here. They're going to make their way onto the boat. You made it down just fine. Kovi's going to go with Sissa and Sheket. Let's see, Salthammer. Natalia is lowering... well, actually, she'll drag up here because this one's looking emptier, especially once these bodies get thrown over.
Yeah.
All right.
So they're all going for that one. I guess I should go for the front one then.
Yeah, they'll probably be almost equally full. What is it? 2, 4, 6, 7, 5. So yeah, the lower one is got more room in it. All right, music.
I meant what I said, fuckers.
All right, what are you
As
doing?
No, I'm saying that to those two.
Oh, gotcha.
And then ploosh.
We need you because you're the only one that can push these boats
Push.
and get the
I can
oars
swim,
back.
damn it.
Yeah, I I don't exactly know what I
We're
did
in
with
the
the
ocean.
oars.
He just threw them. This is storming. They're like 20 miles away by
Oh,
now.
they're gone. They're so gone.
Yeah.
I mean, the oars do float, but in a storm like this, yeah, you can't
Yeah,
find them.
like if it was calmer waters, I would know more or less where they are. And then diving into the water 30 feet deep, casting that along the way. Nope,
Uh-huh.
don't do that. Plus 8. Yeah. Plus 8. There we go.
All
A
right.
little bit more health as I go into the water and sploosh.
All right, so you dive in and you just go straight down, trying to put depth between you and all of those crossbows.
A little bit over to the side as well, too.
Perfect. Yeah, give yourself
Yeah.
cover.
Yep.
All right, Smurg, you're up. I think we can kind of pull out of initiative at this point. So yeah, you guys are free to act.
I'm just gonna jump into this boat. You want an athletics for that?
If you are literally jumping, then yes.
Well, I probably just want to get down there as soon as possible.
Yeah, there is a rope. You're very welcome to climb in calmly.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I can just calmly climb in then.
Okay. All right, so you
So
climb
I'll
down
do
into
that.
the boat. Let's see, Sheket and
Actually,
Sissa do jump.
Is she gonna need help with the captain?
Let's see. No, the rock is down there to sort of help. So she like hands the
Okay.
body down to Rock. They get the body situated in the boat.
Okay.
She climbs down, and you guys are in the boats, ready to push off.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what you guys do need me for. It's the one
What?
thing. It's the one good thing druids are good for. We're
What?
not starving to death.
Oh, yeah.
Goodberry.
Yes.
Fortunately, you
You're
don't
on
pick enough for everybody.
Yeah, there's
We're
quite a
only,
few
like,
people
2
here.
days from shore, I think, right? Land
I
is
get-
in sight.
Land is in sight.
Yeah. We don't even need water in that span of time.
Yeah.
And it also gives you all your water requirement for the day. Also, I can cast. I get 10 per spell level. Per spell I cast, and I have 6 spells, so we have plenty of good berries.
Oh, good.
Anyways, yeah. Staying like 70, 80 or 90 feet below the water, well below what I think is any sort of reasonable range for any of these fucks to hit me as I get back towards.
One of
But
them teleports underwater.
See,
what I kind of notice is the glowing outline of our ship. What the fuck?
yeah, you also notice like little plinks of crossbow bolts, but they're like not even close. Like they don't stand a chance of hitting it. This.
Like,
So yeah,
when bullets hit water, they just lose a ton of their momentum.
yeah. You do notice that as you start swimming back over to the ship, the other ship has angled like in, like it is trying to approach. But it is kind of moving slowly, especially in all of the stormy weather. Yeah, it is. It is gonna take it a while to maneuver closer, but it is certainly trying to maneuver closer. Let's see. I said it was at 150, so yeah, they've got a little bit before they get like to actual melee range. So you guys are free to continue. So yeah, you make it to the ship. You see
like
that
to stay on
everybody's
the
in the
lifeboats?
rowboats. You hop onto the lifeboat, right?
E-
Or what do you do?
You can
yeah,
actually keep
it's getting
swimming.
pretty. Yeah, it's pretty easy for me to. I can at least swim up to the boat and figure out what the fuck's going on as you guys try and get it going. Why the hell is the boat on fire?
I don't know. Let's just get out of here.
A lantern fell while after it hit that thing.
Terrific. Just fucking terrific. I couldn't even get one of those asshole twins off the boat to drown them.
Okay,
go.
so
I
yeah.
kind of look over the edge of the boat and I'm like, you gonna push or something? Because we only have 2 oars.
Blinks for a moment. Fuck.
Okay, so yeah. As you guys are talking, the first mate is like good to go, especially because he's glancing back and noticing that this much larger ship that is armed with ballista is maneuvering closer.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't firing on you with the ballista. It looks like most of the crew is kind of still scrambling because a few of them are overboard and they were like in the midst of a crossbow fight. But you do see the twins like barking out orders and they're trying to like get reorganized and maneuver your way. So he is pushed off and is like ready to row. So they start rowing away.
All right, fuck it. I hop up on on the ship with Elizabeth, tie the rope in a harness around me, and then tie your rope off to the front, and I'll pull it. I'll help pull.
Okay. I will,
I'm gonna let someone with much more dexterous hands do that, though.
yeah, I untied the knoll and I use it to tie up you like in
Oh
the front
no,
of the ship.
I brought my own rope.
Oh, you have your own rope? Okay.
Yes,
Then
I have the
do
lasso
that.
that never got used.
Right. Then I will use that. And I will tie it, hopefully safely, around his body and the front of the ship.
Sploosh. Swim, 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 pull, pull.
Yep,
pull.
you got it.
Let's get.
I'm also going to help. I'm going to pull up my little rebec. And I'm going to start playing and use my mastermind thing to help Ammon and First Mate row.
It's two
Oh, it's
two
not
of
me.
the
It's
ship
just the
people.
It's the first mate and the human now.
Oh, okay, then I'll help First Mate.
Okay, cool.
Or
So
actually the human, because I think the First Mate's probably got this.
yeah, he's
First
probably
mate's
got
much more
that.
than-
Let's see how it goes. So yeah, he does fine, and I'm sure he'll do fine too. But let's find out. I don't know. He's you know,
Not the greatest athletics.
or
I'm a
that's
little
not
exhausted
athletics.
I'm a little exhausted from 3 fucking lightning bolts.
We'll take the first one because they're the same modifier either way. So yeah. With your help, it goes pretty smoothly. Again, though, the ship is gaining on you pretty quickly. You'd guess it's probably about 90 feet away, and it does start firing ballista at the ship itself. It is not aiming for you guys, but you notice several of these massive bolts just go crashing into the side of the ship as you start to peel away from it. And fire starts to roar out through the sides.
So bad right now.
Yeah. So, as it pierces into the ship, fire does start to
Actually,
like pour out
That
through
might
the
be
holes it
great
leaves.
because the fire is like, ooh, look at me, I'm fire. There's things happening here. It's a distraction.
But yeah, it's pretty clear that they are going to just wreck this ship. So yeah, let's see. As you guys are rowing away, let me roll this real quick. Okay. One of the twins doesn't notice you at all, but one of them, looking over the edge, notices that there are a couple of rowboats making their way away. And he barks out some orders to one of the pirate crew, which is up on the stern castle steering the ship. and he points towards you guys. And you guys are maybe like 120 feet away, but the ship does start to like track you down.
Can we go on?
Wait, how far is the ship?
About 120 feet away.
Ooh, okay. I've got time for this then. I got your range action.
Can we snipe? Let's snipe them with. Let's have the crew snipe them with crossbows.
Yeah, actually, Sheket and Fekri, or Sheket and Sissa will both do that for sure.
I have 120 feet Eldritch Blast, so I'm going to start blowing holes in the hull of the ship.
Nice. All right, and they're both gonna fire,
Sadly, both of my cantrips are short range.
and neither of them makes a good shot. You are able to smack the front of the ship, though. It does put a decent hole in it. 10 damage. Yeah, it actually blows a pretty good amount off of their forecastle.
I'm just going to keep on doing that as long as they pursue us.
Yeah, for sure. So they are definitely pursuing. Go ahead and give me like 2 or 3 more attack rolls real quick.
Elizabeth, you are good at helping us aim before. Give me a hand with
Yeah,
this.
I'll help Ammon out. Just play him a little song. Actually, no, I can't.
I know, it's more pure, or, just moral support, but I'll take what I can get. Here's nothing.
I'll give you some
How
moral
much more you
support
want? 5
by
more?
cutting a piece of your robe off and making a fire arrow. I'm gonna try and shoot at the
Ooh.
ballista.
All right, cool. Do you have like a flask of oil, or are you just going to do the
I
cloth?
do have a flask of oil.
All right.
2, actually.
Awesome. I like it.
How many of these do you want me to make?
Go ahead and do 3 attack rolls.
If she's throwing the
Ooh.
oil at the ship,
Hell yeah.
I'd probably be better.
Okay, very nice. So yeah, you guys lob a couple more Eldritch Blasts as well as a flaming arrow.
Bonus damage.
Awesome, gotcha. So yeah, a couple of them hit like the front of the hull of the ship, but the second Eldritch Blast as well as Elizabeth's shortbow arrow both nick into the sails, and they sort of
I'm actually
catch
aiming
fire.
for the ballista.
Oh, you're aiming for the ballista. Okay, cool. So yeah,
Because I don't want them shooting at us.
gotcha. Yep. So one of the ballista goes up in flames, and that they're not good at turning those ballista quickly. It's more of a broadsiding thing. But one of them goes up in flames, and the pirate manning it is forced to back off. And seeing as they are like gaining on you but unable to do any sort of real damage at this point, the twin who noticed you extends a hand and casts a spell, and you recognize it because it is very similar to the one that happened earlier. But you recognize it a little bit too late as the front of your rowboat smacks into an invisible wall, and let's see what happens to it.
Why didn't you go for the sail?
Okay, it doesn't immediately capsize, but it does basically turn sideways and start to rock violently, and you get the feeling that like you're going to come back up for another smack in a few seconds when the next wave passes through.
So wait, what? How
I don't know whatever you're doing, but come on.
how did it do that through the rope? That's out kind of stretched out in front of it.
That's actually a good question. I don't know if the rope would block that. You might be correct.
How do you?
Let me go read how Wall of Force works real quick.
What are you talking about,
Can
Smurf?
you just cast it in midair like that though?
Yeah.
Within 120 feet.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
okay.
just hop in existence.
The point you choose within range, orient issue to free floating, resting on a solid surface. Yeah, interesting. Okay, he's going to try to do a dex check to see if he can like place it in a way that doesn't intersect with the rope, and if it does intersect with the rope, it will cause the spell to fizzle. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, so he misplaces his spell, and it kind of just fizzles.
Thank you.
So you guys have bought a little bit of time, and also their intentions are now very, very clear. So you are still rowing away from them. You're going a little slower than they are, but you're at least aware of what they're going for here.
Keep spamming the Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, you can definitely give me another attack run each, or attack
Okay.
roll each.
Now, let's not forget the crew members firing things at them.
Ah,
Yep. So again, you smacked like the hull of it, and it does a little bit of damage, but certainly not enough to impede the ship's movement.
Are they within like
They're about like 70 feet away now.
range?
Yeah, especially across the water. There's a little bit of rain and some lightning in the distance, but you could probably shout something to them pretty easily.
Okay, then I yell at them like, "All right, you win. We're leaving."
I might have pissed them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me persuasion.
I still regret nothing, by the way.
You
So
pissed them off.
the one standing over the edge that just cast a spell on you, you guys actually see him shift into Elizabeth. He basically takes on the appearance of Elizabeth and says in Elizabeth's voice, "Oh no, you've seen quite too much. You're not going anywhere." And then extends another hand and tries to place this in a more adequate position. Fails again, but again, very clear that he is trying.
All right, I'm gonna send a fire arrow right at his face.
No,
All right.
send the fire arrow at the sails of their ship so we can get away.
This guy pissed me off.
Let's see, 16. I need a
You off. Go for the sails.
I need a D20 because it's mirror images.
Oh, damn, your images.
Okay, yeah, you smack him right in the shoulder, and he is on fire.
Good job.
Let's see. Yeah, all right, cool. He backs up. You've hurt him a little bit. I mean, not a ton, but you've certainly hurt him enough to like piss him
You're on
off.
fire. You cannot focus enough to cast a spell.
That is most likely
Your
true.
sense of humor sucks, by the way.
So yeah, he does shift back into his normal shape. Well, normal-ish, at least not Elizabeth's shape. But you have successfully shot yourself. And that buys you guys another round to fire away, if you want to take more shots.
There we go.
There's a good hit.
Go for the sails.
Yeah, it's pretty assumed that you guys are going for... Well, I don't know. You tell me what you're aiming for.
The force damage isn't going to do much against the sails.
But
Yeah.
what the well, the mast? I don't know ships at all in character.
If you break
so,
the
like,
mast,
if you
break
guys
the
are telling me
mast,
where
they
to
will
aim,
stop.
he might take that into consideration because he doesn't know.
Aim for the masts.
fuck up the mast, it goes down.
It goes. Mast goes down. They don't have sails. They can't chase us. They fuck off. We don't die.
He hears mast, and that sounds like the most sailing he's seen is a leaf. So I mean, he's like, yeah, mast sounds good. Shoot the mast.
All right, so yeah, you smack the mast, and it like splinters go flying. There's definitely a good amount of damage done to it, and also Sissa and what's his face, Sheket, both basically target the same pirate and knock him down. So another one of the ballista goes unmanned as he slumps over on top of it. And then he is actually out of those spell slots unless he wants to spend something higher. He is real pissed though. Milik did a good job of that. Let's see.
I'm so sorry.
What does
Nah,
he
it was
want to
amazing
do?
enough.
Yeah.
I need to apologize for something that amazing.
Yeah, at this point, both of them step up. Where's our other twin? Hello, you. They both step up. One of them only has 2 images remaining, and they've both got the same idea. So they're both going to try to pull this off and see how it goes.
Can I hand axe one of them?
You can absolutely try. Yeah, go for it because you haven't like taken an action yet.
Wait, how close are they?
They are. Let's see, they were moving that fast, so they're about 50 feet away at this point. 50
Oh
feet
my
away.
god, you could actually do it.
Yeah, 50 feet away and about 30 feet up.
That's a disadvantage, right?
I believe at that range it will be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
will be.
actually are in
But I have
range.
inspiration. I still haven't used it.
I'll give you.
Do you have inspiration? Oh, you have bardic
Yeah.
inspiration. Yeah.
Yeah, bardic inspiration. I can use that. I want this to work. I desperately want this to work so much. But I can add the.
Yeah, you can add 1d4 or
D6.
1d6 to it. Yep.
Damn it!
Yeah, unfortunately, it goes flying through one of the mirror images, and it doesn't even cause it to like fizzle.
What? How does it? No.
Just because it was like an actual miss, just for flavor. So yeah, one of your axes is now on their ship, and
I
they
don't
both
care.
extend a hand, and they look like super frustrated that they are wasting this much of their magical energy on something that should be a trivial task. But they do it anyway, and they both try to like get these lined up in a way that won't fizzle. And they both do. And before you know it, both of your ships have basically like careened into these walls of force that are like funneling down to a point, and your ship just goes straight down under the water with a crash, and the entire front ship is now underwater and mostly destroyed.
I probably have enough check to not have to go back on the boat. To be honest, I will just go keep freaking swimming towards the island. I am determined to not die.
I immediately cut the rope on Mulek,
Yep.
Oh, don't worry, I'd be fine.
just in case. I don't want you being weighed down by a bunch of junk.
Wait.
Um,
Didn't you say they used all their spell slots up?
They used all of a specific level.
Yeah, they used all
You
of
don't know
their.
about that.
Yeah, you don't know in character or even out of character.
But I thought.
and then because there's no saving him, I stabbed the knoll in the face.
Well, not yet, dude. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. There's still a second boat.
We're not all fitting on the second boat, and I'm not taking him over the
We
rest
don't
of
know
us.
that. How big is the second boat?
It's mostly full. There's room for like 2 more people at most.
They brought over 5 each in it, and it looks like you could probably get like maybe 10 on it.
Okay, I can swim pretty well. I don't need a spot, so don't worry about me.
I probably have enough left. I have a decent enough athletic skill that I can make it for a while outside the boat.
Actually, that will be the first thing. I need athletics checks from all of you to see how well you react to like being suddenly submerged. Except for those of you with swim speeds, Mulek and Ammon, you guys are obviously fine.
There,
Sweet.
I'm good.
Right, Smurg's fine. Yeah, athletics.
The DC is 15 if you don't know.
Oh, thank God.
Yep, you're good.
You got lucky.
Let's see, who else is here? First mate and crew, they should both be fine, I think. Hopefully.
Give them advantage if they're sailors.
First mate definitely would have a swimming background, so he flounders a little bit, but he's okay. Crew red shirt number 1.
Okay, Mulek.
Yeah, he flounders quite a bit and sort of gets separated. He's not like drowning, but he is definitely getting, peeled away from the group pretty
I'll go
quickly.
after him.
All right.
I should go for Toti. Yeah.
And I'm going to do something real quick. I think this is about right. Yeah, that looks about right. And then I need to grab these guys. Feel free to plan out what you're doing and stuff. I'm just grabbing some things and moving it over to here.
Oh, I don't want a TPK. I don't want to be the reason of a TPK.
Technically,
Well, I mean, it's kind of too late for that.
What's a TPK?
total party
Total
kill.
Party kill.
Oh, yeah, good job with that, dude.
I mean, you did have to kind of go over there and antagonize them a lot. So, I mean, that's totally on you.
Oh no, I will totally admit that it's my fault if it happens. I just don't want it. I just don't want it to happen, and I'm not done with this situation yet.
Can we have Corby's
It's also my fault for lighting the ship on fire.
That doesn't help either.
Yeah, I mean, there's that too. I mean,
Oh, and he also threw the oars
Jeez.
away.
Oh yeah, don't forget that part.
I say mistakes were made.
What was even the logic behind that?
That was like before like the twins teleported away. That was like about
But
a
what was the
couple.
point?
I didn't-
What was the logic behind that?
Because there was
Listen
a
to me,
plot.
Smurg. Listen to me, Smurg. Stop arguing. I did it because I was under the assumption that I heard that there was an exchange happening. So I thought what was happening was the pirates were going to pick up the two twins and take them back to their ship. Therefore, if I made it so that only that they were moving significantly slower and possibly all in one boat, it would make it that much easier to land a flaming sphere right in the middle of it and completely fuck them up, forcing them to jump in the water and then lasso them and drag them into the depths.
Okay.
I just didn't think we were going to survive the pirate attack and wanted everybody to burn.
Yeah, you're an asshole, by the way.
Not you
Damn
guys.
it.
I figured
Guys.
we'd all just jump off the boat and the
Next
rest could
character,
just
Rapper the Rapper. You gotta believe.
You gotta believe. All right. So yes, the two twins feel pretty satisfied with what they've done, and they look back at the pirates who continue to just the two of them that are destroyed or unmanned are firing the ballista on the other ship, just tearing it to pieces. You notice they aren't pursuing you quite as quickly, but they are still firing a couple of crossbow attacks with significant disadvantage. And let me see, are they willing to spend more spell slots? They need more for later today. No, they're pretty content. So they both step away from the forecastle and disappear out of view. And let me just roll a couple of random crossbow bolts.
I'm gonna grab Toadie because unconscious people don't swim well.
That is pretty true, yeah. 21 and a 19, those will be okay. Let's see who they hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not me, please.
You said these were at disadvantage.
Absolutely correct. Do any of them still hit?
10, 7,
Mm,
7, 5.
No, no, none of them hit. Okay, so yeah, you notice there's like a little bit of a hail of crossbows going past, but none of them really.
Not even a hail, more like a mild drizzle.
Yep. And you notice that they do start to peel away a little bit because they too far from the other ship, so they start to like circle around the ship, just broadsiding it with these ballista. And
Okay,
yeah,
you keep cutting out.
do I?
Like the beginning and ending of a lot of your sentences, like the sound, like this, and it sound like a couple.
Gotcha. I'll try using this push to talk key. We'll find out if it's my internet or if it's my mouse. So let me know if I still cut
I
out.
prefer push to talk.
Yeah. So let me know if it cut out anymore. But yes, for the next like 60 seconds or so, you guys scramble to like swim, and you find yourselves surrounded by lots of just flotsam and dead bodies.
If we still have rope, we can at least try to get the unconscious people on some of the flotsam and jetsam.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
then have Mulek pull that along. As long as like we can tie the unconscious people to the thing, so they'll stay on it, and then also tie that to Mulek, and he can pull them along.
Sounds good.
Everybody's in survival mode at this point.
Yeah. Is the pirate captain floating?
He's dead.
He is. He's face down, and he will probably drown unless like he
I
gets
thought
some sort of
Elizabeth
attention.
stabbed him.
I'll help him out.
I take the rope off of him and
I'm helping him out. Damn it! Let me do.
So Ammon
I
is
still
dealing
take
with the pirate captain.
back.
Don't let the captain live. He's a dead weight now, and he should be dead because he's useful to them alive.
Hush up.
No.
You are.
I do need his information,
Then-
but at the same time, I'd rather
How are we
survive than
supposed to?
get information.
Yeah.
So feel free to sort of just like move yourselves out a bit, figure out where you're trying to get to.
I just want to get onto any piece of board that floats.
Oh, we're at who's struggling in the water? Seeing as I've been cut loose.
The human crew member.
Toady and the pirate captain.
I got Toady.
I got the captain.
No, you don't. I have Toady. He's my charge. Go get someone else.
Fine,
Asshole.
I'll get the human crew member.
Good boy.
Take the nameless. Yeah, the nameless ones should go to the people without swim speeds.
Plus, and he does make a good point that the human's actually still swimming. He's not unconscious.
Yep.
You also
I got none of that.
over on one of the pieces of flotsam already. But yeah, the first mate swims over to a piece over here. You help the crew. Where are you taking them to?
You're cutting out a little bit.
Oh, shoot,
Who are
wrong
you
thing.
talking to?
Okay, yeah, Cognate, where are you taking the human crew member?
I was just gonna drag him over to that. I was gonna drag him over to basically that long piece of flotsam and jetsam stuff.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, you hoist him up onto there. Let's see. He's pretty dead. Alright. As you guys are doing all of this, you notice that you're surrounded by lots of like dead bodies that are just floating in the water. And you also notice, let me get perception checks from each of you.
When you say dead bodies, do you mean like from the pirates we killed?
From the pirates you killed, yes.
Just in
Okay,
general.
not just like this is a sea of dead bodies.
No, it is not like a sea of dead bodies. It is definitely from the
That's
fight
just
earlier.
So edgy, my edgeometer's off the charts.
Okay.
It's pretty freaked out right now.
Crawling in my seas.
Alright, so yeah, Ammon and Smurg, you guys are both kind of like panicky here, but Elizabeth always on the point, and Mulek, especially
I don't
because
panic, I'm just too focused.
Mulek is comfortable in the water. You guys both notice pretty cleanly that one of these pirate bodies, the ratfolk body floating very close to you guys, starts to bob in the water pretty violently, like non-natural bobbing.
Oh, God. Something's trying to eat it, isn't it?
Kobe has animal friend. Or, no, wait. Kobe has speak with animals. Fuck.
Please, 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 do not want to kill. Please do not kill.
Right. So yeah, what do you guys do?
Okay, I don't probably. I guess I'm just gonna start dragging that bit of Jessamine with me and swimming away. I
Okay,
can do that. Do I need a strength
you're
check for that?
no, you're still in the water and you're like dragging it behind you.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
because like I'm assuming south is the way we're supposed to be going.
Yes, actually, I should probably set that up. So it is still raining, and it is actually raining a
Not
lot.
south, not south. Like, wait. So because the way you had set up, we're going west right now. If we keep on going like down,
Yeah, I'll set you up with the scene. So basically, you guys can see
could you
that
rotate the map?
it is.
So north is actually north.
Yeah, it is actually already rotated for this map. At this point, north is up, south is down. And you do notice that you've found yourselves much closer to land. You've basically made it out of, I don't know, nautical terms, but you basically made it to the point where the
A
current...
league or two.
Sure, yeah, you've made it to the point where the water, the current, is carrying you towards land. And you see it is approaching at roughly the same distance from both the east and the south. You guys are sort of approaching the face of the land in that direction. And it looks like it's, well, I should probably just measure it, but something in the ballpark of like 200 feet or so. But it's really hard to tell over all the waves and stuff. Yeah, but about 200 feet in either direction. So yeah, which way are you swimming with it?
Let's just go south.
All right, so you start towing it south. Let me get an athletics check.
Okay. Oh, come on.
Can I get toady control?
Yes, you can.
Just to make this. Why do you keep. His name's not Mulek.
There we go.
Be right
Okay.
back in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's see. Yeah, Elizabeth, what are you doing?
Yeah, so we can see land from here, right?
You can see land. It's kind of like in and out because the waves are so tall, but you definitely do see that it is approaching pretty quickly.
Okay, good. Then I'm gonna like throw my backpack kind of onto this flotsam a little bit
Okay.
and take a quick look around. Do I see any oars? Did they pop back up?
Let's find out. One oar has popped up. It is over here-ish. That is the worst oar I've ever drawn.
It's okay, it's lovely. Then yeah, I'm gonna just kind of yell to Firstus that grab the oar for the others.
Okay.
And
So,
then I turn to the elf and I'm like, "Hey, handsome, what brings you here?"
all right, perfect. So yeah, Firstus basically leaps into the water, grabs the oar, and then climbs up on this thing. And when he notices that there is like an unconscious but not quite dead pirate there, he beats him over the head with the oar and like shoves him off into the water.
Attaboy.
So I'm assuming my strength check just means I'm not moving for now.
You are moving very, very slowly, but you are dragging this thing along. Let's see. So you guys are right about there. And then I need actions from Ammon and Mulek. So what are you guys doing at this point?
We're 60. I have it zoomed up pretty far so I can't see. There.
That's 60.
Yep, I'm heading there.
Okay, so you're just swimming with Toady in tow.
Toto.
I don't really need a flotation device.
Yeah, no, that seems pretty reasonable. Okay. Yeah. All right, and then Ammon, which way are you heading?
I'm heading with these same guys, holding the pirate captain over my shoulder. I got some speed, so it's easy for me.
All right, cool. You head that way.
Because I know exactly what's under there, and I am out of fucking... This is out of my fucking control.
To be, I honestly, heck, would it just be easier for me to swim with the human instead of dragging something?
For you, probably not, actually.
Yeah, you might actually benefit from a flotation device, especially because it is kind of stormy. Okay, so Ammon, you are following Mulek, is that correct?
Yep, pretty much.
All right. As you start to, let's see, who are you holding onto? You're holding onto the pirate captain. As you start to swim away, you notice something that mechanically could be described as an opportunity attack, but to you it feels like something tugging on the body of the pirate captain away from that direction. And at this point, we are definitely going to
Like-
need this.
If I can see it, can I Eldritch Blast?
Yeah, for sure. It is underwater, but you
Oh,
can
yeah.
definitely try.
Ah, come on.
Supersonic racing.
That's helpful.
Gotta go fast.
I'm really happy with how this is all turning out. Like, I understand it's a shit show, but like, I
This
like.
is pretty
It could have been
action-packed
worse.
compared to last time.
Well, I don't see how it could have been worse. Actually,
we all die. Oh,
Yeah,
we all
somebody
die.
could have been
That's
dead.
how.
I
Oh,
was,
Wait,
alive.
I know what to do. I just need to get the human crew member over to the other boat.
yeah, I was very, very ready to tell you to roll a new character when you like got up onto the ship and then didn't run the moment your wolf dropped. I was like, okay, so he's gonna run now, right? But yeah, okay. So let's see. We need to actually roll their
He
initiative,
doesn't
don't we?
even have any damage on him. It's amazing.
I healed out of it. I
Oh,
healed
yeah.
out of most of it. I've got a little bit of damage, but I put on 16 HP. They shoot through about 90 HP, by the way, in like
Yeah.
2 rounds. That was not friendly. And like I said, my only goal, I knew I couldn't take them in a straight up fight. I was trying to drown them. I was literally
Which
gonna
was intelligent.
I was gonna drag one of them to the depths, and then if I got lucky, I'd do both. But I was pretty sure I was only gonna have time to drown one of these assholes.
All right. So Ammon, from where you're at, you can definitely tell what's going on. So I'll go ahead and move these over here.
Ah!
And actually, give me a nature check.
I'm gonna do it too,
Am I
because
close
fuck it.
enough to do one of? Am I close enough to give you one of those?
You are, but you really don't have a very good view of like what's going on over there. So yeah, Mulek, you're a little
How
too
about
far
a
away to
disadvantage?
tell exactly what kind of shark this is. But
Look.
Ammon, you've run into this shark before. You know that these are reef sharks. They're actually fairly common, and you know that they tend to hunt in packs. They are not very they're not very threatening on their own, but they work together as a team to hunt on weaker prey. And they very rarely are seen in small groups. It is usually a veritable swarm of them whenever they're encountered. And you do see like 3 shapes sort of circling around below you, one of which is grabbing onto the pirate's leg and gnawing on it a little bit.
Well, if we have some corpse, we can probably distract them with the corpses. Like, especially if we cut them open, we can use their blood to cover our smell.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. So pirate captain takes he goes back into death saving throws.
He might have missed though.
He's unconscious, so that would be 22.
But there
Yeah.
is
So-
okay. So
Let
from
them
what
have
I'm,
them. Let them have them. Let them have them.
Well, yeah.
I just don't see how pack advantage is going off.
Oh no, it's not pack tactics. It's because the pirate captain is unconscious.
Oh
That's
right, there's
bad.
advantage on those attacks. Never mind.
Yep,
That's
yep,
what
yep.
I was confused about.
Yep. Okay, so cognate. Actually, give me perception because at this point you still might not know what's going on.
Ow.
Do you have advantage on hearing? Do you have advantage on hearing? I can't
I have
remember if.
advantage on smelling.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, you still don't really recognize what's going on just yet
Oh.
because nobody has like screamed or yelled or
I
anything.
can't smell the things that go around eating stuff.
I mean, you smell lots of
bloody.
dead bodies, but that's to be expected.
Yeah.
And a burning ship behind you.
And Amon isn't shouting about this.
Not yet, but Eamon, you did take your reaction. Let's see. Yeah, so
Like, I would have seen an Eldritch Blast go off.
that's true. Actually, you would have noticed some magic. So you've noticed that there is like some magic something going on over there, and it is your
I
turn.
would probably assume that's automatically just something bad going on. So I'm gonna. I'm not sure what I want to do.
If possible, what I kind of want to do in my turn if I get
Is
a
it-
chance is, oh, sorry, go ahead. I thought I already saw a lot of initiative. Go ahead.
I just Are you sure Amon isn't allowed to just shout something? It's not something you do as an action on your turn, right?
Yeah, talking is pretty free.
Yeah. So he could shout, "There's sharks here."
That is up to him. His gut reaction was to fight back, so I'm not sure if he would also call it out. That's totally up to Ammon.
Yeah, he is very mentally stressed right now. He is not thinking of calling out sharks. He is thinking of killing this thing next to him.
Yeah, he's a little terrified. All right, so Cognate, it's on you. What would your character do here?
I would probably ask him why he fired off some magic.
Okay, so yeah, you call
What's
out to
going
him.
on over there?
Well, what
Okay,
did
in
he fire
between
off
waves
the
of water, I
magic
just cry out that there's sharks.
Ah, shit. So, if, yeah. But due to my earlier strategy, I'm going to do this. I'm going to move. Oh wait, I can only move 15 feet at most, can't I?
Yes, unless you have a swim speed.
And dash at 30.
Yeah, dash will put you at 30 without a swim speed.
Well, I can make this with 15 feet, so I'm good. It's because I'm gonna attack this corpse to make it bleed everywhere.
All right, as you're swimming.
To distract the sharks.
Yeah, gotcha. So as you're swimming away, you feel a couple of things tug at your foot. Let's resolve that first.
Do I get? I don't know. Ow.
You get your AC.
Oh, geez. Okay, so that's a 24 and an 18.
No, it's a 22. 23. They don't have
Advantage from pack
damage or
tactics.
anything.
Yeah, pack tactics is
Oh,
advantage.
come on!
So let's see, that's an extra
I am
1d8.
literally down to 1 health. Oh wait, that's a crit. Of course.
Okay, so yeah, that is a total
How was I supposed to know
of...
that? Like they were right next to me. How could I not tell?
They were underwater and it's stormy.
And you rolled a 9 on
And you rolled a 9 on perception, yep. Okay, so I believe... Are you unconscious?
I am unconscious.
Okay, so you drop to
At least
unconsciousness
I'm
next to
right
the sharks.
Oh, come on.
Alright, that makes it Mulik's turn.
Come on.
Mulik, roll me perception.
Oh shit, they're everywhere, aren't they?
Help.
I'm helping, but right now I gotta take care of something. And that is getting person on land.
Okay, so you
There's
don't
flotsam right there.
notice
there.
anything immediately surrounding you. Like, you recognize that there are sharks around, and you duck your head underwater, and you look around, and you don't see anything, like, between you and land, which is down to the southeast. But looking back, you can definitely see, like, several shark shapes. Like, it's very clear that there are some sharks over there, and your friends are in trouble.
So you said the current is moving towards land?
It is moving, yeah, southeastish, basically.
If he's
Okay.
if he's a bird person, he probably floats.
Shh, 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 shh.
Yeah,
Smirk.
let him do his turn.
Sorry, I was just trying to help.
Yeah, and it's good, but you're kind of panicking, so.
Yeah, it is good to, like, let each person do their turn.
So, Elizabeth was part of this sort of shenanigans where we were trying to figure out if this was possible. I'm going to freeze, let's say, the cube diagonal to me. I'll draw it. Doop. Cube of ice.
Alright, perfect.
I'm gonna put Toady on it.
him on.
I'll put Toady on it. And,
Alright.
So that, okay, it didn't go, but 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There. Hopefully that showed it to you guys.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, awesome. So Toady is floating on an iceberg that
Helpfully
direction.
appreciated, because
Well-
I'm fairly sure Elizabeth would have noticed me getting attacked by sharks.
Yeah, and she actually noticed right away with her perception roll earlier, so she's aware that there are sharks in the water at this point. And it is Elizabeth's turn.
But not the ones next to me, of course.
She saw you go under. She knows what's up.
Did he get pulled under?
He's sort of like,
I'm currently like floating.
yeah, he
probably.
pulled under yes, he was pulled under momentarily, and then he floated back up, and you can tell that there is a lot of blood coming from his ankle.
You could get me back up onto what you're on.
I could try.
I mean, I'm unconscious and I'm on water. It's not like you're trying to, like, just pull me without anything supporting me.
I kind of look at Cognate bleeding out, and then I look to the elf guy. I'm like, you think you can help him?
He nods back to you. Give me a persuasion.
I'll try and give you some cover.
He buys it. So yeah, he he's a little nervous, but he does like shimmy his way over to the edge here and grabs Cognate by the wrists and tries to pull. And this is going to be athletics, I believe.
And I'm gonna try and
Can you try
Like,
and
how
help him to give him
how-
advantage or something?
how supportive is this piece of wood? Like, can I sit on it?
You know the door from Titanic?
Yeah.
Like a little bigger and better than that, just a tiny bit.
Okay. So it's a little awkward, but
Like,
I'm gonna
you
try
can-
and
you can-
shoot at these things anyways.
Okay, cool.
I assume I don't get any sort of sneak attack on them.
Yeah, not really. You don't have anybody in
how
range.
Yeah.
How would they see her though? I mean, they're busy attacking me, and she's on a plank of wood above water.
Doesn't matter.
Sharks have eyes. All right, so yeah, you do hit one of the sharks. Do you have a preference on which one you're going for?
Probably the one to the left, since then human guy can probably take care of the other one.
All right. So yeah, as you hit the shark, it kind of flinches away. Like you can tell that these things are a little bit skittish. And with that, the crew tries to hoist Smurg up. Yeah, so he's able to pull him back, and Smurg is now hanging like halfway over the edge of this flotsam, and it wobbles a little bit as you pull him up. But he is at least partially out of the water. His legs are still sticking down a little bit. And because he was pulled, that does not trigger opportunity. Let's see.
God.
That makes it Blue's turn. Let's see.
He's a prissy elf. Does he have any good stats in medicine?
All right, Blue. Yeah, so the first thing you notice is this ratfolk body just disappears.
Oh, as a bonus action, I help Ammon
Okay, awesome.
for
Yep.
all the good that's gonna do.
Yeah, for sure. The second thing that happens is, let's see, this tries to tug the knoll out of your arms, and does so successfully. So it kind of just like rips the knoll out of your hands, and starts to munch on it. And you can see the body sort of like floundering around in the body or in the water. And
That's the one I'm holding on to.
that is the one that you were holding on to. Yeah, you can
Damn.
contest it if you want. Yeah, I mean you can try
I
to
do want
contest.
to test that. Yeah,
All right, good luck, Godspeed.
Roll that 20.
it's athletics, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, Elizabeth did give me advantage, so I got a shot.
It's only on melee attacks.
I thought it was like the next thing you did.
No, only melee attacks against this thing.
All right, here goes another.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, so you are able to fight and hold on to the captain, and he's still like sort of tugging at it, but it has not gone into like full-on feeding frenzy mode just yet. He's trying to get it free first.
Just let him get it.
But you do
Cut the captain open.
let him do his turn, and then the blue reef shark over here swings around, and he is going to take a munch on Ammon.
All right, this is probably gonna hit. I mean, my AC's pretty crap.
And it's at advantage.
11.
You probably live.
That's a miss.
All right, so yeah, you are able to see it coming, and you sort of just like duck out of the way of it, and it flies past you. And it is now your turn.
Okay. So there's this like anything that we could like get this body onto?
There
Yeah,
will be.
yeah. There's definitely there's a large piece of flotsam up here. There's one over here. There's one farther down this way. You could also try to get him onto the boat. And actually, I need to make sure I put a crew thing on here.
Okay. Does he look like he's like a hair from death, or do I have time? Basically, do I dare do a withdraw action, or do I like risk him dying from failed death save, or is he that close? I should use spare the dying first.
He is at one death save out of character. Mechanically, your character, roll me a medicine check.
I might be decent at
Turn off push to talk when you're drinking.
Sorry about
Yep.
that.
Okay, so yeah, you're aware that he is like in danger of dying, but roughly like a little bit of action before he's in immediate death.
Okay, then I'm going to withdraw and haul him over onto that safe place and drop him there. And yeah,
Okay, cool. Which one are you going to?
well, whichever one's closest, really.
Go to the first mate. He can take her.
First mate, if that looks like it'd support his weight too, I'd say yes, and just tell him, keep him alive. We need his information.
Okay, so yeah, he actually is willing to like reach over and help hoist him on. So as far as you can tell, the pirate captain is bleeding out, but he is at least out of the water for now.
Yeah, if I had an extra action, I'd spare the dying, but I don't have that.
Yep. All right. Let's see. That makes
I'll
it
be pissed if those sharks are not distracted by the blood.
Red's turn. Let's see. Red over here is going to swim over to this unconscious one and start nibbling on him. And because they hunt in packs, is going to do this. And then let's see, crew. First of all, this entire thing comes down a bit.
Huh?
The boat.
Oh. And it smacks right into one of the sharks.
About how fast is the current moving? I don't, because since it's going to be next turn.
You suspect he'll probably make it to shore like naturally in maybe 6 turns or so. What would that be? That'd be 36 seconds. Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, so I'll just kind of.
Yep.
Please tell me the prissy elf hails me. Or just
This-
stabilizes me.
This crew member is, he saw where that body went down, but he's being super cautious here because he doesn't want to get grabbed. But he is going to like try to poke in the water there where that shark is. And he pokes successfully. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but he like hits flesh and sees some blood pop out. First mate is going to try to stabilize. That's not normally in his character, but since you told him specifically to keep him alive, he will do his best. How does he do? He does not do very well. So he's trying. He's trying.
He's trying, goddammit.
That's 2 fails. Let's see
I'll
who
get
else.
them next turn. Don't worry.
Yep. Let's see. Crew member over here is going to try to stabilize Cognate. Does manage to like pull you the rest of the way up onto this flotsam and get you stabilized. So no death saves needed there.
I'm not dead.
You are not dead. Good
Yeah.
The rock. Okay.
I think I did enough to validate
Interesting. All right.
stuff.
Can Rock actually swim?
I don't know if Rock knows whether or not he can swim. Okay, we're gonna do this real quick.
I think he's trying to be too much like superhero Mulek.
He kind of is. Like, he's kind of getting a rush out of this. Let's see how this goes real quick. Okay, well, despite his -2 int, he is aware that he probably can't swim. But he does, like, try to just smack at the water, but he's, like, not doing anything useful at all. He was just kind of like, he's sort of panicking because he sees his new friends are in
Can
trouble.
the cat people take shots at the sharks?
He might be able to grab a shark and just bring it on board.
He-
Bring it up above water.
He might. Let me see if he has, like, any sort of reasonable perception. I don't think he would be able to see that well, especially in, like, a storm.
Yeah, I know, but they only breathe water, so it's pretty easy to suffocate them.
The water would be calmer here because we're not at the shore, but we're decently close to the shore.
Yeah, you are getting closer to the shore, and the waves definitely have
We're
died
in
down a
between-
little bit.
We're in between wave crashing and lots of space for waves to form area.
Yeah, so all 3 of the catfolk they do, like, see a shape sort of below them, especially because it just took a body under. And they're all going to try to stab with disadvantage.
Not bad.
That's,
11, 9, and 10.
unfortunately, every
But I
single
think
one of those
they
is a
have
miss.
Crossbows.
They do, but they are trying to stab. They're not really... I'm not sure if they would be aware that a crossbow would hit anything underwater. I don't know. But yeah, either way. So they stab, 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 and miss with all their stabs. Cognate is stable. That makes it Mulek's turn.
Let's do this.
Shouldn't you move us south? In fact, shouldn't you just move us all south by like a tile? Because
Yeah, I'm going to do that on Blue's initiative.
I want to be about here to cover Amon because he's the only one left in the water, and because I get the feeling that these sharks are gonna be after us real quick.
Well,
Mhm.
there's a corpse right next to one of them, at least.
I'll probably be okay on my turn, but I'm not sure how these things work exactly.
All right, Elizabeth.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna try and take another shot at one of these sharkies.
Mhm.
Probably this one there.
All right.
Actually, would I get sneak attack for this one?
Yeah, especially because they are like actively trying to attack it.
Okay, then I'm gonna go for that one.
Cool.
Sadness.
Sad face.
That happened eventually.
What? Why are you saying sadness?
9 is a miss.
But she has sneak attack. Doesn't she get some sort of bonus on
Uh,
that?
It's not
s-
advantage.
yeah, it's not advantage. It's actually it's a tricky thing. But sneak attack is not the same thing as stealth. Sneak attack is extra damage. Stealth is advantage.
Oh, okay.
All right. So Blue's initiative. The first thing that we're going to do is this. Hey, look, it's nice and even.
Current applies. Go.
Current applies. You all move a little closer to shore. The next thing that happens is all 3 of these blue sharks are going to come over here and have some fun. So let's do this to determine who.
Sharky, have fun tonight.
Okay, so one of them is going for Ammon real quick. That is a 22 for 6. And the other 2 are both going for Mulek. Both miss.
Anime style.
Jesus, even with advantage, those both miss. You are able to see them coming. And it is Ammon's turn.
Okay, what I'd like to do is cast invisibility on myself, but I don't know if that would make a difference in case these things like hunt by smell. So
Plus, if
do
you're
I
in
know
water,
in
they can
character if
still
that
see
would
your
help?
outline.
Roll me a... Did we already do nature checks for these things?
Yeah.
We did. What did you get on that? You rolled
He
well.
succeeded.
Yeah.
12,
He
I think?
rolled-
19 or so.
No, 19 was you. I got 12, I think.
Yeah, with the 12, you would probably be aware that although these things have eyes, most of their hunting is done through, like, either smell or some sort of alternative sense.
Yeah, they
Okay.
have
Smell
like
and
that.
sensing electricity.
Yeah, they have like that EDF thing. Or
All right, well,
EDF, that's
unfortunately,
the Earth Defense Force.
No,
I know my first
electronic
thing to do.
something or
It's
other.
taking my action. I gotta do this. I am sparing the dying.
All right, you spare the dying on the pirate captain.
And unfortunately, that is my action, but it has to be done.
Yep.
And then I don't have a bonus action, I don't think. I'm checking my spells, but I think I go. No, I don't. So that is my turn.
All right, let's see. Red's over here. What do they do?
I don't even know how you broke that one.
I don't either. I'm not entirely sure why that didn't go through. But either way, they do see a free body over here, and they work on that free body first.
Oh, you had a space. I think that's what happened.
That could have been it. Okay, crew. Crew, Shekit and Tallit are both going to reach over and try to help Mulek up if you're willing to take the help. They're basically just asking if you want help up.
No, get this. Get your bows and start, or get whatever you got and start wailing on these things.
Okay, so yeah, they see
They're
that
in
you're
water,
like,
they're wailing on them. Hey!
Heyo. So yeah, Natalia and the 2 cat folk are both going to. Well, Natalia's just got the sword, but the 2 of them have crossbows. So let's do this.
Good luck. Hell yeah!
There we go. There's some hits. I believe they are. Okay, so that one is a miss, but the other 2 are hits. So yeah, that is a good solid chunk of damage on this one. The one closest to you looks pretty beat up. He seems. Yeah, he seems pretty bloody. Anyone else? Crew. They are sort of slowing the rowboat here because they want to help you guys instead of just like booking it for shore. Let's see. The crewmate over here is kind of just like hanging tight, trying to tend to cognate a little bit. Crewmate over here noticed that 2 bodies next to him have both gone down, and he's feeling a little panicked. But he is like balancing on this flotsam as best as he can, and he pulls out a crossbow and tries to just shoot blindly at this thing. Based on where he saw the body go down, and sails straight past. And that makes it Cognate's turn as stable, so Mulek.
I'm gonna hold till after Elizabeth.
All right, Elizabeth.
All right. I'm going to shoot the middle blue shark.
All right. That is a hit for some sneak damage. Very nice.
And then I yell at Mew like, "Kill that thing!" And I'm gonna give him advantage on not that one, the right one.
Right.
Can you tell there's some planning going on?
What? Never.
What's the planning?
All right, back to Mulek then.
We've been kind of quiet about it. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Where's my attacks? Oh, here we go. Spear, because trying to use a shillelagh in water is an absolutely horrifying idea.
Ooh, that's a hit. So yeah, you land a hit, and it looks very injured. He's not having a good day. You were doing the middle one?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, very injured, not quite dead. He does, however, start to peel off, and you can each take an opportunity attack on it. Ammon and Mulek.
Okay, I haven't had a chance to do this yet, but I'm
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, those are both hits, and you stop it in this track. It like tries to flounder away, but then you tear out a good old chunk of it between the spear and the bite, and it goes belly up.
Bleh.
sweet. Never had thought I'd have a chance to use that ability.
Let's see, the other two, though. This
Have
one,
lost their advantage, by the way.
they most certainly have. They are smart enough to know that. I'm trying to figure out what they would do here. Let's do this.
Come on.
Alright, so yeah, this one swings over here, and we got 2 bites on Ammon.
All right. Well, their advantage, right?
That is
And
advantage.
those are both
Those
hits
both-
regardless. You look like you might have enough HP to survive that.
Yeah, it's just 10.
He's a warlock, so I'm a little concerned.
Alright,
I,
Ammon's
mean, I
up.
can't do that again, but I mean that I'm okay.
The one between us is pretty weak.
Right. So.
Oh, that actually was
this-
Blue's initiative, too. Alright, let me do this real quick. I mean, it doesn't affect you guys much.
Okay.
Amon and Elizabeth should go for the close to the south one.
Reorganize when you get to it.
So I don't think I think if I attack with a Eldritch Blast, it can be disadvantage because it's a range shot at melee range. So I don't think that will work too well.
Correct.
So I'm gonna have to take a nibble again. Hope this works. Actually, I could do something. No, something different. I got 2 casts, so I'm gonna do this one too. I'm casting Armor back at this on myself.
Alright.
Good boy. We need you to stay alive.
What? Staying alive is overrated. Alright, anything else?
No bonus actions. That's all.
Alright, red. Alright, here we go. Okay, so seeing as there's a single human on a flimsy piece of flotsam, these two are both going to kind of just like bite at the side of the flotsam and try to shake it a little bit, and we'll see what that does. We're going to have some regular Jaws action going on here.
Clever girl.
Yeah, and then he's going to have to do one of these. Okay, he is able to maintain his balance pretty well, but he's looking pretty terrified. He's like calling for help. He's like, guys, anything, please help. And he does take a shot with a crossbow. That's a
Time,
hit.
man. Nice.
I mean, it hits, but on like his tail.
Yeah, basically just gets like the dorsal fin, just barely. That crew's good. This crew is pulling... actually, the first mate reaches down to Ammon and offers to help you out of the water if you want it. So that is a help action.
Do I get the idea that it would cause the flotsam to sink?
No, actually, out of all the pieces here, it looks the sturdiest. It looks like this might be like the remnants of a crow's nest, so it's almost like a big wash tub sort of deal thing.
If it won't provoke, then yeah, totally. That sounds like a good idea.
You're not... I think it actually would provoke, since you were like moving out of range and not just being knocked up or pulled up or anything like that.
But he is being pulled up.
He's getting help on the pull-up, so it is the help action, but it is not quite like a grapple and pull-up.
I'll note that your armor might just will probably kill one, if not both of them, if they hit.
It'd be a close call to get both, but it is possible.
Your spells are at 2nd level, right?
Yeah.
So it'll do. So you got 10 extra
Oh,
HP,
that's right,
and
yeah,
it'll do 10
I
damage
didn't
each
know
hit.
that. I forgot they're 2nd level now, so yeah, I get 5 more HP. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Rock is enthralled by all of this, so he like maneuvers his way to the back of the ship. Natalia doesn't have a crossbow, but the other two do, so they are going to both take shots at the ones that are attacking Eamon. And those are both hits, and there is another shark body floating in the water. And it is Cognite's turn. Stable. Mulek, you're up.
No, I'm not.
You are absolutely correct. Yep.
Initiative was higher than Elizabeth's, so
I gotcha,
it was originally
yeah.
22.
I
I
am
know.
going to just kind of like gently slink into the water and
Okay.
start just like keeping my like chest and arms on the flotsam and just start kind of kicking towards land.
All right, cool.
And I'm gonna tell crew guy to start pedaling.
Okay, yeah. Give me stealth. That's not bad. Let's see. They're going to have advantage on this.
I'm also going to
All right.
Next time you bandbox, make sure you grab Toady too.
Oh, right, yeah, and I actually need to... Okay, yeah, you've been doing it.
I adjusted him, but yeah.
Perfect, yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna also just use my mastermind on
I'm
I
about
guess
to punch something, so might
crew
as well.
guy.
Oh,
Alright.
that'll do, yeah.
Cool. On the one on the right.
So, yeah.
Does that give them any, like, sort of notification? How does that work?
Nah, I just kind of yell at him. I'm like, just kill it. Stop being a baby.
Okay, gotcha, cool.
Yeah, the downside to it is that like it still has all the other like attributes of the help action, so you have to be in melee with a creature already.
Gotcha, I
So-
gotcha.
That's why I can't give Mulek. And there's no point in Ammon since he has no melee attacks.
Right.
I
Okay.
can nibble on.
But are you going to nibble on it?
Am I? I can't. I'll just blast him.
Well, you've got a lot of other help, so
Yeah, and I'm gonna probably help out that red guy too. So yeah.
All right, give me athletics to see how far you tow it, but that should be okay. Well, okay, you do a little bit. Actually,
make high heels. It's hard.
and also give me persuasion to see if that elf gets in the water with you. That might not be his thing. Okay, it's kind of his thing. He's reluctant, but he's not gonna like be out heroed by a little girl, so he climbs in the water and starts to paddle with you. And
It was great. I was gonna push him off if he didn't.
he doesn't do a whole lot better than you, but it certainly does move a little closer to shore. All right, now we're to Mulek.
Boop. Boop. Stabby stabby.
That is a stabby stab, and you have done some serious damage to it.
Spearfishing, it's what I do.
That's what it's made for.
The beautiful thing about a spear is that it doesn't have disadvantage when you're using it in water.
I bet its trident has the same thing. Of
Yes, it does, in fact.
course. I also had, but of course I also take a brunt of those attacks. It was worth it to kick so much ass, though.
Okay, so seeing as his entire pack has been murdered, he is going to try to just bolt out of there, triggering opportunities from Mulek and Ammon.
Do we? I guess it has been a turn. So yeah, okay. Damn, I should bite more often.
That was good. Okay, so yeah, as this thing takes off, you basically find yourself with a mouthful of shark fin, and it's probably a little bit tasty, actually.
Damn right it is.
But he does manage to jet off to the side, and what is their movement? It's high, I know that.
Stupid. Stupid.
Oh yeah, it's stupid high. So let's see, he was here originally.
As much as I want to like just blast him as he's leaving, I'm like, no, I gotta save the pirate over there or the dude there.
All right,
Eldritch blast.
and yeah, it is Ammon.
All right, I'm gonna
Eldritch
try and
Blast.
blast the sharks in the red there. If I need to move around the crow's nest, I'll do that.
Yeah, you'd probably either have to go underwater or swing around to like the top side or up onto this piece of flotsam.
Okay, given that I've got
Yeah, he is still like giving you help on getting up there.
okay, then yeah, I will climb up there with him and then start taking shots at the sharks around the guy on the left.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hell
That is
yeah.
a good hit.
Did you get to attack twice or what?
No, that was my opportunity attack with the bite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so these two, what do these two want to do? Seeing as their Jaws plan is not working particularly well, I believe their last course of action is to go for this remaining dead body over here.
Let's kill them.
And they start munching. And then it is the crew's turn. So this guy looks really satisfied and relieved that the sharks have stopped jawsing his little plank. Does take a shot. Oh, oh no.
So many muscles being pulled.
Fortunately, he is okay. He's had a rough day, but he is not. Yeah, he's not shooting cognate or anything like that. Let's see. The rest of the crew. First mate is good. These guys are they're basically still staying close over on the rowboat to make sure that you guys can get into it whenever you guys take care of all this stuff. The crew is helping swim a little bit. We'll do that on Elizabeth's initiative, so that makes it Elizabeth's turn. Yeah.
All right. Well, how's this one look?
He's looking pretty beat up, pretty bloodied. Not nearly as like desperate as the blue guys were a second ago, but he's been injured.
All right, then I'm gonna keep paddling. I'm gonna
Wouldn't that
stab
give
it.
him an opportunity? If he kept paddling, he would get.
No, because I'm a rogue.
Oh.
Yeah, if you
Bonus
disengage.
I'm gonna stab it and then disengage and keep paddling.
All right, stab away. That's a stab for 5. All right, you boop it right in the snoot with a pointed little dagger, and then you swim away.
Bro, 2016.
And Mulek, you're up.
Fuck off. Oh.
Aw, rip. So yeah, he's able to dodge out of the way of that one. These guys are dead, but we do still have current.
Cody looks like he's hit shore.
Joe's just having a grand old time.
So yes, he does hit shore on his little iceberg there, and just kind of like slumps off into it. And that makes it Amon's turn.
All right, I see Mulek still engaged to these guys, so I'll take a blast. 15.
That is a hit. Which one are you hitting?
If I can tell which one's more injured, I'll go for that one. But if I can't, just probably the one to the north.
Sure, give me perception. It's pretty shallow water here. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see that this one is like bleeding out. You actually see a little bit of, it's getting kind of dark, but you can make out the water is darker from the blood. And he goes belly up.
Sweet. That's all for me.
Alright, and then this last guy understands that reef sharks don't fight alone, and he is going to try to book it. So Mulek, you get one last swing.
Oh, wait, I clicked the wrong button.
Hey, you still. He's. Come on.
I just rolled the wrong damage, that's all that was wrong.
Gotcha.
I know.
So yeah, either way, you hit him, you do some solid damage,
There we go.
but he is able to get the fuck out of there. So yeah, we are good, I believe, on initiative, and after a few more seconds, all of your flotsam just starts to pile up on the shore here.
Thank God. That was honestly fucking nerve-wracking. Good job.
I will immediately go check on the power cat to make sure he's still alive.
Yeah, give me a medicine check, but just to be sure.
I drag Toady over to this rock and lay him out, so he's not washed up in the sand. He's got actually something supporting him.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, I know what the spell does, but I'm not sure it worked. So I'll spare the dying a few more times just to be safe.
Okay, so yeah, you're pretty confident that he's going to be okay for the time being. All right, so you guys land and you find yourselves surrounded by the remnants of that what was once your ship, plus a few chunks from the enemy ship that you were able to blast off here and there, but not a whole lot. It's mostly your own ship. Let's see.
I have made an enemy today.
You most certainly have.
Everybody here made enemies.
No.
All I know is
No.
I've got some answers at least.
I start digging a grave for Cognate. Because I'm pretty convinced he's dead.
Okay, I need to take like a 60-second break. I don't know if you guys need bio breaks or anything like that, but then we will.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
All right, awesome. Back in a couple minutes. All right. Who else here?
I'm here.
I mean,
Should we start doing stuff now or wait till people get back?
Yeah, it's probably safe. So you guys can start setting things up. I think we're just waiting on Mulik and Elizabeth. So yeah.
I'm back.
All right, awesome. So yeah, it is getting pretty late. It's probably something in the ballpark of 8:30. There's a little bit of sunlight poking out under the horizon, but it's mostly blocked out by the rain, which is pouring down pretty heavily at this point. So pretty dark out. Lots of shipwreck all around you. You can smell dead bodies and salt and seawater.
Okay. I've got a lot of things to do, but I have one important thing for him to do first. He's gonna look to like the first mate and ask the names of all the people who died. You know, I've actually given me just
Sure.
if he gives them or remembers what he's got, just he wants to know.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So yeah, he looks at you a little oddly, but he actually sort of enjoys the exercise and focus, and he starts to recite this list of names
Did I miss anything?
to the best of his knowledge. Nope, we're kind of just getting back and deciding what we're gonna do.
Cool.
Okay, when he's finished, Ammon's gonna kind of like find like a driftwood that looks as close to like a staff he can.
Sure.
And he's gonna actually start doing like a kind of a dance on the sands there.
All right. He gives you kind of an odd look, but let's see. He actually needs to roll for that to figure out if he knows what you're doing. Probably, he probably doesn't, but just in case he does particularly well. Yeah, actually, he is kind of familiar with lizard folk. Again, there's lots of different tribes, but he at least has a rough idea of what's going on. And he just gives you some space. He gathers up his other crewmates here, and they sort of they start to inspect all of this wreckage. They're kind of just trying to see if there's anything salvageable.
Speaking of kind of examining the area, the fuck's this?
Okay, you are currently next to a pretty large boulder.
Oh, it's a boulder? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was like a cave system or something that you were like blocking out.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Do I ever
actually,
get to wake up?
You roll a d4.
yeah, I need a D4 from you and one from Toady. I'll do Toady.
3 hours.
Yeah. So again, you don't really know this, and your character doesn't know this, but in 3 hours you will be awake, and Toady will be up in 2 hours. Let's see the rest of the crew. Video games, man, or board games, as it were. Let's see.
Fucking nerds.
Covey. Oh, we need one for Assault Hammer too. Oh, he's out. It makes sense. He's been downed a couple times. So Covey and the Catfolk and the Navigator come over by Toady's body in this boulder, and they start to just try to set up some sort of a camp. They like lay out all of their belongings, try to make sure everything is dry. They pull the boat up onto the shore a little bit so it doesn't get dragged away. And you can see over to the east there is basically jungle just past the beach here. And then farther north along the beach it turns into a rocky, outcropping of like a short cliff, I guess.
Is there a path going this way?
Yes,
Somebody
let me start revealing things.
Could Elizabeth have the courtesy to, get me on the land?
Elizabeth doesn't understand the concept of courtesy.
It is true.
Yeah. Kind of talking to the wrong person here.
And
But I feel
Mulek,
like she understands the concept of helping somebody who's helped her.
yeah, it's kind of out of her whole perception.
True neutral.
You're not true neutral.
You are not true neutral.
Neutral
What do you
evil.
mean?
You're chaotic
Through and
neutral.
through.
No way.
There can't be.
He's gonna get points for his evil.
Towards neutral evil.
There can't. You set the goddamn ship on fire
Yeah,
when
that's
we
not
were
something true neutrals do.
when we were being boarded because, and I quote, I wanted all of us to go down in flames.
Not all of us, just the evil pirates. What I wanted to do, I wanted gunpowder, and I was going to blow up the ship underneath them.
That's not how. But we don't.
We didn't have any
gun.
gunpowder.
That's chaotic neutral. That is the definition of chaotic neutral. You are being boarded. What do? I blow up the ship.
Fine, okay, chaotic neutral, but still, regardless, chaotic neutral, so. You'll be fine. The water will wake you up faster. Just hope that high tide doesn't come in.
Yeah, if you want to make a survival check, you can read that. And anyone is welcome. Yeah, anyone's welcome to do that.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I guess I'll do this. Having read all those star charts and like maps in the captain's place, do I
was
have a clue
prepared
where
for
we
this
are?
one, motherfucker.
That is a good question. Go ahead and roll me. Yeah, you roll me survival as well to like know where you're at.
I already did.
Okay. Mulek, you are keenly aware that it is high tide, especially because like the beach is so close to the jungle right now. But you're also just aware that it is
You
high
asked
tide.
you asked for a survival for something Elizabeth, and that's what that was roll was for.
Gotcha. But yeah, Mulek, you've got a good head on your shoulders. You know that, first of all, it is high tide and the water is probably not going to get much higher. And second of all, you know that you were pushed south pretty significantly over that entire course of events. So you probably will need to find a way north if you're trying to get to your original destination. Between that and like the maps that the navigator has and the star charts and everything that Ammon has been researching, you're probably also aware that there is a pretty wide channel that separates the entire island into like two parts. So you will probably need some sort of boat to get across it unless you want to try to take the rowboat, which you certainly could do, but it could be like an entire day or two to get across.
So
It's called
the fuck?
portage.
Who's this? What the fuck?
That is just a random dead crew member's body.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and as you're walking around, you do find a handful of just random dead crew member bodies.
I'm trying to gather up as much of the sail as I can to make shelter for the night.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you start pulling some sail up. Where are you setting this up as a tent, or are you still just gathering?
I'm not gonna set it up over here because this is like debris central. Over where I got Toady, actually kind of seems like it's a bit more clear.
Yeah, it's pretty much like right at the edge of the beach. It gets a little bit grassy, and then there's maybe like 30 feet before you hit a line of jungle trees.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ruler it out here, like kind of this chunk with backs to the rock isn't a bad place to do it.
All right.
Keep the wind of the sea off us mostly.
Sure, for sure. Okay, so you're using the sails and just like some wood debris, or how are you propping it up?
There's plenty of wood here to try and fashion out some lean-tos.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, you're able to set up a pretty decent shelter in roughly this area. That is at least protected from the elements a little bit.
Get
Um,
under there.
Yeah, and actually, let me get perception from you as you're doing that. Okay. As you're working around that area, you notice a couple of loud thunks coming from inside this big chunk of ship next to you.
Can you ping said chunk of... Oh. You said this was a rock.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the thing you set Toady on. This is a rock.
No. When I was indicating, I'm talking about this huge...
Gotcha. Okay, no, that is the ship. That is part of the ship.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, so...
So feel free to adjust
this
your
is-
plans as needed.
So what part of...
It looks like the stern castle, the back of the ship.
This is the hull line. This is the hull line
Right.
right here, right?
Yeah, it is basically
And then
turned on its side.
all
Yeah.
this stuff is, and then all this is broken open wide.
Yep, exactly. So this would be stern castle, cargo,
Okay.
steerage.
All right. See, that changes things.
All right. So how does that adjust your plans?
Translate shelter so it's more like following the line starts here
Okay, cool.
and then ends over here. There.
Something in that ballpark.
Yeah. And then what the fuck is going on over here?
Okay, so inside it is just absolutely a wreck. There's stuff everywhere. There's a bunch of those hammocks from before where you guys were sleeping. All the footlockers are just like mashed up all over the place, mostly spread open.
This is the stern castle bit?
You are currently in the backside of the steerage deck. This is where the brig would have been, and you actually see like most of the bars have either broken off and like sank, or are just like barely hanging on.
So this would have been the floor that all our shit was on, right?
Yes, it would have.
Oh, nice.
Luck roll? Or what roll to see what of our stuff it happened to be in this, what if anything is on this bit?
Absolutely. Let me get a d20 from each of you.
Including me?
Every one of you, even the unconscious folks.
God, I'm so good at those d20s.
Got hella
Fortunately, I didn't have much
skills,
besides like books there, but those are still a loss. And the paintings, no, the paintings.
Okay, most of your stuff appears to have been scattered or lost, but you're able to get, like, anything that was actually in your backpacks you're able to get. And fortunately, you do find a very familiar chest that is very heavy.
Party loot chest!
It does seem to be the party loot chest.
Woo!
However, give me perception again.
Thank you, merciful DM.
That was the 20 from Elizabeth. Don't look at me. I was not going to give that to you guys, but I can't say no to that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Dang,
As I
dang,
cry,
dang.
like, away from camp.
I'll
Silently,
give it to you in a minute.
because there's no shops anywhere.
17.
Not like the loss of life. It's the no civilization nearby.
Oh
So
yeah, it's the no civilization. She doesn't give a shit about all the people that died. She's alive, and that's all that
Clearly.
matters.
17.
17. You definitely hear more noises, and they seem to be coming like right across this wall as you're working in that area.
Okay, so I was over here.
Yeah, and you heard
That-
something like coming through this wall.
This is a solid wall?
That would be the ceiling of the Stern Castle, and it is not. Actually, it was on fire. Let's see, how on fire was it? Let's find out. Most of the fire damage is near the middle where she set all the flour on fire. So you can see like a big opening in this area, but you can't actually peer directly into this room from here.
Fair enough. Doop, 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 doop.
While you're doing that, what is everyone else up to? We've already figured out that Elizabeth is mourning the lack of civilization.
I'm being unconscious.
You're being unconscious. Ammon is doing his dance. First mate is kind of just like looking around, seeing if there's any nautical stuff that can be saved, and then they're going to come over here to the shelter.
Just-
Cog, move your ass over to the shelter. Someone would have gotten you by now.
Yeah, presumably somebody would have carried you over here, I guess.
Does Kobe come and like console me by calling me a whore,
I
as is his normal?
possibly. He just got home from work, so he might be. Well, God, it's 11. Okay, maybe he won't. That's up to you guys. I don't know how long you want to go. But yeah, we can at least like wrap things up here on the beach for a bit. So Ammon is doing the dance. I think everybody has like stated what they're doing. Kovi is just like helping out with preparations over there, continuing to be obnoxious with Sheket, all of that stuff. Standard Kovi behavior. All right, so yeah, back to you, Mealy.
Okay, what do I see?
Okay, in here you see all sorts of just spilled trade goods. You see a lot of burnt flour. You see fire damage everywhere. The entire inside of this area is just like charred, completely charred. The stairs that originally led up into the Stern Castle have been broken and smashed and burned. So there's like a hole over here on the left side where the stairwell was before, but no actual stairs. So you'd have to just like climb through it to get into it.
And then
You see the rear door over here to the area that used to be locked and might still be locked. Yeah.
jiggle, jiggle.
It is unlocked, and it actually kind of just, like, falls off the hinge as you pry it open.
I'm gonna be very careful about doing this. If I can, I'd rather get a peek and not break the door and not have the door be completely broken right now.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, you notice it is not locked, and you're able to take a peek inside, and you see a lot of spilled cargo. It's sort of a mess. You see a couple of dead bodies in the corner, as best as you can tell. And yeah, you see like a lot of broken wine bottles, a lot of expensive looking stuff that at least was expensive until it was destroyed. And roll me perception real quick here.
You never know what sea creatures get caught up in this shit.
You notice that there is a massive hole over here along the top that leads up into where the Stern Castle and the it would have been the kitchen were. And let me see if you notice anything else. Oh yeah, you immediately notice that, I mean, it isn't even like paying attention to you at all, but there is a massive fleshy blob. You really can't tell in the darkness for sure what it is, but there is something very large and very alive that is in this room and appears to be eating the dead bodies. It's kind of just munching away on these dead bodies. Yeah.
So when you say large, we mean
It's pretty darn large. It's about this large.
okay. Thank you. At least having a visual of what it is. Fuck. Just re-secure that door however it was.
All right, can we stealth real quick?
Burn, burning, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it.
Also, I like how your token is Mulek with like 15 Cs.
It's my push to talk.
I kind of figured, yeah.
Occasionally, it just does that. I'm rolling stealth. That's a button.
All right, let's see how it feels about that. No, you guys don't notice
Fail.
anything. Okay, so yeah, you close the door sneakily behind you.
Do, 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 do. Poke up through this hole?
All right, you poke up through that hole, and you see what was once the kitchen. There is a lot of tables everywhere. There's a lot of spilt food and stuff like that. There's a lot of like knives and silverware and cooking utensils over towards the north end of it. But yeah, you don't notice anything else that is particularly noteworthy. You don't see any dead bodies. You don't see any creatures right away. Roll me perception.
God damn
Yeah,
it.
you don't see any creatures right away.
Alright. Okie dokie. Do 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 do. But I'm not do 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 do. What is camp doing?
Camp is sort of just like trying to get their bearings. Most of them have laid out all their belongings. They're trying to dry their clothes. They're trying to like pool together any food that they have, see if they have any sort of rations. You actually notice that Rock is down by the water, and he is dragging a shark body up towards the camp.
Good on you, shark. You have the right instincts right now.
You can't eat the livers of sharks.
He is not that smart.
I'm just pointing it out because I like random facts.
He can, in fact, eat the liver of a shark.
Yeah, he can eat whatever he wants.
So,
Strong, independent rock who don't need no immune system.
Before we do whatever you're about to do, let's cut back to Ammon, and Ammon, let me get perception from you.
Come on, roll for me. There it goes. Jeez, I'm not doing your perception at all tonight.
So yeah, you're kind of distracted by your dance. You don't really notice anything out of the ordinary. All right, Mulek.
so about this camp, we have two options. Pick it up and move it, or kill the thing that's in the hull.
There's a thing in the hull, the first mate says.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at it, but it's munching on a couple of dead bodies. So obviously it likes meat.
Oh boy. And he looks around and notices that there are still like 3 unconscious people and 2 actual dead bodies nearby. It's like, do you think we should like maybe move these, or should we just go deal with the problem?
I don't know. Hang on. Where? There was a person here.
There was. I dragged it over there assuming that they would like gather the dead bodies, but
okay.
okay, yeah, that was me. That was not like a thing.
You scared the crap out of me there for a moment. Like, okay, never mind. That was totally player, not character, noticing that, but that legitimately freaked me out for a moment. It's tough to say. I'm hurting pretty bad, but can you guys give me? If you guys give me an hour to rest, I might be able to. With a little bit of help, I might be able to wrestle that thing down.
They look around and like, yeah, I mean, is it safe to stay here for an hour?
Well, let's put it this way. If it's not, we won't have enough time to pack up and get everybody moved either.
Yeah. And it has been maybe like 45, maybe, it's probably longer than that actually. You were able to get a shelter. It's probably been like an hour and a half. So you guys have already spent a decent amount of time on here. So.
But I feel I have been doing too much for a short rest.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely have been working pretty hard.
Yeah, so it's time for me to sit down next to Toady, lay my head back, and take a load off for a little bit. Because if I can get a short rest, I get my wild shapes back, which puts me back that puts me immensely back into being able to rip shit up.
Yeah. Elizabeth, you do in fact get a short rest from crying, and Ammon, you get a short rest from your thing over there. 1 hour has passed, so nobody wakes up just yet, but we are getting there. And yeah, it's up to you guys. It is 11 o'clock. We can call it if you want, or we can keep going if anybody would like to, like, I don't know, work schedules.
I'm fine with going another half an hour.
I don't have work tomorrow.
All right, Biz, Sid.
I'm okay with that.
I'm good with whatever.
Okay, it's totally okay if you guys need to go. We're already at like 11. But yeah.
I can do half an hour more at most.
All right, cool. So roll perception. Those of you, it's been like an hour, so if you guys want to like regather at camp, that's totally acceptable.
Yeah, Elizabeth comes back, having. Do they have a fire at camp?
Eh.
That's a good question. Let's see. What would
Said
they
were drying
do?
their clothes, so I assume they would have set something up.
Well, you can sun dry your clothes.
Good.
Well, it is night. Yeah, we'll say the cats come back after like 20 or 30 minutes ago, and they've got a decent amount of wood scrapped up, and they start to set up a campfire right outside of the tent. They don't want to do it like inside of the tent because they're not quite that stupid. Yeah, they'll set it out over by shore. Well, yeah, that'll be fine because it's high tide. You've told them it's high tide. So there is a fire going on over there.
All right, I just strip down and start drying all my clothes. I just sit there naked and sad.
All right. Rock is over there doing what he can to try to prepare some sort of meal out of this shark in a campfire on a beach. He seems surprisingly chipper about the entire thing, given that like a bunch of people just died and he lost a couple of friends, but he got to fight and he punched a guy in the face. He's pretty excited about that. All right, yeah, so the next maybe hour or so goes pretty uneventfully. You guys successfully complete your short rest. You definitely do notice, especially after Mulek pointed out, that there are a few more thumps as things just like crawling around inside of that ship.
Yay, health back. All right. All right. I'm gonna round up everyone who feels like they want to take part in this. And by everyone who I feel who wants to take part of this, everyone who feels like they won't immediately die.
Yeah, Elizabeth will help out.
All right.
Assuming you ask.
Oh yeah, no. Everybody's get. It's a call. All right, I'm ready to do this.
All right, she's gonna be like, "What are you doing?"
Well, we got something to kill in this ship still. I don't know what it is, but it's eating dead bodies, which means it's probably carnivorous, and that means we might be next.
Do I get to wake up soon?
2 more hours.
Oh yeah.
Unless
No,
somebody spends healing on you.
He wasn't that bad. He didn't roll 4. He rolled 3. So it's been 2 hours
But,
now.
yeah, so you got an hour left.
Come on, get somebody heal me.
I
Yeah.
literally can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wait a second. The party loot chest had, or did one of you take that healing potion?
Don't bother using the healing potion on me. And no, nobody took it.
Yeah.
All right, then. Yeah, 1 hour left until you're conscious.
So, Ammon, if you're spending hit die, I'd do it to top yourself off. Maybe join us over here.
I'm a little
Shouldn't
below
you
max.
wait
but I'm
to
okay for
attack that thing until I'm up?
I was willing to wait the hour because that's what I needed to get back into being able to be man bear tank. But I don't feel comfortable waiting much longer because I don't know how long it's going to be.
Well, why don't you just keep watch there?
Honestly, if it comes out, it seems like it's a melee kind of creature, so we can just kind of keep a watch on the ship. And, we're combat ready right now, but there's no reason we can't just keep on waiting until it comes out. It's not like it's like eating our treasure while it's in there.
Yeah.
Totally up to you guys.
Smurg's unconscious, so he doesn't have the voice right now. But I know,
watch.
but other people are making the same voice. All right, fine. We can wait till some of the others wake up and join in.
All right. Another hour goes by. You don't notice. Do you have like? I assume you set some sort of watch on this ship, right?
I would have watched.
At this point, I'm just sort of standing right where I am.
All right. So yeah, give me perception checks from the two of you keeping watch, or whoever is keeping watch.
Oh, now.
There we go.
Was I able to go into the other part of the ship and
Do
see
I get
if-
all my hit points back?
No, you get 1 hit point back when you wake up.
Oh, come on.
All right. What was that, Eamon?
Are we able to? Was I able to recover any books or paintings from that part of the ship we found there, or is that like off limits because monsters there?
Can you cure wounds me? Does that work?
That is up to them. I don't know if they're allowing people in. You can definitely like this entire part is exposed, and you can see into it pretty decently. And he was in there earlier and didn't see any monsters, so
What?
you
I'm
certainly.
gonna check that out.
All right. Yeah, give me an investigation.
Cure wounds heals, right? Have they gone silent?
Okay, so apparently our bard is not a heal bitch, so he doesn't have the spells. Warlocks won't ever have access to the spells. I am out of spells.
Oh.
So you have 1 hit point if you want to fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it.
I'd say pick up a bow and do your best with that.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, I
You
go.
get your second wind back on a short rest.
He does,
Yeah, that's true.
but he
That's-
hasn't.
Does
he
being
hasn't had a
unconscious
short
count as a-
rest. No, it doesn't.
Oh,
I've
that's
been
right.
unconscious
Yeah.
for 4 hours.
yeah, technically unconsciousness doesn't count as a short rest, which I think is slightly weird, but I guess it makes sense.
I think it's so stupid.
It's
I
because
think
you're
you should get
like
more.
dying,
Yeah.
so
Uh,
you're
so-
not exactly resting.
So yeah, Ammon, you are able to find several of your books actually. Many of them are waterlogged, and some of them might be like permanently damaged, but you're able to start like drying a lot of them out, and it looks like you'd be able to salvage at least a handful of your favorites.
What about the paintings? Those safe too?
Paintings, one, let's see, how many have you done? You did one on the deck, you did one of the brig, right?
I had like 4 or 5 of them, I think. I know I did like one on the deck, which I gave to Elizabeth actually. I think I did 1, 2, 3 besides that, I think.
Gotcha. That sounds right. Something in that ballpark. Let's find out which one. The one that you gave to Elizabeth doesn't. You find it, but it has been pretty heavily damaged by the water. The rest are in pretty okay condition. They might need a little bit of touching up, but they're salvaged at least.
Okay, I shall have to make a painter replacement then.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely gonna hold on to the rest of those then.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
I actually had
And,
that with me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, in that case, you're probably it's probably okay. So yeah, paintings are all good.
I don't
Yay.
know. I was in the
I
water
could-
quite a bit.
If
I
I
would
could
look at
borrow a bow and arrow from
Most of my stuff is probably pretty waterlogged. That's why it's all drying.
I do look to Elizabeth though, and like, why? What happened to the robe I gave you?
It's drying. It's my leathers.
All right. I'm sure there's something else we could fashion for you here.
She just kind of sighs. Kind of looks away.
I look around for
Sadly.
like any kind of like sail that might be suitable, maybe.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of sail if you want to like try to do a toga. I mean, it's going to be like a wet, salty, sandy toga, but you could make it work.
You could wash it in the ocean
Yeah.
to get some of the sand out.
I was gonna like hold it up to her and say it's not ideal, but I mean you didn't like being naked before.
She kind of wraps it around herself and just kind of like cringes in that like this is really gross and uncomfortable sort of way.
I mean you don't
It's like
have to. I'm just
Sticking your
saying.
foot into like dog shit.
You don't have to. I mean, I
Heck,
just
is there
figured
any
you know
way-
you humans don't like that kind of thing.
It's lovely. Thank you. She just like kind of pulls it closer.
All right, what's up, Smurg?
So is there any way for me to regain health right now besides just a rest?
Not that I am aware of.
I really don't want to waste that potion.
Another hour of rest, and you get your short rest.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Let's see. It's been like 2 or 3 hours. It is probably something in the order of like 11:30 at night.
at night?
Yeah,
I thought
PM.
it was morning.
No, all this happened after dinner. Remember?
That's
Yeah.
why that's why I wanted to hit it as quick as possible. But when there was still some
Okay.
light.
So yeah, you
Uh,
are awake. You don't feel great, but you're awake. You're conscious, and so is everybody else that was downed. Unfortunately, not the dead bodies. The pirate captain wakes up and is incredibly confused, and this happens around the same time that Cognate wakes up. And
can I
he's like,
tackle
"Where?
him?
You certainly can. Yeah. I mean, you're
That's a
both a little
terrible
dazed.
idea. Such a low health.
But the first mate and a couple of the crewmates are there to like at least keep him restrained, and they've got him roped and
Okay.
tied. But he's looking pretty upset right now. Toady is also up, and when he starts talking with you guys, he hears about this creature, and he's like, "Oh, do you need my help with that? I'm not in great shape, but I might be able to provide at least a little bit of help."
Anything be welcome, Professor. Or is he actually a professor? I don't think he's a professor.
Yeah, he was a professor. I mean, he's like a researcher, but he does go by professor at least. As far as you know, he's a professor.
Right, so I didn't just make that up.
You did not.
Yay.
Oh wait, I forgot I have cantrips. I can use those on it.
Yeah.
Wait, but both my cantrips are like close range.
What's close range?
Well, one of them's touch and the other one's only at 10 feet.
Oh wow. Wait, 10 feet? I don't even know a cantrip that close.
Poison spray.
Poison spray. Yeah.
Oh, okay, but yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so Toady hobbles his way over. Ammon and Cognate, you guys heading over?
I'll help out. Yeah.
I guess I could come over, yeah.
All right, so what's the plan?
The plan is somebody opens that door because I'm not going to be able to do it. Can I get my wolf token back?
You can.
I just blast the door up.
I just shoved my bow and arrow into Cognate's chest. Just like, here, don't
Oh.
shoot me. And I
Alright.
walk over to the door.
I need
pull out a
control.
dagger.
Well,
I need control.
I'm getting to it. There you go.
Thank you.
how do you give another character a weapon?
You just hand it to them.
Uh,
Yeah, that is a short bow.
Yeah,
All right, I'm going to throw that on your sheet real quick.
it's a D6. It's only temporary. You're taking that back after. But yeah, then I rip the door open.
Jake, hide behind the door as you open.
Not even.
It's on its side first off. So think of it more long ways than standing upright.
Yeah, it is like sideways. It does fortunately open down towards you guys and not like swinging above you. So yeah, you pop it open and you don't.
damage dice for it.
I think I put them in there, but yeah, it's a D6.
Plus your dexterity modifier.
Yep. And yeah, this thing is not like making any significant efforts to be hidden. It's still kind of just munching on bodies over here. Most of them have been eaten at this point. It looks like maybe, I mean, you see like the remains of maybe 5 or 6 people, and he is eating what remains of one body. And it does notice you pretty much as soon as you swing the door open, since you were not being particularly stealthy about it. And let's do this.
So is that black spot the door? Is that black spot the door?
Yeah, it's this little bar.
Yeah, it's the bar. I gotta reveal that.
Still got great initiative, even when I'm mostly dead.
Alright, I believe that is everyone. So Elizabeth, you're up first.
Alright. I throw a dagger at it. Its big, ugly face.
It is big and ugly.
Does it have a face?
It does also have a face. So yeah, you are able to hit this thing with ease. This thing is enormous, and it kind of had its back to you. And yeah, actually advantage from stealth. Well, not really advantage. You kick the door in, but you still hit it pretty solidly. And it sinks into this just like tubby, maggoty flesh, and you hit it. It doesn't really look particularly phased, but you hit it.
say we move
Then I
back.
back up, having
Alright.
got its attention.
Move back much
Yep.
farther than that.
It definitely does like turn and snarl at you, and you see all of these disgusting little tentacles sort of reaching out towards you as you back away. Let's see. Next up, Toady. What does he feel like doing?
Party buff?
Yeah, actually, he reaches or he runs over to Cognate, and actually, he probably would have done this ahead of time. How many does he have here? He's got 4. Yeah, all 4 of you guys have. Do any of you have lower armor than mage armor would you give you? Mage armor is 13
I
plus
currently
dex.
have on AC. I have
do,
I have
because
13, and
naked.
I don't have any armor. I never put it on.
Okay, so Elizabeth and Cognate, you guys now have 13 plus your dex armor
Okay.
Sick.
for the next 8 hours. And that all happened
16?
before combat.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing he's got to do is... Yeah, he doesn't really have anything he can do from this angle, so he is readying an attack for anything that comes through that door. And that makes it this thing's turn. And he's going to try to do this sort of... nope, he's going to be aggressive. Here we go. So yeah, he pokes his head out that door, and that triggers Toadie's attack, which is this. That is a hit for
Wow.
a good amount of damage.
Well struck. Jeez, that's really good.
Damn, Toady.
Alright, so yeah, he starts searing away at this carrion crawler, but then the carrion crawler sees a giant wolf and sees the little girl that was poking through the door, goes for the wolf. That is a hit for 4 poison damage, and I need a constitution saving throw. And then a follow-up hit for 10 piercing. Plus, you are now paralyzed for 1 minute, or until you successfully break that. Okay, Cognate, you're up.
I'm gonna cantrip him. This is within 10 feet, so
Yep.
Oh.
poison spray. Woohoo! Whew.
That is a crit, so we also
No.
need...
It doesn't crit.
No.
It doesn't crit. It doesn't have a.
Then turn
Oh,
off
it's
the
AC.
attack. Turn off
Oh,
the attack roll.
Oh.
yeah, okay, I was going to say, poison... Okay, yeah.
Just a con-
That's just a con save.
Yeah.
Ooh, so yeah,
Oh,
you try. But yeah, he's pretty used to poison in this system, so it doesn't really seem to do anything to him.
Well, I have nothing else I can really do, so I'm just gonna back up.
Alright. Ammon, you're up.
I have the Hodoken. Is it easy to hit?
It is quite easy to hit.
Yes.
But it seems like the particular spot that you did hit was kind of just like useless flesh. Like it just kind of explodes off in this burst of pus, but it seems completely unfazed by it.
Helped a little bit.
Yeah, mechanically a miss, but I mean, yeah. Alright, Mulek.
Would've been nice.
You are paralyzed, so unless you have any other actions, I just need a con save. You do become unparalyzed. And it is Elizabeth's turn.
Oh, what does paralyzed exactly do?
I
do
believe
anything.
you can't do anything, yeah.
Things
I'll double check real quick.
Things auto crit on you, and you can't do anything about it.
Is incapacitated and can't move or speak.
Attack rolls have advantage, and any attack that hits becomes a critical. So actually, that bite should have been a crit, but that's fine. We'll do it later. Now we know.
Does it say what order the multi-attack hits in?
It does say it uses the tentacles before the bite.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Plus, it probably knows things are easier to bite when they grab at tentacles.
Oh yeah, I mean it's dumb, but this is how it survives. Evolution has taught it to grapple first, or
Gotcha.
poison first. All right, Elizabeth, you're up.
Alright, so I see Mulek go hard. And
Yep.
I start, like, kind of kicking him, because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he seems to,
Wake up.
wake up. And I'm like, okay. I walk forward, and I pull out my other dagger, or grab the dagger that's in this thing, I pull it out, And
jam
Alright.
it in again?
Yep.
All right.
Jam it right back in. Or not.
No, I mean, you jam it back in, but you're just hitting parts of the flesh that feel like they're basically just pus. As far as you can tell, you're not doing any sort of, like, meaningful damage to it.
Alright, then, yeah. Disengage and back up.
Toady, on the
Was
other
that
hand.
your mastermind thing, by the way?
Actually, yeah, I'm actually going to stay here, and then I'm actually going to mastermind.
All right.
Felix, so you have advantage on your next attack.
Perfect. This actually, it is only the initial damage, so this is still this. God damn, though. All right, so yeah, he's just going to work on this thing.
Wasn't it 2D?
Only the initial cast at level 2.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, when the sustained damage is not modified, or at least that's my understanding of it.
I thought it was all the damage.
I'll double check, but I think it's just the initial blast. I'll check real quick, but
At high levels, the initial damage. Oh, it does say initial.
Yep. All right, that makes it Carrion Crawler's turn. Carrion Crawler gets the sense that yeah, it gets the sense that Elizabeth is a little bit of an easier snack right now. So let's see how this goes.
Bring it, bitch.
He brought it.
He brought it. So yeah, we'll do the con save first, and we'll find out if that becomes a crit. Oh,
damn.
nice.
Bring it.
Okay, so yeah, that is 11 damage flat, but you are not paralyzed. And that makes it Cognate's turn.
I'm just gonna try poison spray again.
All right.
Hey, guess who's here, guys?
Your mom.
Bark.
You're just in time. We're like quitting in a couple minutes.
Well, why'd you just throw the con
God
saving throw? Now I'm not gonna
fucking
do
damn it.
that.
Well, you said you were doing poison spray, so I threw the con save.
No, well, too bad.
Okay, so he succeeds the saving throw, and that makes it Ammon's turn.
But I
Or you can move,
do
actually.
it.
Why don't you guys
I
love
didn't
me?
do it, though.
All right, Ammon.
Okay. Next first, same as the first. Oh, even worse this time. Same damage though.
So yeah, again, like there's pus flying everywhere because you're not missing this thing. It's just not hitting vital organs as best as you can tell. Mulek, you are able to move this turn. What do you do?
First, I'm gonna make an attack.
You're gonna what?
I assume that was an attack roll and he just cut off.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the attack is.
I think it's +4 for dire.
I-
+4, +5 for
Yeah.
dire.
Sounds right.
Damn.
So
that hit?
what have I missed?
Does that hit?
We'll catch you up afterwards. There's
Yeah,
lots to talk about.
Yeah, we'll catch you up. All right, that is, I believe that is a miss. So yeah, you bite into him, but it's just like disgusting maggot flesh and not anything important. All right, Elizabeth.
Damn.
How
Alright.
much for the
I kind of like look at my dagger like it's like a rubber dagger or something. I'm just very confused. It's not doing anything. So I'm gonna try and stab it again. God, I wish I had pack tactics.
Right.
I do.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like this time you're aware, like, okay, I need to try hitting it somewhere else. So you try to aim for something closer to this thing's face, and you get a decent hit, but it just doesn't seem to react at all. It feels like it's still just like meaningless marshmallow flesh.
Lame. I'm gonna
It's a Stay Puffed Crab.
back up.
Disengage.
I'm actually not going to disengage.
Oh,
I'm
really?
going to use my bonus action to mastermind Neelik. I
Okay,
don't have to be there for his back tactics.
sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, he is going to take one swing with the tentacles. So just ignore the bite portion of this. Yeah, 3
Wow,
damage
you're
and a
lucky you
save.
ignored that.
Paralyzed. But fortunately, only 3 poison damage. And then Toady is going to continue doing his thing. This lasts for what, a minute? It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. So there's a little bit more damage.
Is only a bonus action to sustain that, or is it a full action?
It
You
is-
have to spend your action to do
Yeah,
it.
it is a
Oh,
full
okay.
action. Yep.
It is guaranteed damage though.
Yep. Pretty solid once you land that first hit. Okay, so seeing that you're paralyzed, this thing, he knows how this works. Let me make sure he can actually do multi-attacks. Yeah, so he totally can do this. So the first thing, the tentacles are going for Mulek, and the bite is going for Elizabeth. And that becomes a crit, so there's another 2d4. So 14 to Elizabeth, 3 to Mulek, and a con save for Mulek. You make the save.
Yay.
And Elizabeth goes down.
No.
Alright,
Crap.
Cognate.
I have a feeling that it'd be better to just drag Elizabeth away from it. I'm just gonna give him, like, can I pick up Elizabeth or something? I doubt I even need to make an athletics throw.
Yeah, just do it to, like, because there's a lot of rubble, but it's going to be a pretty easy DC. Like 5. It's basically as long as you don't completely butch it.
Don't fuck up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you make it out. You're able to get in there. Like, he doesn't have her by the ankle or anything crazy like that.
So I'm just gonna pull her onto that ladder-looking thing, I guess.
Alright, yep.
Then I used all my movement.
Yeah, it's some sort of rubble or junk or something. Alright, Ammon, you're up. This thing is not looking too hot right now.
Okay, probably wants to go for it, but probably is like, I don't know, I could do something. Let's
Go
go
for it. Do it. Kill this thing.
Oh, damn!
Oh, nice. Alright, roll that extra damage. Alright, how you want to do it?
Just as it like turns towards us and just like starts like looking up for Elizabeth's body as it's pulled away, I just aim straight down his mouth, just blast one the other.
Oh yeah, it goes in. It's like I mean, it's almost like shooting the torpedo down the tube
Like
of the
Roto
Death Star. It's it just like goes in, and it's like a Zelda game where he swallows a bomb and then the whole thing explodes. Just disgusting
It's the dongo.
maggot goo
Kinky.
everywhere. It's real gross. But yeah, and then this headless giant maggot thing slumps to the ground in the doorway.
I look to Elizabeth and say,
Good.
"Sorry for ruining our set of clothes for you."
She's
She's
A,
dead.
unconscious, and B, naked.
No, she's got clothes
I
now.
just realized-
Paralyzed.
He didn't
Oh.
realize that till us now.
She's unconscious and paralyzed.
Gosh,
Okay, he's focusing on aiming the perfect shot to kill this thing. He didn't see that.
Okay, so you do make the first death save. So yeah,
Can
Go
I
ahead.
medicine?
yeah, you guys can all like do your medicine, and if for some reason
so
all
it's for the
all of
dying.
you fail. Okay, so there's the spare the dying. All right, give me your 1d4.
Direwolf is gonna try and scramble through this hole.
Okay, so yeah, you make it in there. You've got dark vision as a wolf, right?
I don't know if I do.
I'm pretty
I do.
sure you do.
I'm pretty-
Yeah. So you make it in there.
Sun says, no, I don't.
So hang.
Really? Wow.
Nope.
Can I go search the room?
Sure, yeah, you guys can head in there together if you want.
I'm just good. Should you want me to do a perception check?
Just to make sure that to make sure there's nothing else in that room. Okay, are you talking about like up with him or in this back room where the crawler was from?
In the back room.
Okay, so you poke your head in, and it's pretty dark, but you've got dark vision, and you don't see anything else. So yeah, it looks pretty safe to you.
Look around to the others and say, we should probably move the bodies away in case there's more of those around. I don't think that was in the ship initially, so it must have come from the island.
I'm not even gonna risk searching it because I got a 7 on that perception check.
All right, Mulek, up there, you find what is left of the Stern Castle. You don't notice any immediate threats around you. There's the kitchen
I'm
over
just
this
going
way,
to
and
I'm
above
going
you
to
is the door that goes into like the storage cabinet area. It's all like fallen out of the shelves, and it looks like a mess, but it's sort of hanging precariously over you.
And
Can we just take a long rest?
I don't smell anything, or
You smell all sorts of things. You smell a lot of like ruined food supplies, a lot of spilled beer and ale coming from the storage room above you. It's actually kind of like dripping down through the walls and the floorboards. But yeah, you don't smell anything like terribly out of the ordinary.
and so okay. I don't hear or smell any more things scuttling around in this bit.
Give me perception with advantage.
I did.
You most certainly did. No, you don't notice anything. You definitely smell like the smell of dead bodies coming from back in this room, but you don't smell any more of the things that you just fought. At least not nearby.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I agree with the let's move the corpse, but can we do a long rest, please?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Pad, pad, pad. This is a part of the ship. This
Long
might
rest.
Time.
So move by is before a long rest because otherwise we might not have a long rest.
What?
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 He's recommending you move the bodies away from the camp before you do a long rest.
Yeah, good point.
hmm
All right, so you're wandering around as a wolf exploring.
Yeah, just if there's one, there might be
I
more.
guess I'll grab it.
If there is, I'll go back. I'll flee and try and take it down when there's another
No,
L1
you
witch
don't.
bolt that can
Here, I'll
ram.
just say I drag you back, okay?
So Toady is being very cautious because he's like not in great shape, but he is like watching you from a distance as you do all this.
Yeah, poke, poke, poke.
Okay.
Elizabeth,
No
I drag
bug.
you back to the
Yeah, give me
camp.
perception in there.
Me?
Wolf.
Me.
Mulek. Yeah, as far as you can tell, this particular chunk of ship is clean.
I keep having to move where I'm hiding my Mulek token.
I mean, we can just like throw it wherever you want. We're aware that you're not currently Mulek. All right, what's everyone else doing while he's exploring?
Oh, I'm going to drag the corpses that I can away.
All right, where are you taking him?
I'm just going to I say we just burn them, so it doesn't really matter where we take them. But I would say over by that circular bit of drift of like flotsam, just over there for now, just so it's not right next to the camp.
Sure.
That bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the rest of the crew okay with this? Yeah. Given what they just saw, they're probably pretty okay with this. And I think there's actually just this one body from camp, and they've like taken down his name. They'll try to get in touch with his family at some point. I'm assuming he had a family. So yeah,
So I'll grab this corpse.
you take that over there. You grab some corpses. You start piling up all the corpses that you find over here by the flotsam.
Yeah, I don't even think you can call that thing a corpse. It just exploded.
Yeah.
You don't need to. You can't drag
It's
that around. You need a
giblets.
flamethrower to clean that up.
It's giblets.
Are you okay? Are you trying to move that giant
No,
carrion
I'm not.
crawler?
I'm
Okay.
just joking. I'm joking about how you can't
Okay, I got you. Okay.
because it just exploded everywhere.
All right.
It's also highly venomous.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Okay, good.
But that actually can't do anything to me because venomous isn't the same thing as poisonous.
Yes, but in this particular case, it's excreting it, so
Yeah, it's kind of all over its
Venom.
tentacles.
Venom is only injected.
This is D&D, not science. Anyway,
So you
so
can
we'll
still
cut
use
back.
poisoned.
We'll cut back over to the wolf. Give me a perception check going into here. Yeah, you immediately notice that there is another something rustling around in here. Big old hulking shape.
Does
fuck.
Toti have like some sort of fire cantrip he can use to burn the bodies?
He does, yeah, and he'd like while the wolf is exploring, he would be willing to do that. I think he's got something fiery.
So can you have him do that?
Yeah, he's got burning hands, so he starts like burning the bodies, sort of, as respectfully as he can. Yeah, so that actually is a spell slot from him, which puts him here. All right.
I immolate the bodies respectfully.
Yeah.
Phrases you only hear in D&D.
Yeah, as respectfully as you can immolate a body, he does. Okay, so yeah, you've noticed one more of these giant things over in this chunk.
Shit. Okay, so Toady will probably notice that the wolf is cautiously backing away from this one.
Yeah, they definitely do notice something is up, and I'm sure
Oh,
you can
God.
like motion towards them too a little bit.
God, these things are nasty.
And yeah, actually, as you guys were working on the bodies, it's pretty reasonable to assume that these two would have come with you.
Mm,
So can I just hand axe it from here?
Don't.
You certainly could.
Please don't. If I have the
Okay.
element of surprise, I might be able to take this thing down.
Okay.
So did I see it was hollow from the whole way through?
Yeah, you can see all the way through this thing. It's like a tube.
Alright. I can't
Stick your dick in
communicate
it.
with you
Yeah,
guys.
you cannot speak. You can still like try to make head motions and stuff, but you can't speak.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to indicate to wait for my signal as I carefully traipse around.
Yeah, give me persuasion, and that's going to determine how well they can like interpret. And you guys, cognate, give me insight.
Okay. Well, hey, he's a wolf. He's a
Oh.
wolf. Can I do it with advantage?
It doesn't quite work like that.
I don't think it matters. But let's go. Woohoo.
So yeah, you have a little bit of difficulty communicating exactly what you're trying to do. So they start to like follow you a bit, but then you make another motion for them to wait, so they wait like right here.
You can see that from here, though. I have dark vision. I don't know.
Roll me perception. Oh yeah, you totally
Yeah.
see that from there. So you know what's
So
going on.
I tell him to get back.
Okay, and they step back at this point. Draw weapons. All right, stealth for you. All right, as far as you can tell, you've snuck up on it.
Rush, lunge.
All right, give me that lunge. All right, so that is a hit.
Make a strength save. Alright, so first off, he's taken that much piercing, and what was the save he made?
It was a 16.
Alright, he is not dragged to the ground.
All right, with 12 damage, and you've caught him by surprise. And also, these two are going to fire as soon as you do that as part of the surprise round. Let's see.
Oh, can I do a surprise thing then?
Absolutely.
Hand axe.
Yeah, go and fire away.
That'll hit.
Pretty sure that's a hit.
I'm pretty sure I've pegged this thing's AC at 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Ooh, boy. Okay, yeah. You guys are making quick work of this thing. So that is a grand total of 11, 19. Okay.
24? If that's 7's damage.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
All right. So yeah, you guys have done quick work of this one. You clearly caught it by surprise. Toady doesn't really have anything that he can do. Sneak? Yeah, sure he does. He can do the exact same thing he did last time. Why not? He might as well use the last slot.
No,
Oh, yeah,
don't
no.
use the last slot.
Yes!
Oh, it's Witch Bolt.
Unfortunately, it does miss,
Damn.
Ah.
even with sneak. But yeah, it looks like you guys have done a tremendous amount of damage to this thing, and it is now initiative time to finish it off. And depending on initiative, you might just end it before you can fight back.
Oh yeah, I have to roll that, don't I? I got distracted.
Do I know that's there, or is this like all like way away from here?
Depending on what you were doing, yeah, what, actually, you're still over by the old one. What were you working on?
After that, I was probably over by the fire, just making sure Elizabeth's okay, and just doing some research on like what to do next from here, like
Gotcha.
survival stuff.
Yeah, not right off the bat, but you might overhear the commotion if this goes on for a while.
That was
Actually, the witch bolt
certainly
makes a decent amount of noise, so you've probably heard that, yeah.
I'll do initiative then.
Yep.
Okay, so
Am I just like canonically shit faced right now or something?
You're pretty canonically shit-faced, yeah.
we've had a rough night.
You can roll initiative, though, if you want, just in case like this fight is still going by the time you get here.
It's
Don't-
Covey.
Don't you want to tend to your best friend though?
He's actually over here. Your best friend is over here, and it's reasonable that you might have joined, I think. We'll decide. Yeah, you joined. So you're over here helping your boyfriend move dead bodies and respectfully immolate them.
I meant me.
I feel like I missed something.
You did, but we'll get you caught up. But for now, go ahead and take a free sneak around shot with a ranged weapon.
As
We're
quickly,
hitting a giant tentacly worm. Kill it. Kill it quick.
I did not think that the character I would be getting along the most with would be Elizabeth in any stretch of those words.
I didn't either, and I'm not.
And yet, when the
So,
time came, you were the one sneaking into the bedroom with a poisoned axe.
Hey, it's because it was non-lethal.
there was absolutely zero proof of that.
A ranged weapon, you said?
Yeah, ranged weapon attack. Or a spell, I guess, if you had a spell prepared. Yeah.
I'm a bard. I always have a spell prepared.
Yeah, whatever you feel like doing to this worm. I mean, this fight is almost over, and I think we gotta wrap up after this. So fire away. Vicious Mockery. It's probably... Yeah, it doesn't like that very much at all. So it takes some damage, and it does something, right? Advantage?
Disadvantage on its next attack, which is helpful. You have no idea how helpful it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, cool. So that is the sneak round, and initiative order says that the 2 cats fire again. Fire away, cats. That is 1 hit for 7, and then Cognate, you're up.
Probably roll initiative real quick, I guess.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, that seems wise.
Mulek and Amon are going before it. I guess I'll just run up and fire off poison blast cantrip. I'm going to get this cantrip to work. God damn it!
Fails the saving throw. So whatever. How much does poison spray do? 4 damage.
Oh, of course.
In fact, I think I rolled pretty high on initiative there.
You did. You can go ahead and take your turn.
Oh,
I guess I'll just viciously mock it some more. Oh, that's shit.
he's dead inside.
He is dead inside, but not quite on the outside yet. Very close. He looks very close to dead on the outside, and that makes it Mulek's turn. That's a hit. And how do you want to do it?
In
I'm
the
a wolf.
face.
It's a bite.
Perfect. You bite into it.
Is there a throat to rip out? That's really disgusting.
It probably
That's a face to rip off.
it probably has one pretty deep in there, and you kind of just like bury your muzzle into it until you find a throat, and you come out with it, and like there's very
His
little.
spine.
There's very little of the neck left. Like you had to kind of dig your way in, almost like a dog digging through dirt. All right, and it's down, so that area is clear.
There is some retching, but
Yeah,
you gotta
I
keep
got-
going.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can
on
go
the goods, that retching. I throw up. Smells horrible. I've had enough of this shit.
All right, give me perception.
But I'm gonna get that body over to the burning place too.
All right, you don't see anything in there. As far as you can tell, we are all clear.
Here, I'll do a perception check too.
Yeah, I think that's about where we should wrap it up for the night too. You guys have pretty much secured the area. So yeah, I will see you guys in a week.
Is there
And-
anything in there?
XP.
Yeah, let's get experience out of the way real quick. Yep.
I feel like I missed something important.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I'm gonna get you completely through what happened.
Not a lot, really. It was mostly combat.
And
It was
in
mostly,
in game
flower
time,
gas.
we have only gone 12 hours. That 12 hours was a shitstorm of oh my god. So
Yes,
we're
it
gonna
involves
get you
things
through
like
it all.
flower gasoline and magic grenades.
Yeah, this is why I was kind of glad the Tuesday game was like almost no combat, because I knew that this session was going to be entirely combat.
In fact, I'm close to finishing the arachnid race, custom race. I want to see just. Oh wait, no, you said you weren't that great at balancing things.
Yeah, I'm still kind of new to all of it.
So who is helping me with them?
I was helping you
Oh, yeah, that's you.
occasionally.
Okay, I'm just gonna post in the Discord general.
Yeah, I'll deal with it later. Shit. There was mention. Oh right, Elizabeth grabbed shit, didn't she?
No, I didn't.
You like grabbing gold goblets and shit.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Stay
I
away
know.
from my backpack.
I know. Okay, so it's your ship.
You're
You'll keep
unconscious.
track of it. So you can go but keep track of all the stuff you pulled out. I was like, I knew
Oh,
Luke
don't
was
worry.
coming up.
I've got it covered.
Good.
I'm going back
So,
to the camp for a long rest.
so yeah. Other than that, there wasn't anything of note we found. Is there any salvage on the ship?
Yeah.
Than our packs.
So we'll assume you spend the next, like, couple of hours salvaging whatever you can. Give me a d20 from each of you, and we'll find out how much you're able to save.
All of us D20?
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
Where is my loot calc? There it is.
That's a lie.
When's our next level?
Oh, you just rolled a random. 2,700.
And you
Okay.
guys each got 1209 experience.
Yeah. So
Shouldn't
everybody
we
should
all
be
have
at
the same XP value?
2159.
Shouldn't we all have the same XP value?
Yes, we should.
Whoops.
2159.
I accidentally added 1,290 instead of 1,209.
Okay, so yeah, you guys are able to recover roughly 10 days of salvageable food, like 10 ration units, and just assorted coinage worth maybe something in the ballpark of this. A handful of weapons that are, like, mostly banged up, but a couple of them might be
Did I
salvageable.
find my armor?
Specifically,
We found all our equipment. All our equipment was recovered, so.
Woo. Yes, that means
And
I
yeah.
can put my armor back on.
yeah, any of your original equipment, including, fortunately, thanks to a lucky roll,
The party loot
the
chest.
party loot chest, yes. Everything else is pretty much waterlogged or destroyed at this point.
Fair enough.
But yeah, you guys will pick up in a week. I assume we'll settle in for a long rest and go from there.
Yeah, I want to just
Yeah.
bandbox everyone over to the camp before you disappear.
I can do that. I'll actually be on for a little bit to help get Terwin caught up and stuff, but
Yeah. So you're gonna help me. You're gonna help me fill in the gaps because there were parts where I wasn't paying attention, mainly because I was trying to plan out my epic shenanigans.
My,
So.
I'm
yeah.
totally willing to do this multiple days a week, Feck.
I can't. I already have D&D 3 days a week, and then I like have to work or I'm gonna like
Then
lose my
lose it.
job.
You don't have a job though.
I do have a job.
Yeah, you design porn.
That's a job.
It's an important job, in fact.
Yes.
Anyways,
But you could just do it the rest of the day.
I think this is the end of the stream, though, right?
It is pretty much the end of the stream. All right, good night, folks. Those of you who are taking off.
Sleep, you're all faggots.
Those of
See you guys
you,
later.
those of you who missed it, I will be uploading it to YouTube, and it should be up in a few hours.
Have fun, guys. All right, so Covey, let's start from the beginning. You were no wait, you weren't. So down in the cages. Today started out in the Briggs. This was happening a little bit before all the the dwarven wine was being handed out. Do you remember that last week?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So like while spirits were being handed out up top, down in the Brig, Silent, Twin, and Elizabeth were having a hand gesture contest, I guess. It was odd. And then at one point, the guy seemed to palm out a little silver locket and started singing softly.